Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, January 27, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It's great to be here on a lovely Monday afternoon in New York City. So much to discuss. What a weekend it was. What a lineup we have. And of course, I come to you, a man with a broken heart. A man with a broken heart, but a man who is also filled with gratitude. Gratitude and sadness is an unbelievable concoction. You don't often feel those two emotions at the same time, but I do feel them on this Monday afternoon. And of course, I am talking about my beloved Buffalo Bills, who lost a heartbreaker late last night against the Kansas City Chiefs, losing for the fourth time in 5 years to the Chiefs, losing once again before the ultimate goal is realized of finally winning a Super Bowl. And it's a tough one to stomach. And I'm aware, trust me, I am aware that this is just sports, that it's not life or death, that it's not your health, that there are bigger and more important things out there. Trust me, I am very, very aware of this. But I cannot deny that I care deeply about my sports, that I care deeply about my sports teams, and that I take this for some reason so very serious. And I was thinking about why it hurts so much, because let me be honest with you guys, at the end of that game, I couldn't speak. I could not speak. I had nothing left in me. My wife tried to talk to me. I had nothing. I was completely heartbroken. I went outside, even without my dog. I went to take a walk at around, I don't know, it was 10 o'clock, and I didn't even know what I was doing. I was just walking. And it's pitch black, and I'm just walking. And I'm wondering, and I'm asking myself, why do you care so much? Why are you so hurt? Why do you feel the way you feel? Life is great. You're healthy. Your family's healthy. You're a lucky man. You get to do an amazing job for a living. Why do you care so much? And the conclusion that I came to was simply that this thing known as sports, and these things known as my sports teams, and in particular the New York Knicks and the Buffalo Bills, who I've followed since essentially 1990 when I was 8 years old, they bring me so much joy on a consistent basis. It often ends in heartbreak, but joy over the course of 8, 9, 10 months is an incredible thing. And they can alter the sports teams that you follow, that you live and die with, that you're able to talk to your friends about, that you're able to go to a birthday party for your kid's classmate and meet another dad, and you guys could speak about sports for an hour and not even know what this person's name is or what they do for a living, where they're from, but you could connect over this thing called sports. This thing that can bring you so much joy, that can alter your mood, that can brighten your day, that can make you wake up with a pep in your step. This thing that you love so much, that you care so much about, these players that you'll probably never meet, who don't know who you are, this thing that you love so much has to hurt this much if it doesn't go the way you want it to go. That's the only explanation that I could come up with. If it brings you so much joy for 10 to 12 months out of the year, if you care so much, if you spend so much time reading and listening and talking about it, it has to hurt this much. And that's the explanation. And so it does hurt this much, because yesterday I was completely useless to my family. I was just sitting there, a nervous wreck, because I knew what was to come, and I knew what history, usually presents itself in this way to Bills fans and to Knicks fans, and I've been here before, and it's a familiar feeling. And I was feeling that feeling, especially in that first half. But then all of a sudden, there's hope. And then all of a sudden, it's 32-29, and we have the ball, and you think it's all going to work out. And I'm going to spare you. I'm going to spare you my thoughts on the game. This is not a football show. I get it. But I'm just telling you where I'm coming from. I am filled with such heartbreak and sadness, not only for myself, but for the good people of Western New York, for Bills fans worldwide, for everyone who has been living and dying with this team over the years, myself since 1990 and some since the O.J. Simpson days, and some even before that, who just want to see them once win the Super Bowl, hoist that trophy, wear the hat, wear the shirt, see the confetti, have the parade just once. And I thought yesterday for a moment that we were on our way to maybe getting that. And so it's an empty, hollow feeling. And it's a daunting thought when you start thinking about going from July all the way up until this point and how long of a road it is. And again, I'll spare you my thoughts on what I think they should be doing with Coach McDermott, or how much I love Josh Allen, or if that should have been a first down, or if that should have been ruled a catch, or if Kincaid should have caught it. I'll spare you my thoughts. That's for a different show. But I'll tell you why I'm filled with gratitude. And I alluded to this on social media this morning because I didn't know what else to say last night. And I thought about what I needed to say because I talk a lot about them. So I need to show up to some degree to the audience when they lose. I'm filled with gratitude because when I was a kid and I picked the underdog teams, I picked the Bills and the Knicks in a family filled with Cowboys fans and Bulls fans. I was always alone. I was always alone when the season ended, crying, my brothers making fun of me, throwing the Kleenex at me, wearing my jersey. I was always alone. And yesterday, I was with my 3 kids who maybe didn't care as much as I did because they haven't felt the pain that I have, but who were there for every snap, who were living and dying with every play, who went crazy when James Cook extended his hand like Michael Jordan in Space Jam, who were jumping up and down, who felt the pain, who felt the anguish, who felt the anxiety. I was surrounded by them, my kids, who I have passed down my love of my teams to. Thank God they have followed suit. And I don't regret that as a parent. Some say, oh my God, you could have let your kids be Warriors fans or LeBron fans or Chiefs fans or whatever fans. No, I want them to be fans of these teams because one day those teams are going to win and they are going to witness it. And maybe I won't be alive. Maybe I won't be around, but they'll remember their old man who they had these incredible moments with, these incredible memories with, and they will feel that much happier because their dad's team won. And now it's their team. And I know the feeling that they felt yesterday. And my son is wearing the jersey, and my daughter is sitting there trying to understand why a touchdown is 6 and not 1, and we're going through it together. That to me is why I'm grateful, because I could we could be a fan of a team that wasn't there, and I don't get that moment with my kids. And so I'm so thankful as a parent that I was able to experience that with them, that I was able to go through those 3 hours with them, that they were able to feel something as a result of sports that means so much to me. And I hope and pray that one day we will all be able to rejoice of victory. When our team wins, when we are able to show up to school or to work the next day with our heads held high, saying we picked the right team. Our guys won. Our guys made it happen. And perhaps my favorite memory of all of this is this morning, not a lot of talking, a little reminiscing. My daughter says to me while eating breakfast, "Did the Bills win?" And I said, "Of course not. Did you not see what happened?" And she said, "Well, how am I supposed to know? You turned off the game before it ended." And then for a second I thought, this is incredible. Because yes, I turned it off with 40 seconds left. When Pacheco got the first down, I turned it off and said, we're going to bed. In her mind, there was still hope. There was still 40 seconds left. And I explained that to her, but it reminded me of the innocence of children and how much they were locked in because of their dad, because they knew that it meant something to their dad. And so I know there are a lot of Bills fans out there that are hurting right now, that are sad, that are heartbroken, that don't want to talk about the offseason, that don't want to talk about next season, that just say, why not us? Why not now? Why can't we finally get it done? I know I was listening to WGR this morning. I could feel it. It's therapeutic to listen to. And my heart goes out to you all. Our time will come. We will be champions, and it will all be worth it. And it's a nice reminder that sports, as much shit as there is in this world, as much heartbreak and as much depressing crap that we read every single day on our phones and on the news and in newspapers and on the internet, that it could be this amazing escape. And even if it doesn't end, I feel sorry for the people who say, what's the point of following sports? Because, you know, it more often than not will end in heartbreak. Only one team wins, and the chances are your team won't win. But man, that freaking experience, that bonding, that journey all the way till last night, I wouldn't trade that for the world. I really wouldn't. I'm so grateful that I was able to experience that with my kids. I really am. So anyway, those are some thoughts. It will forever be go Bills, and we will get it done, and Josh Allen is going to make it happen for us. Today is going to be a great day on the show, and this is therapeutic for me as well because I'm able to talk about other things and be around my friends and talk to you all. And if you're laughing at me right now, and if you're sticking it to me, God bless. If that's the way you feel, God bless. I have nothing to say about the Chiefs. They're incredible. They played a perfect game, and your coach is unbelievable, and your defensive coordinator is unbelievable, and you deserve that win. We can nitpick certain things, but you deserve that win. So God bless you guys, and good luck in 2 weeks. Today on the program, we're going to be joined by one of the most popular fighters in the world. Alex Pereira is going to join us in studio with Plinio Cruz, which should be a great chat. Of course, we know that at UFC 313 on March 8th in Las Vegas, he is going to be defending his light heavyweight title against Magomed Ankalaev, a highly anticipated fight in which he is, at least as of right now, listed as the underdog. Unbelievably so. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Jeremy Stephens, who had an incredible win over Eddie Alvarez on Saturday at BKFC. More on that in a moment. Prior to that, Dan Hooker, who co-headlines UFC 313 against Justin Gaethje, a 5-round lightweight fight underneath the Alex Pereira Magomed Ankalaev fight. Dan Hooker will join us from New Zealand at 3 o'clock. At 2:30, Ben Rothwell, who's the new BKFC heavyweight champion, an unbelievable knockout for Big Ben. Very happy for him. His first major title, really, of his career. He'll join us at 2:30. I do want to let you know that earlier this morning, I had posted that Paul Hughes was going to join us. That was the case. I unfortunately got news just about an hour or so ago that he's not feeling well and that he will join us on Wednesday. So we will hear from Big News Hughes, who had an unbelievable weekend as well, and more on that in a moment. On Wednesday, not today. I hope you will be okay with that. We still have a lot to talk about on today's show with a lot of great people. You see them right there, and I can't wait to get into it. Okay, let's bring in the boys, shall we? Because I need the group therapy, but also we're not talking football. Don't worry. I'm not going to make this all about myself, but we bring them all in.
Yeah, you're going to be all right, man. We're here for you. You know, but like when I started on the show before the Braves title and then the back-to-back Georgia titles, yes. I had no rings in my life too. I was a ringless loser just like you, man. You're going to get there one day.
Wow.
Jeez, ringless loser is
this is a much different tone than the.
No, I'm giving you hope. I was just like you. Like you like to tell me like how rich I am with championships. I mean, the 28-3. Like I've been through it as well. It's terrible, but you'll get a title one day. I promise.
Yeah. I appreciate that. I mean, I wish you just would have started with that, if I'm being honest.
Look at this. You're going to be.
You called me a ringless loser. It's not guaranteed. It's absolutely not guaranteed. But we'd like to think. Anyone else want to say anything uplifting, or is that pretty much?
I think Pizzi was cheering for the Chiefs, actually.
No, Pizzi was locked in.
Listen. Are we not allowed to say anything about the Chiefs here? Because I feel like two decisions drastically changed what happened in that game. First of all was the catch from Xavier Worthy, and the second one was Josh Allen 4th down. He crosses the line. What is going on here? I mean, I saw everyone talking in the lead up to the game. Oh, Mahomes gets all the decision. I was like, surely not with the eyes of the world on this game. But alas, that's what happened. You said better team won. That's debatable for me.
Well, I thought that they were incredibly prepared on a defensive and offensive end from a coaching standpoint. I thought they executed perfectly. But yes, the first down killed me. I still don't understand why in 2025 it's just this arbitrary, archaic method of an old guy just walking the ball up there and being like,
but
okay.
But two had different calls. Either side of the field had different calls.
Here's the right. Let's just put it right here. When we have other sports, tennis, cricket, where there's actual technology in the ball, in the freaking stadium that tells you exactly if a ball is in or out. I don't understand why football hasn't adopted this. I don't know why they put so much of this trust in the referee's hands. I'm not going to get into the whole rigged, not rigged. I don't fucking know. But the thing is,
they didn't get the chains out.
They didn't get the chains out. Just this guy like waddling there and being like, okay, right here. By the way, there was a Kincaid first down that should have been a first down that they said no, it wasn't. If Kelsey's holding the ball. They're 100% calling that a first down. But the point is, it's archaic, it's arbitrary, and it makes no sense when it's literally inches away from changing the fate of an organization and of a country, of a city, of a fucking state. It's mind-blowing. The Worthy thing is fine, but ultimately they made the plays, and we didn't. I will just say, I will never forget the feeling. It's 22-21, and I'm looking at my kids, and I'm like, holy shit, I think it's going to happen. And I'm so tired of saying that and then thinking, an hour later, damn, we were so close. I'm just so freaking tired.
I was sick for you. It's horrible.
And I don't know what's better. Is it better to love and loss or lose or whatever the hell it is than to never love at all? Is that better, or is it better to go through all of this and end in heartbreak? I don't know. I really don't.
Like, I can tell you as a guy who supported Manchester United during their pomp, Alex Ferguson was there. All the titles in the world, I'm happy enough with that. They can be shit for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
And I'll be happy enough.
I know you always say you just want one, and I actually believe you, because like my fandom has decreased so significantly since getting titles.
100%.
Yeah.
Like you're just kind of like, well, I saw it happen. I saw it happen.
Remember back in the day when we won everything?
Yeah, it's just like I saw it. I was there. It's all good.
I just want to know what it feels like, just once.
And here's the last thing I'll say is that the pain of the defeat, like you're feeling right now, is far stronger than like the joy of victory. Like it's great to win a title; it's incredible.
Really?
But like, God, it hurts so bad when it loses. Well, it hurts so bad when you lose.
I think the good thing about the win and what it does is it erases the pain of the past one.
Yes,
right?
1,000%.
These feel like daggers right now, and they're all you're focused on. When you win, and it will happen for you, Helwani. You will see this. This will happen.
And it's gonna be the Bills as well. I really believe
pain,
that.
all those daggers that you suffered will wash away, and they'll be positive memories because they were the path to getting you there. And this,
if I knew that for sure, I'd be okay with all of it.
It will happen,
dude. It's gonna happen. I had a conspiracy theory up until 2021 that the city of Atlanta and Georgia sports teams sold their souls to get the 96 Olympics. They won the World Series in 95, and then from 96, we had the 28-3, the second and 26, the pop fly with the Braves. I mean, the number 1 seed Hawks get swept. I was like, I think they sold their soul for the Olympics, and now we're never going to win a title.
Fuck.
What a take.
It's
number 1 seed Hawks get swept was nice. I like that one. That was
yeah, Cav, shout out. We're like 0-16 against LeBron in the playoffs. I love it.
I enjoyed it.
I mean, I feel so bad for the people of Western New York. They are just such good people, and they don't have another sports team to be like, all right, at least we have these guys. It's the Bills and the Sabres. Sabres never even make the playoffs, for goodness sakes. They had one chance in, I think, 99 against the Stars, and it didn't work out for them. Man, and you see Josh Allen after the game, like the guy could hardly speak. I just want to hug the guy because we're not even a playoff team. We're not even a playoff team without Josh Allen. We don't even make the playoffs, but we need some help. He needs some help. God,
have you thought about getting him a celebrity girlfriend? Because I feel like that can greatly help your chances.
No, he's got a celebrity fiance, for goodness sake.
He's marrying
a celebrity girlfriend.
But by the way,
Taylor levels.
Isn't it amazing that they never show her? Which I would like to think it's because she probably says, I don't want to be seen, or she stays away. Like, that's his fiance. I love when they show Taylor Swift when Mahomes scores a touchdown. You can only show her when Kelsey does something. That's his girl, I get it. But, like, she's not the fucking mascot of the team.
She's too famous.
She is the mascot of the team.
Yeah,
oh, my God. And don't get me started on Romo. Oh, my God. I wanted to kill myself with this guy. I wanted to kill myself with
Tony Romo, man.
Fucking
Some say
horrible.
he's the go-to broadcasting.
Fucking horrible, man. Oh, my God. It was painful. It was absolutely painful. The whole thing was painful, and I just want fucking one. And now we're getting this bullshit Super Bowl that we already saw 2 years ago. Can
I say, as a casual fan, I have no interest. Like, I'm actually really disappointed that that's the Super Bowl.
As a casual fan, you're the least casual fan I know. What are you talking about?
4 a.m.
I don't really have a team. I
you don't have a team, but you are not a casual fan. You are as hardcore as they come.
But
I'm interested to see if they can.
Is that crazy?
No, it's not crazy. I consider myself way more casual than you, and
especially with the bullshit halftime show. Not even. I could not.
The halftime show's the only reason.
I could not give two fucks.
Tell us more. Tell us more. Why?
I could not give 2 fucks. Could not give 2 fucks. And
you're picking the losing team in that one as well.
Chiefs 3-peating with Kendrick at halftime.
Of course, you're a Drake fan.
Yeah. I'm actually, you know what? I'm happy we didn't win because I was actually seriously considering going, and then I'd be subjected to that shit. So I'd have to leave the stadium. Nah, fuck that shit.
Keep his name out of your mouth, Kendrick.
Anyway, tough times, But you know what they say? Tough times don't last. Tough people do. It was a great. There was a moment there. Last thing I'll say, I think it was like with 2 minutes left, and I was just looking. I was like, this is exactly as a youngster I dreamed of this. I dreamed of watching my teams because they meant so much to me with my kids. And I always wonder, because my kids weren't really into sports at a young age, because of course they're like 3, and I'm like, why aren't they into it? And now you're like, wow, it actually happened. It actually happened. They're watching. Even my daughter is watching and trying to figure out what's going on. And that to me is a blessing. So thank you to the man upstairs. Let's talk fighting, and let's talk about what the biggest story I thought of the weekend was, and that transpired in Dubai. It was PFL. It was Usman Nurmagomedov against Paul Hughes, and it was a fight that a lot of us thought on paper would be fascinating. And it was a fight that, you know, some of us thought was coming a little too soon for Mr. Paul Hughes. 2 wins in the PFL. He signs with them. He's a Cage Warriors champion. Can he beat the indestructible force known as Usman Nurmagomedov, the Bellator lightweight champion? What may very well be the final Bellator title fight of all time. And Hughes was just a vision of self-confidence and just absolute stoicness and unflappable mentality. He was great in the face-off. He was great at the weigh-ins. He was great all week long. And he goes in there, as he did against AJ McKee when some people were counting him out, and he brought the freaking fight to Usman Nurmagomedov. And not only did he bring the fight, there are some people who thought that he won the fight. And I'll be honest with you, I've watched the fight once. I was watching it and so captivated by it that I didn't really know how it would go. I thought in the end that Usman would probably get the nod. He did get a point taken away from him due to a low blow, and I thought that obviously that could be a major factor. And in the end, it was a majority decision win for Usman Nurmagomedov, and one judge had it a draw, the other two 48-46. A 49-46 if you add the point on. Feels like a wide margin, but you know how these things go. In the end, I think I could say confidently it was the best and most entertaining PFL fight of all time. It felt like the highest stakes fight of all time. It felt like you were watching two people who could easily be fighting for a UFC title in the not too distant future. It felt like high level MMA, and it felt like one guy, Paul Hughes, who talked the talk, who backed it up, and whose confidence kept on growing throughout the fight, and ultimately it ended in heartbreak. I was so impressed with Hughes. I was so impressed with Usman as well. But in the end, if you listen to Usman in the post-fight interview and you hear the way he was speaking on the mic, this was a guy who was relieved. This wasn't a guy who was like, yeah, I'm the man. Of course I won that fight. This was a guy who was like, holy shit. It reminded me of Jones versus Gustafsson 1. Holy shit, I just dodged a bullet. Credit to him. He admits that he looked past him. He admits that he underestimated him, and he won't do that same mistake twice. But he was like, wow, I won that via the skin of my teeth, not necessarily a 49-46 or 48-46 type of demeanor afterwards. Hughes, heartbroken, incredible theater, incredible back and forth war. I was locked in. I loved everything about it. I loved what we saw out of Paul. I loved what we saw out of Usman. I love how Paul was switching on those takedown attempts. I loved his boxing. Usman digging down deep. It was phenomenal stuff. I thought it was the best fight in PFL history. So the next time Don Davis does an interview and someone asks him what's his favorite fight, just say that one, Don, because it qualifies. It's that damn good. Pete, we have to go to you first. You've been covering Paul Hughes since his MMA debut. You know him personally, you know his family personally. As you're watching this unfold, and you've been talking about Paul when he was in Cage Warriors and saying that he could be the guy, he could be the next one to carry that Irish torch. What is going through your mind as you're watching this unfold?
Everything I expected of this guy. He is different, and he showed the world that on Saturday. But what I didn't anticipate is this enormous sense of pride in Ireland about this guy. You know, I've talked about it ad nauseum. I won't bore you again with it. MMA isn't in a great place here. It's not considered a sport. I think it should be. The way people were talking about Paul Hughes after the performance he put on and how he represented the country all week. I mean, I cannot believe the sense of pride that Irish people have about him at this stage. Even in the result, I thought he won the fight. I could be wrong. As I said, everybody's getting on to me saying it's a robbery. It's not a robbery. It's an incredibly close fight. There are several rounds that could have went either way. I don't think it's a robbery at all. But I personally had it scored for Paul. I wasn't throwing my toys out of the pram when the decision was read because I understood that it was very close. I'll tell you, I was talking to someone on Friday, and I agreed with them. They made a point to me. They said, Paul Hughes can only become the face of Irish MMA if he wins this fight, but he's proven that to be completely wrong. He is the new face of Irish MMA. Everybody is incredibly invested in his career. I don't know how Usman can show up at a press conference and say he won't give him the rematch after that fight, because it was absolutely phenomenal. I don't know how PFL wouldn't do everything in their power to make that fight happen again, because, again, it was just a fantastic fight. Paul Hughes is the real deal. This is a real rivalry between two fighters, not two nations. I hope they make the second fight as soon as possible.
So it was interesting. Afterwards, a lot of respect and a lot of love shown between the two of them. And then immediately you go to the back and Usman's doing his scrum and he's like, yeah, 3-4 more fights. You know, this guy was only 2-0. 3 more. And actually, I like that he said that, because it's a heel move to say that.
Oh, yeah.
Because Usman should know that the biggest fight for him in PFL is a rematch. And he should also know that there's no one really of great interest other than Paul Hughes in their 55 division. There's people who can, you know, make a case. There's names out there, but nothing even remotely close to what the interest would be going into the rematch. And so he knows that, and that's fine. And then even afterwards, when you see, Khabib go on social media and say, great job to Paul Hughes and all this stuff, come visit us in Dagestan, Paul's response was class. Thank you. I appreciate it, but please only after I get the rematch. Don't get sucked in to this nicey nice stuff. Don't get sucked into these pleasantries. Yes. Get the freaking rematch, and don't let people forget that you weren't just, I hate to say it, but you weren't here just to take part. You were here to win that belt. Honestly, you weren't here just to be a bit player in the Usman Nurmagomedov story. You were here to be the man. That's the man right there. That's the story of the fight. When the story of the fight is the loser, you've done something special. And the story of that fight was the loser. The story of the fight was Paul Hughes showing up and bringing Usman to the brink of defeat. First time in his career. And, the stuff on the ground was phenomenal. He accepted the loss
as well.
He was class. He was total class.
Usman should take that on board. Like, this guy, he had every right to give himself a million Barry Horowitzes there after that. He could have been like, well, I think I won. That's bullshit. They gave him the decision because he's in Dubai. Anywhere else in the world, I win this fight. He didn't do. He said, "Look, I thought I did enough, but I could have done more. I could have tried harder." And I think that kind of thing resonates with Irish people as well. Given respect, this is a sport. Give it up to the person who's just gone 25 minutes with you, rather than throw them under the bus. I think there's certainly an argument that he won the fight, and I think nobody would have batted an eyelid if he had gone that route about it. But absolute class. And look, let's continue with what they built while they were in there. Everyone's very, very happy and reasonable with each other. The reasonable thing to do there is to make the fight again. If you're PFL, you want it to happen again. If you're a fan, you want it to happen again. If you're media, you want this fight to happen again. It seems the only person who doesn't want this fight to happen again is Usman Nurmagomedov. And after he said in the cage, no one has ever hurt me like this, it seems a bit counterintuitive to go backstage then and say he needs 3 more fights.
Yeah.
That seems ridiculous to me.
Listen, I give him a lot of credit. To admit that you underestimated him says a lot, shows a lot. Well done. It's the biggest fight that they can make. But he does play the villain
role too.
100%. 100%.
Donna Corby was on our show saying he's actually better at it than Khabib. He played it so well during the week, which made Paul look like this, knight in shining armor.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So,
he actually has a baby face, Paul. He is the quintessential baby face. He says all the right things. He's so easy to root for. And I'm not saying Usman is a bad guy per se, but you need the villain and the heel. He does a great job. His post-fight comments should be taken as such. And it should only make the rematch bigger. You can make a strong case of everyone available in the entire organization. This is the biggest fight that they can make. And it's once again, look, they've had big moments. Cedric Doumbé in France, big moment. Francis Ngannou's debut, big moment. But they've never had a rivalry like this. And it's once again proof that seasons don't matter, standings don't matter, tournaments don't matter. Because could you imagine if this was the final of a PFL tournament and now Paul Hughes would have to go through another gauntlet just to get back? Dare I say it would be Josh Allen against Patrick Mahomes-esque.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? That's the beauty of fight sports. You don't have to go through training camp in July and go all the way to fucking January to try to do it again. You could do it right away. That's why we love this, because it was that close. And by the way, historically, I'm not in favor of the challenger who loses getting an immediate rematch. But this was that damn good and that damn close to where I think you have to do it. And let's be honest, when you're not the UFC and you have to play by different rules in order to get people invested in your product, you should do these types of things. You got something special, you do it. If it's the UFC and you've got 3 contenders waiting in the wings, okay, I get it. You have to build yourself back up. Other people deserve the opportunity. But who truly deserves this opportunity more than Paul Hughes? These are the fights that you have to make. And by the way, it looked huge over there in Dubai. It looked important over there in Dubai. It looked special. The environment was great. Once again, PFL in Europe and the Middle East is a different product than here in the United States. And I don't know how they translate that over to here. I don't know how they bring that over. I don't know how they create that magic here. And maybe they can't. And maybe they focus on those regions for now because it's a completely different and better product over there. The walkouts were better. They felt bigger. Everything felt more. This felt like the number 2 promotion. This felt like the major leagues. It didn't feel like what they look like when they're fighting here at Mohegan Sun or some small venue in Atlanta or San Antonio or even the theater at Madison Square Garden. It feels big. It feels special. They need to recognize that.
Yes, and just another point, Ariel, like you're talking about Francis Ngannou, another great thing about this is 2 homemade products, essentially. I know obviously Paul
100%.
Had a big level of fame when he was in Cage Warriors within Ireland and stuff like that. But in terms of this global thing, Cage Warriors say themselves that they're a feeder league to the UFC. PFL are trying to go up against the UFC. Usman and Paul, 2 guys we haven't seen in any other major promotions. So again, that's another reason to be underlining this and spotlighting it and showing the world these are our 2 guys. This is not us living off the fumes of a career that was had in the UFC. This is happening right now. 2 guys, one's 26, one's 28. And they're at the peak of their careers. This is a real sporting rivalry. I think they should play until the wheels fall off. 3 fights.
It's a phenomenal point. You're 100% right. Not homegrown in the sense that Paul Hughes was made in Cage Warriors and Usman is really someone that we were introduced to in Bellator. But hey, you acquired Bellator and you signed Paul Hughes before he went to this UFC and you took him away from the UFC. I know the deals were different and the PFL offered more, but he chose you guys. So now you have to run with that. It's not Corey Anderson against, I don't know, some other light heavyweight or even a Vadim Nemkov. It's not some of these other guys who come across as cast-offs or, people who couldn't quite cut it or they weren't headliners here, but now we're treating them as headliners. No, they're your guys. And that's what makes Doumbé special as well. If you ignore, his history with the UFC, never getting a chance to fight there. And so they invest in these 3, 4, 5 guys, build them up, make them feel special, put them in situations and environments to shine. And that's what they did this past weekend. And you have something special. You really do. Rick, what did you think of Saturday?
Best PFL fight I've seen, right? We're not, obviously, I'm separating the Bellator from PFL. This was the best PFL fight I've seen at the highest level with the highest stakes. There might have been better wars. I know PT picked a PFL fight for his fight of the year because of the back and forth. But the stakes in this one matched with the performances of both guys. It was the best I'd seen. And the AJ McKee fight already made me a believer in Paul Hughes, right? To be able to outdo somebody who I rate as highly as AJ McKee, regardless of whether it was like dominant or close. He clearly won that fight in my mind. I thought he took the last two rounds pretty easily. And to clear that bar, to me, was a statement maker. This was another on top of that. A statement that you're looking at one of the top 10 lightweights in the world between both Usman and Paul Hughes. And I was blown away by the performance. I thought on my scorecard it had to be at least a draw, right? I had Paul winning at least 2 of those rounds, if not 3. And so I thought it had to be at least a draw. But it does make for quite a story if they are to run it back. And I'm with you guys. Like, there is no other option but to run this back. It was so close. Also, what better option do you have, right? This storyline has now built itself. And there is nothing that I think that they could put together right now that will compare in terms of the drama that you've got here. And you also know if they get in the cage together, they've created magic once. So blown away by Hughes. Gritty performance by Usman, who I think could have had opportunities to kind of just go away with how good I thought Hughes was looking, and stayed in there and was able to get the victory. And yeah, do it again. You have to do it again.
By the way, in case you're wondering, Ramadan starts a little earlier this year than usual. It starts February 28th, goes up until March 29th. So, the Nurmagomedovs, and no problem with that. Usually don't fight or like to train for a fight during Ramadan when it's so close. Obviously, if there's one like 2-3 months later, that's different. But it isn't one where it's like March going into late April or something like that. And so even if they realistically are, and those guys got beat up and cut up and all that stuff, a May, a June, even a July, it's what they have to do. And it would be crazy not to do it. How did you score at GC?
Yeah, I believe I had it as a draw. When I was watching it live, it was in between cheesesteaks and everything like that.
Yes.
So I kind of just had one eye on it. But I went back and rewatched the fight yesterday. And after looking at the judges' scorecards, after watching it, rewatching it and scoring it live, I thought round 2 was Hughes, and I thought you could have made an argument for 4 and 5 as well. And the fact that on the judges' scorecards, we're all talking about how fantastic Hughes fought, there wasn't a single unanimous round for Hughes across the 3 judges' scorecards. I think it's a no-brainer. It's the biggest fight that you can have in PFL right now. Like, I think maybe my favorite part about it was not just Hughes' performance, but all the love that Paul Hughes was getting even in defeat. Like, we're all sitting here saying it like we're just like, oh, he just proved what we believed about him, especially after the AJ McKee performance and everything. But now it feels like people are really on board with Paul Hughes as an incredibly legit lightweight, and there is a rivalry there. And if they redid it in Belfast, could you imagine the scenes there for Paul Hughes? I think PFL has something with this, and they have to do the rematch.
Is there? How big is the arena in Belfast, PT? Is it like 8,000, something like that? Like
no, it's more. It's 12 or 13, I think.
Okay, so it is big enough. Can you see Usman going there as champ?
No.
No, me neither.
Why would
it would be? No, can I just say, no, I agree with you, Rick. Belfast is a hub, and it doesn't get said enough about Paul Hughes' team, Fight Academy Ireland, Liam Shannon from West Belfast, and Pat McAllister, guys who've trained up this group, and have really staked the claim as the best gym in Ireland. They've created such a hub. It's a hotbed up there in Belfast. It used to be the people in the north looking down at the south and going, geez, imagine if we had something like that. It's the opposite now. We're all looking up there. The events that Liam Shannon's putting on to kind of to give the amateur fighters a platform. A lot of the early pros are fighting on these cards. Ryan Curtis would have fought on this card a few years ago. Many pros have. It goes without saying that they have a lot of credit. They deserve a lot of credit for what's happened with Paul, and it's just great to see. It feels like a new story to be told about Irish MMA, and I'm here for it.
Yeah. I'm really curious to see what happens, and I can't wait to talk to Paul on Wednesday. Overall, it was a solid event. Again, it felt bigger than their usual events. I was really impressed with Ibragimov, especially his.
You were raving about him last week,
dude. No, seriously, I don't know if that's a joke or not, but his post-fight interview was just amazing. I really, really loved him. Well, I wasn't raving about him. I think that was a joke, right? Was that a joke?
Was I talking about him on your show, GC?
Were you?
You know about the story about this guy, right?
No. I thought you were talking about the rest of the card.
I'm just sorry. Sassy today.
I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ.
No, I didn't think we were going to a post-fight interview.
Guy gets showered with praise in fucking Philly, and all of a sudden taking shots at everyone.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I must have been talking about him on the crack, but he is a guy from much like Makayev, right? He's born in Dagestan, moves to Manchester. 2 of his brothers play for the Manchester United academy, and he had trials for Manchester City when he was young fella. This guy is from a genetic pool of freaks. And God love him, his brothers are going to make millions and millions if they make it at Manchester United, and he's chosen to be the MMA fighter. But it could be a blessing in disguise because he seems to be absolutely fantastic at it. But what a talented bunch of kids they are, right? 2 brothers in one of the most famous soccer academies in the world. He got trials for their biggest rival. I don't know if he chose to leave football to pursue MMA, but he's absolutely fantastic. He actually has the same kind of buzz Makayev did around the UK.
He sounds exactly like Makayev too when he speaks, right? He's got that mix of Russian / Mancunian accent. But he just seemed so grateful and happy for the opportunity, and fought very impressively as well. Ahmed Magomedov beat Nathan Kelly. Submitted him via rear naked choke. The build-up was fun to that one, but Magomedov reigned supreme, and Vadim Nemkov submitted Tim Johnson in the co-main event. Obviously, all the attention was on the main, and I thought overall, for a card that was somewhat maligned, and we didn't know where, it'd be seen and where it would air here in the United States, it was a good day for the PFL brass, and let's see if they can build off of this momentum. And I thought Brendan Loughnane did great on the broadcast as
Brilliant.
well. Dan Hardy was great. Sean O'Connell, great. So there's stuff there. They need to be able to build off of this and make the right moves, make the right calls. By the way, in conclusion on the PFL broadcast, I did see a lot of people trying to dunk on me for Khabib Nurmagomedov's post-fight comments, which, again, you could do as you want. Khabib took the microphone in the middle of Usman Nurmagomedov's post-fight interview to say that everyone in attendance should be supporting Ireland, regardless of his history with a famous Irishman, because Ireland has been the number one country that has supported Palestine, especially over the last year and a half. And I have no real issue with that statement whatsoever. People should be supporting innocent victims who are caught in the middle of a horrendous war. I support Palestine as well. I want Palestine, as he said it, to be free. I just want them to be free from the genocidal, maniacal terrorist group that runs Palestine, and that's Hamas. That's the part that he missed in the speech. But I'd like to think that that's what he was trying to say, and that was the point of the message, that we need to free them from the claws of the terrorist regime that runs Palestine. And I try not to get into this stuff, but it did strike a chord with me to a degree on a day where 4 innocent women aged 20, 20, and 19 were released as hostages after being, kidnapped and held hostage, and Lord knows what happened to them, being paraded around the streets of Gaza on Saturday morning. Confetti thrown in their face, made to dress up in front of everyone with guys covered, their faces covered, holding massive rifles, and being kind of shown around as trophies on that particular day to just say, like, oh, we need to support and not talk about what's going on over there. To me, felt a little bit tone deaf. And on that note, I have seen Khabib speak up for the people of Palestine on many occasions, and he should speak up for them, because there are innocent victims being used as human shields and people dying, and it's awful to see, and it's heartbreaking. And I don't know a single Jewish person, I don't know a single supporter of Israel that wants to see them falter. Most of us want just a two-state solution where we are left alone to live in peace. This country that is the size of New Jersey, engulfed by multiple countries who want nothing more than to eradicate them off the map. But I never see him speak about what's happening in his home country. I never see him talk to Donald Trump about what's happening in his home country of Russia. I never see him talk about the plight of the Ukrainians or even the plight of the innocent Russians who die. And I wonder why that is. And so the next time he gets on a microphone in the middle of a fight and gets political to a degree and talks about humanity to a degree, I'd love to see him give a shout out to the victims of the Russian-Ukrainian war who have been dying by the hundreds of thousands in the past 2.5 years. I'd love to see a mention of that. I don't know why he doesn't mention what's happening in Russia and in the Ukraine, but I'd love to see him mention that as well, because I think his heart is in the right place, and I'm just a little bit confused as to why he doesn't talk about them. Nevertheless, everyone who is trying to dunk on me, I do appreciate it. I would say that your values and your thoughts are in the wrong place, because as the great Muhammad Makayev, who reached out to me, admitted, he has never seen me say a single negative thing about Palestine or Palestinian people. And I think most people who are in my circle and who are people that I interact with only want good things for those people, just like we want good things for the people of the state of Israel. Okay, so let's move on. That was Saturday afternoon, and then we move along to BKFC. And in the midst of the PFL event, the boys were on a road trip to Philadelphia, and I think that's why GC has a bit of a pep in his step, because I think he was treated as a king over the weekend, in particular on Saturday in Philadelphia. They rolled out the red carpet for you at 4 major stops surrounding the city of brotherly love, a city that often gets criticized for not being loving enough these days. I think they showed you a lot of love, did they not?
one place in particular showed us a ton of love. The others, you know, we had to do the standard wait and everything like that. Everyone was very friendly though. It was a great time. I was on my own for the first part of the day. We didn't get, you know, Rick or
who the fuck is we?
Yeah, exactly. There was no Rick. There was no Frank until the final location of the day at about 6 o'clock. But yeah, I got in at about 11, and from there it was just cheesesteaks up until the fights for KnuckleMania 5. It was a fantastic day. Went to Delisandro's, got pictures there. This is at Angelo's. Shout out. That's Action Bronson's favorite place. Here's John Roast Pork. I mean, it felt like the sandwiches just kept getting bigger and bigger throughout the day. Here's the crew at Shay's. Shout out to Scott, the owner. Legendary spot that you recommended. Yeah. Yelp just named it the #3 steakhouse in America.
Come on.
Not just cheesesteaks, the #3 steakhouse in America. Like up there with fine dining restaurants. It was an unbelievable experience. Me and Rick had to get some Yinglings while we were out. We said we were going to do Yinglings with the boys, a Pennsylvania brewery. And then we went to KnuckleMania 5, and we watched the fights. Did the steps, did the Rocky statue, did the cheesesteaks, did the Yinglings, and then finished it with KnuckleMania 5, which was an unbelievable event.
So we're gonna get the full fight feast,
full fight feast
behind the scenes, incredible.
Here's like a small short clip from it.
I can't wait.
When we were with Scott at Shay's. He brings out something called the Big Dipper. I think it's named after Wilt Chamberlain. And it is a 20-inch hoagie roll, which has full of cheesesteak. We have the video right here. Yeah, I mean, it's gigantic. It was unreal.
That's 20 inches?
20 inches. Filled with 2 pounds.
And what's the other thing?
That's a, what kind of steak was in there?
Filet mignon quesadilla.
Filet mignon quesadilla. He brought out shrimp just for Frank. Didn't do cocktail, but grilled it up.
Can we get the ranking?
Nah, come on. Ranking comes Thursday. I had to sleep on it. I had to digest. I had to watch back the tape. It was a very difficult decision to make.
Can I just say this? Tell me if I'm wrong. When I recommend, because you guys, you know, you were going to the hits, right? Angelo's, what is it, Delisandro's, right? When I recommended, my friend's uncle, this, you were like, is this a waste of time? Like, Shay's isn't known; they're like 10 months old. Was it worth the trip?
Okay, so you are correct. I was a little bit nervous. I was polling some of my Philly friends, and a couple of them were like, go to XYZ place. My boy owns it. And I was like, you know, I got to go to the big hitters.
Yeah.
The Google reviews confirmed this, and then the experience we had there, it was absolutely worth it. Took us back to the kitchen. No freezers in sight, fresh meat cut right in front of you, and then it's cooked. In
the history of Fight Feast, have you ever been treated this way?
No, never went back into the kitchen. We made Fight Feast history by going back into the kitchen. Scott, the owner of the place, cooked up the cheesesteak for us personally right in front of us.
Wow.
It really,
what a legend.
It was unbelievable, the way that he rolled it. He was actually offended when I called it a cheesesteak. He was like, it's just a steak sandwich.
Ooh,
with
interesting.
cheese on it. Yeah, he's very serious.
Is that a common sentiment in Philadelphia?
No. I think he's saying that's how they separate themselves.
Okay. Did you try the chicken one?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. Chicken cheesesteak? No, it was
so soft, right?
Oh, and the bread is great. I didn't realize how important the bread was with all these different places.
Golly. All right. Well, I can't wait for that. That's going to be on Thursdays, Boys in the Back?
Yeah, Thursdays, Boys in the Back.
This honestly feels like it needs to be like a bit of a supersized one, no?
I think it's going to be a little bit longer, yeah. Because, I mean,
we did
4 stops, and, you know, it was a tough decision.
How full were you by the end of the night?
Yeah. Scott was the last place we stopped at Shay's.
Oh, my God.
And he just kept bringing out food after food after food. I was just like, I don't know how much more I can eat, man. Yeah, it was.
And the other boys, they only went to the last stop.
I went to the last one. I didn't see him until Shay's at 6 o'clock. I'm about to pass out because I've been going all around Philadelphia, and they're like, "What's up, man? We finally arrived."
Couldn't have done it better. Landed in the right spot.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm eating like
couldn't have planned it better.
I'm eating my 8th cheesesteak of the day, and Rick's like, "This is the first thing I've eaten all day."
I'm starving.
I'm like, "Good for you, man."
And I'm getting served up filet mignon quesadillas. It was incredible.
Oh my God! Yes, I was jealous. I was having FOMO because I've had it and I've never had anything like it since, or really before. I'm not a huge cheesesteak guy, but it blew me away. And I too, like my friend tells me to go. I'm like, all right, I'll go to support her uncle. Seems like a cool guy. He's a judge in Philadelphia. And then you go there and you're like, holy crap, this is unbelievable. It's so fresh. It's so hot. It's so juicy. It's so soft. Phenomenal. And then you guys get to the event.
Yeah. Well, one last thing about Shay's. Sneaky horseradish sauce to dip the cheesesteak in.
Yeah,
it was fantastic.
I could just see like Pizzi, like just your salivate. Look at him; he's just like looking up into the.
I was hoping he wouldn't put pictures in because the jealousy was tearing me apart all day.
Here, you go to Philly and you tell him Helwani sent you. It'll be perfect.
Oh, he'll love you. Yeah, he'll love you, man.
No, Scott. If you're ever in the Philadelphia area, you're going. I don't know. What's coming up in Philadelphia? Obviously, they're playing in the Super Bowl, but if you're just there,
they got a big game coming up.
Yeah, but
any tickets going? I might as well.
Yeah, but you're not going to Philly for the game. Trust me, if you're in the Philadelphia area, if you live there, if you're traveling, if you live in South Jersey, go to Shays. SHAY '. You won't regret it. I'm locked into BKFC, and from the jump, watching it on DAZN, no pay-per-view, it felt gigantic. It felt big. And I have to admit, there's BKFC on, there's Nixon Kings on, there's Diego Pacheco against Steven Nelson on DAZN as well. Big night for DAZN. They also had the Dalton Smith fight in Nottingham earlier in the day. There was a lot happening in sports. I'm alone. I have to take care of the kids. Every time I switched, I felt like if I switched for 5 minutes to something else and went back, there was an incredible knockout, or they moved on to another fight. The pace of this damn thing was unbelievable, and then the sheer violence was just like, it was a 15 out of 10. Rick, what was the atmosphere like? What was the energy like? This was your first BKFC event, yes?
It was, yeah.
How would you describe it?
Okay, so for starters, and I mentioned this on Boys in the Back, anybody who had been to a BKFC event before has told me that the bar is pretty high because the crowds get rowdy. The energy at a BKFC event is high. And so I knew that coming in. When I got there, it exceeded expectations. For one, I've worked in this business for a long time. I've put on events. I've been to events. I've worked events. I've seen all kinds of variations of this. There was not an empty seat in the house. And I say that to say, because I've been, there's UFCs that sell out all the time. What's interesting about that is sometimes when you've got a house like this, you paper it, right? There's tons of tickets given away. What typically happens in a lot of cases when you give those tickets away is people don't show up because they got the tickets for free and they're not really invested. They don't really care. So a lot of times what you see is when you see a papered event, there's nobody there in those sections because they kind of just got the tickets and then they didn't want to show up. Not an empty seat in the house. So I don't know how much was bought versus how much was handed out, but it felt like an absolute packed, sold-out crowd, as they advertised, 17,000 plus, of people who were just in it to be there for Philly. The crowd was extremely pro-Philly. When Stevens gets shown on the Jumbotron, they're booing. When their guys get shown on the Jumbotron, they're cheering. The energy throughout the night never waned, never dipped. BKFC did a great job of hosting it and making sure the in-arena atmosphere was good and that there was no lulls in the action from the pacing of the card, but also just to the MC on the microphone and all the things they were doing in between. I was really impressed. I was truly, truly impressed because I've been to a lot of different events and they did it right. They truly did it right.
Everyone played their part. Feldman played his part. They built the right type of card for that city, for that market, with local guys. You get to the press conference on Thursday. Let's play some of the press conference sound because the press conference sound was old school UFC circa 2008, 2009, where they just let the fans talk. And I saw some people saying wait a second, aren't you the guy that says you don't like to disrespect fighters or have fighters be disrespected at press conferences? No. There's a major difference when it's credentialed media walking up there speaking to Mike Perry or Nate Diaz saying, what are you going to do when you're face first on the mat or you're staring up at the lights when so-and-so knocks you the F out? This is different. This is Conor Aldo in Ireland. This is, fans walking out there and the opponents knowing exactly what to expect, supporting their own. Take a look at some of this because I thought Jeremy was fantastic. The fans were fun. Even got a cameo from Joe Pyfer himself, and it made you feel like you were in freaking Fight Club, like you were in like you were in the pit, you were in freaking Philly with the most hardcore. It made me feel like ECW back in the day. Like these are the hardest of hardcore, most rugged, intense fans, and they're like, yo, welcome to Philly. You're now on our turf. Take a look.
Philly, you guys are incompetent just like your mayor. You can't even spell fucking Eagles right, I still stand on business. I gotta go prove to myself I'm the best in the fucking world. I'm gonna fuck up your boy.
Jeremy was great. Look at this.
You incompetent fuck.
We'll give you a chance to get the crowd on your side one time. All you gotta say is the letter E. Hold on a second. Jeremy, can you say it? He don't do shit in Des Moines, Iowa. Fuck you, Jeremy.
Can't wait to see Eddie whoop his ass.
Pfeiffer.
I'm pretty sure that motherfucker can't spell. His haircut looks like shit, and Iowa ain't gonna do shit in the football game. Good luck to all my Philly boys. And if Lil Heathen want to do something after, he can get his ass whooped by me too. Let's go.
Look at Jeremy. Stoic.
My question's for Jeremy Stevens. Who's the worst performer, you or your barber?
The best part is, look at all these haircuts.
Pfeiffer with the transplant getting very confident.
You chose when you came to talk a lot of smack on the city itself, not necessarily so much on Eddie. Was that a strategic choice? Is that just what came to mind? Why the reasoning?
You know he's getting knocked out. He's scared.
All right, I did try.
He may weigh more, but, you know, he's old, he's slow, he's stiff.
It's a great line here.
I'm the faster, more consistent fighter. I'm going to go out and prove it. I'm going to put him in the fucking morgue. That's where the after party is, so see y'all there.
It's a great line from Jeremy because earlier they said, yo, Eddie, where's the after party? And then he comes back with that. Jeremy Stevens, who we've been watching for a long time, who, you know, didn't always have the gift of gab, freaking owned that moment. He owned that moment. He played it up perfectly.
I would dare say he's on the receiving end of one of the most iconic, like, verbal beatdowns in press conference history.
1,000%.
And now he has risen to this occasion, and he was holding court as the heel. It was incredible. I loved that part, too. We played that on Boys in the Back, and we were both cracking up. It was incredible. Great
they have
job
something
by Jeremy.
special with him because he's rugged, because he hits hard, because he freaking seems to love this type of violence, being involved. It's not for everyone. And just like they found something special with Perry, he's a little bit, you know, further along in his career than Perry. But I thought that set the tone beautifully. You get the weigh-ins on Friday. It just felt big. It felt a little raw. It felt a little rugged. It felt a little rough around the edges, like old school UFC. But it was exactly, to me, as I'm watching that, like, that's how you build a fight. That's how you build a weekend. The other promotions, don't get me started on the boxing press conferences, which couldn't be more dull and more boring. But even like the PFLs of the world, like, stop trying to be something that you're not. Stop trying to be the quote unquote, you know, four major sports, the stick and ball sports. Lean into the ruggedness of the fight game. And that's what BKFC is doing perfectly. And then we get to the actual fight. Go ahead.
I just break the fourth wall on one thing?
Yes.
Post-fight press conference, Jeremy Stevens says, the one who told him to take this approach, David Feldman. So shout out to David, the promoter.
Smart.
He figured it out. He
listen. If I were Jeremy, I wouldn't say that. But you know that.
It was executed to perfection.
Okay.
We're past it. Like, it's not going to be Jeremy versus. I mean, maybe versus Philly again. But it seems like we'll move on from this. And both sides played it perfectly. The Philly crowd was all in.
Let's see some of the knockouts, because the knockouts were just like. It felt like
hellacious, bro.
They handed out bonuses to every fighter on the card because of how nasty everything
I think it was like 10 of the 12 fights ended in knockouts, and like one that went to a decision. There was 7 knockdowns in.
41 seconds in, this is Travis Thompson against Zachary Pinelli. Or Pinell, excuse me. Look at that. Look at the faces when they're getting knocked out. Look at this more courtesy of his own. It is just vicious,
This one, dude, the Montanez guy was a huge underdog, and he was talking mad shit on the mic afterward.
Unbelievable. Look at that. Look at his face.
I think dude in white shorts was a Philly guy, too.
Look at it. Look at the way that's Brandon Meyer. Zedekiah Montanez. The knockouts are just absolutely vicious.
This one was scary.
Yeah,
is this Sullivan, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kane.
Oh, that was gnarly.
Kane Thomason.
That's how it just turned it on.
Look at that. Look at that. I mean, honestly, it looks like he's dead.
Dude, he was down for a minute.
The way he hits the rope, that's really dangerous usually when a fighter hits his neck off the rope like that. A lot of fighters have been.
It really was scary. He was down for a minute.
But they said on the broadcast that they give more slack to that rope specifically for a situation like that, which I thought was very intuitive by them. Because that's usually the horror one in boxing, right? When you see the head hit the bottom rope.
You can see it on TV, but in person, that ring is tiny. It forces insane action. They're in a phone booth practically. Like, you compare it to when you go to an event and you see a boxing ring. There is nowhere to hide in that ring. You will have to fight.
In terms of the production and the pacing, when you're there, does it feel UFC-esque in terms of the energy, in terms of just like the adrenaline?
Yeah, it moves faster even.
Like it's like
fell fast.
It's like flashing lights and pyrotechnics and loud music, and they have a hype man getting on the mic in between fights to hype you up. And
so they're doing a good job.
Oh, they're doing a great job. The energy was through the roof, and like it really felt like it was moving quick.
Doesn't drag.
No, and I mean, you're getting these 30-second, minute knockouts, and then before you know it, there's another fight coming right behind it.
I love it. They don't go to a freaking desk. They don't start showing you a million different packages or go to the back or go to this or go to this. Oh, God, just keep it moving, man. Keep it moving. And there's a lot of fights on this card, and you're like, damn. But they're all ending, 53 seconds, or 41 seconds, 37 seconds, a minute and 59. Very few of them. The women's fight, which was a fun fight. And by the way, 2-minute rounds, too. Beck Rawlings defeated Taylor Starling via unanimous decision. Then you get to the Ben Rothwell fight against the champ Mick Terrell. And Ben, again, another guy that they found who is just perfect. Look at that. I mean, freaking right hook from hell. Look at Big Ben.
Slapped him, man. This one was crazy.
Look at this guy. I love Ben. Boom.
Oh, my Jesus.
Look at it again. Look at it again. Kablam.
Terrifying.
Like Terrell had this big walkout, and like the announcer was hyping him up so much, undisputed, and he's wearing, what was he wearing? He was like wearing a MAGA knit hat and some sort of crazy Philadelphia
I think he had
shirt.
An Eagles chain or something, right?
Oh yeah, giant Eagles chain on,
yeah,
like he's hyping up the crowd, and then 30 seconds just flatlined. It was that one was nuts.
Ben's post-fight interview was great. Again, just saying how happy he was, how grateful he was, how proud he was to be representing BKFC. It was a great moment for the promotion. And then you get to the main, and the main felt gigantic. Eddie walking out to the Rocky music, Jeremy playing the role of the heel. Back and forth they went, and ultimately the fight was stopped by, oh, look at this. I mean, just look at these punches, man. It's
horrific.
It is.
It's gnarly.
It is intense to watch. It really is. Jeremy was perfect. Shout out to Mark Henry, one of the best coaches in the sport. He's egging on the Philly crowd there. Mark Henry, who may be in more pain than I am on this Monday afternoon because he's the biggest Bills fan I know. And shout out to his son Pino as well. We were commiserating together. He was wearing the Bills hat in the corner, which was nice. He was the one that stopped the fight. And luckily he did, because according to Dave Feldman, Eddie Alvarez broke his jaw. And you could tell when who was it? Was it Mirgliata? Mirgliata said to him, like, do you want to continue? And Eddie said yes, because that's who he is. Underground king, legend, as tough as they come. But you could tell by the way in which he said yes that he didn't really want it anymore. And I don't say that because he didn't want it. He had a broken jaw. And he said yes, but just by his body language, he doesn't want to be on camera and potentially his last fight saying, I want out. And so credit to Mark Henry for recognizing that and calling it off. So it ends in the third round, or technically end of the third round, corner stoppage. Huge win for Jeremy Stephens. Gets on the microphone, great post-fight promo, and then this happens.
Pay me my fucking money! Let's go!
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Jeremy Little Heathen Stephens. Connor, come here. I want McGregor right here. Connor, come here.
Oh, boy. Who would have thought?
Fuck is this, baby? Yes. Yeah, let's make a date. Let's set a date. Who's gonna stop me, man to man? No one's gonna stop me. David, make the date. Let's do it. I'm down for the pro. Yeah, I'm down for the pro. Let's go.
This is what. When you consider the fact that Connor is an owner of the company, now say, like, make the date. What?
Yeah, he's like, Dave, make the date for me. Yeah, that was crazy.
He also sent Feldman to the press conference to say no, not the first thing. The last thing he said before Feldman was done at the post-fight press conference, Connor told me that I have to say that he is going to fight Jeremy Stephens in BKFC. And he's like, I'm not sure, but that's what he's telling me. He's going to fight him. So I just love the
nose,
manic
forehead
energy.
to forehead.
But it's never going to happen. He's still under UFC contract.
No, but that's what's so great. We got the Perry moment. It's never going to happen either. That's what makes it so
he said
great.
something like, he was like, what man's going to stop me from getting in the brawl? And like,
by the way,
people were just posting the pictures of Dana White. It's just like, yeah,
yes.
Not
by the way,
happen.
even if he never fights him, Jeremy Stephens is elevated by the fact that his boss, his boss, is somebody who he has a rivalry with, who did that moment at the press conference with him. It only continues to elevate it. It's perfect.
How about the redemption arc for Stephens, man?
Yeah.
Goes from who the fuck is this guy to doing a face-off at BKFC with him.
Yeah.
100%. And now undefeated in BKFC and now seems to be like one of their faces, one of their stars. And that's the thing. You look at guys like Jeremy who went the PFL route and like, what happened? You look at a guy like Mike Perry who chose to go this route as opposed to other routes. Ben Rothwell chose to go, and look at how they're able to prop them up and make them into stars. And part of it is because it's just so brutal. My question is, and we will not know the answer right now, but like, what is the ceiling? Is it too brutal to truly be as big as MMA? I'm not saying the UFC, but like, can we live in a world where it's bare knuckle MMA, boxing, kickboxing in Europe, pro wrestling, this and that? Or will it always be like here just due to the sheer brutality involved in the sport? I don't know. You guys witnessed it. You guys saw it.
Man, like it does feel like it will always have a cap on it just because of how, like, because there's MMA and some people are squeamish about that and turned off because of the violence. And then it's like, this is taken to a new level. The knockouts are so vicious, the cuts, the bleeding and everything. And then just like, even when you're in the arena, like it does just feel more brutal and like more savage, the way they even talk about it and everything. I don't know if it can ever get to like pure explosion, but man, these KnuckleMania cards, like they have me wanting to go back next year. Like for their like Super Bowl,
yeah.
I just feel like if people go to the events and the more they watch it and the more stars that they can create, like with the heavyweight champ now, Rothwell, like he could have something there as champion. You know, maybe they do a Stevens versus Mike Perry super fight, something like that. I think it can continue to grow, but I think it will always have a bit of a cap on it just because of the brutal nature of it.
17,762, which is a record for that arena. No combat sports event held in an arena in Philadelphia has drawn more people. $2.3 million gate, which is phenomenal for a sport and an organization that felt like, you know, they would just hold events in Montana and Wyoming and Idaho not that long ago because they couldn't get sanctioned in the major markets, let alone the Pennsylvanias of the world. And Dave Feldman himself has said, you know, he wants Nevada, he wants New York. It looks like they're making headway in California. They're a force, and this is why I say, like, if I could invest in one non-UFC promotion right now, given their trajectory, it's BKFC, more so than anyone else out there. Maybe even more so than any major boxing promotion as well, just because it seems like they have something that is so different and so unique. And in this sort of like TikTok, ADD, violence, give it to me quick and fast society that we live in, they're perfect. The fights are literally 50, 60 seconds long. And they end in the most vicious way possible.
I've been to Bellator, to PFL, to LFA, to UFC, to boxing events, and now BKFC. And I haven't been to a UFC pay-per-view, so that counts it out. But I think this might have been the most entertaining product that I've seen in person in combat sports.
I think it's going to take some time. I think they've got, to the point you've made, I agree with everything you said. I think they've got a great product, and that point of differentiation is a key for them. They are not trying to be UFC light. They are not trying to be the quote-unquote like number 2 in MMA. They are trying to do something completely different. One of their gifts is one of their curses, though. And their gift is you don't have to care about the stories and this and that. When you watch a BKFC event, you know that 2 guys or girls are getting in there and they're going to scrap and they're going to try and knock each other out. What you lose in that regard, and potentially lose in like not throwing to video packages and things like that, is you don't build long-term stories, right? It's all short-term. It's show up to a BKFC event and you will have a great time. So you're selling the brand more so than you're selling the individual athletes, which is what the UFC does to an extent, but then they also are kind of doing that long-term storytelling. I think once they can kind of blend those things, it will be a perfect mix because they have it. What they were facing early on is like, it felt like it was kind of like an MMA cast-off location. It does not feel like that. It feels like now you look at like somebody like Jeremy Stevens who can be the best at bare knuckle, or Mike Perry who could be the best at bare knuckle, and it does not have to necessarily be an MMA adjacent thing. It can be its own kind of thing. So I think they're in the right direction 100%.
The key for them now, build stars, don't just get people on the back end of their career. But here's what they have going for them. I know there are other bare knuckle promotions. I know there's BYB and whatnot, but they could really have their own stranglehold on this sport, as opposed to, you know, Matchroom's doing great things, but they have to compete with Queensberry and Boxer and Top Rank and Golden Boy and PBC and on it goes. These guys, like, you want to come to bare knuckle, you come to us. And that's the formula that helped the UFC for so many years. They were the one place where if you wanted to be an MMA star, especially North America, you came to them. And so the whole thing is built around, you come here, you fight for us exclusively. Yeah, we'll give you opportunities like we did Mike Perry fight Jake Paul. I know David said that he didn't love that. He thought that it maybe hurt his stock a little bit, but for the most part, they are the place to be. And I think a lot of fighters, like I could see a Dan Hooker watching that and being like, where the fuck do I sign up for this? You know?
I was just going to say, with them growing over time, with them getting bigger and creating bigger stars and getting more, people viewing it more as a legitimate organization and growing in fans, imagine down the line, Dan Hooker ends it with the UFC and he comes and fights BKFC, or like a guy like a Dustin Poirier, or what if a few years down the line, Conor McGregor actually does end up fighting BKFC after his UFC contract. Like, it feels like the more they grow, the more opportunities they will have to land those big names and just continue to grow as well.
You just hope that it's more 20-somethings as opposed to late 30-somethings in the organization, because it's so brutal and because you don't want to be a place where careers go to die.
You need to do both. You need to build, just like an MMA promotion, you need to build your own stars, and you need to capitalize on the stars of today and maybe even yesteryear to a certain degree, and kind of build those things up in parallel.
And look, let's be honest. There's not a lot of competition in MMA right now. There's PFL out there, and obviously UFC is just such a behemoth. There, I think, is an appetite for something a little bit different, and this was perfect for them. There was no UFC this weekend. There was no other major MMA going on Saturday. PFL was earlier in the day. Who knows what the numbers are in terms of viewership. In between the two, we don't really know how PFL does on Max, and I think that might have been their last one on Max. Because I think they'll be moving over to Prime Video, at least some of those Champion Series events. The other ones are on ESPN+. But there's something very interesting there, and I'm really excited to see. I'll be honest, I was one of those who thought it was too brutal, who thought it was too hardcore, who thought it would never, it would just be sort of this like carnival, rugged, underground, just very early MMA, hard to watch. Don't really want to tell people. I was telling my kids about it on Saturday. They're like, "What? Bare knuckle? That's insane." But they have found a formula.
One of the best things that happened to them was Power Slap coming out, to be honest.
You think so?
Now they look like not the ones in town who are just rolling out like the violence machine. Power Slap's not even a sport. You're just standing there taking shots at each other's head. Bare knuckle, yes, the knuckles are bare, but there is defensive technique, right? You are trying to dodge punches and you're trying to land offense. I think that helped them, honestly, because they no longer seem like this like crazy outlandish. Now they're starting to get licensed in different territories and commissions and states. So I feel like they're closer to mainstream than they ever were.
The one thing I wish they would do, and far be it for me to tell them how to run their business, they have so many events, and a lot of them are like the lower ones, and then the European ones, and then they have like a European title. Don't go down the path of boxing. Keep it neat, and I wish it was like 8 shows, and it's just the best shows possible. Because honestly, I'll see stuff, I'll be like, oh, there was BKFC last night, it's BKFC in Newcastle, and then it's BKFC at Mohegan Sun, and it's BKFC in Hollywood, Florida, and then it's BKFC in Bulgaria. Like, I don't really know what the distinction is between all of these shows. If they could keep it nice, tight, neat, and easy to follow with the weight classes and the belts, I think that they will find that a lot more people will follow them. It's good to have the DAZN deal. That's huge. They didn't have that before. So let's see where they go from here. So it's a big, yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say one counter to that, not pushing back necessarily, but counter to that is it's such a good local product. It's such a good in-arena experience. I imagine they sell good tickets in these places because you show up and it's a great show. As I said, you sell the brand, right? BKFC is in town. You know you're going to get a good show like we did in Philly. They can't all be these big arena shows. I think Philly was a special one. But I do think they probably have some good road life out of doing these little shows. And maybe you get talent from the area that you could kind of scout. So outside of the TV product element of it, maybe there is a service to that,
Yeah, you do get the local fans into it. Like they can come and watch and be like, oh wow, this is a super legitimate product. Like it's fun to go to. I think they're at Mohegan Sun this weekend. If you guys want to go, I mean, I'm down.
But to Ariel's point, I had no clue. They're at Mohegan Sun.
Parker Porter's
I didn't even
fighting,
know.
I think. Yeah, I think Parker Porter's on the card this weekend.
I want to know, because I think they have surpassed any expectation with that event. In terms of Wells Fargo, massive arena, 17,000 people. It felt like a lot of people were watching if you were just online, more than usual, right? To Ariel's point, how many of you you've been there, you love the experience. are you tuning in this weekend to watch Let Me Bang Bro in his huge main event, which they advertised throughout?
Julian Lane. No,
but genuine question, like because would it be the end of the world if KnuckleMania was a WrestleMania where people like me who don't have a clue what's going on in wrestling, they'll throw on WrestleMania for the pageantry and the ceremony of it all, the darts at Christmas, right? Nobody watches for the whole year. Come in at Christmas. Would that be the end of the world if KnuckleMania turned into their banner event where everyone goes, oh, let's stick it on? I think that would still have blown our expectations out of the water when we were first introduced to this.
You'd like maybe at least 4 major ones to start. Obviously, you want every single major one to be a major one, but I don't think that they want once a year. Also, KnuckleMania, the last 4 were around April. This one's in January, so you want some consistency there as well, unless they're doing more than one a year. But regardless, it's almost like you have to throw all that out the window, and a big one comes about. Like, you would think the next Mike Perry one against whomever he fights is going to be a big one, and they just have to do a good job of capturing the same type of attention that they captured going into this one. You need the right personalities, the right venue, the right market, the right card, and let's see. And the UFC is so consistently on. If you can find those weekends where your big event is happening when they're not on, like imagine this card happened last weekend when 311 was happening, or even this weekend when Izzy is fighting. I know that's a day card here in the United States, but still it's going to dominate a lot of our attention. It doesn't maybe get the same type of reaction. Maybe we're not speaking about it as much on this Monday.
Yeah, so I think the scheduling is huge because a lot of these fans come from being UFC fans and they just want to see it maybe taken to another level. One last thing I will say about Philly and KnuckleMania, incredible event. The only fumble, we didn't get the Sean Brady face-off.
Oh, yeah.
We had to get an artist rendition of it. From
damn.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
can't believe he's scared, Jason.
Manager Rick said he'd handle it. He told me Brady was ducking.
Binding.
Brady was scared. I don't know what happened.
What happened? What happened?
I don't know, man. I kept asking Rick. I was like, Rick, bring the contract.
Listen.
You have to set this up. I can't DM my opponent and ask him to meet up.
The greatest call out, GC. You superseded moment of the year with that call out, Brady.
False. When the sands of time settle, everyone will know the tuxedo is above that.
Did he try to meet up? Did he try?
Listen, I can't speak with him. He's my opponent.
He was busy. He had his guy who was corner. Look, maybe it wasn't meant to be then, but it will happen.
Yeah.
Rick was
scared.
Concerned about finding.
Scared.
I think Rick.
I'll say whatever.
Rick found the 12-pack at Yingling. Don't worry about that.
Like
then he said Brady's scared.
We're for comparing.
Said Brady's scared. I didn't say that. I know he's not.
No, it's clear.
Well, leave it to Frank to throw somebody under the bus. It's never happened before. Not with Frank.
It's a new one.
Rick said he was scared.
All right. I do want to move along, and we'll be talking to Ben Rothwell in 13 minutes, but we do have to talk about the GFL draft.
Yes.
That inspired on Friday night. So we were locked in 8 p.m. Eastern on Friday. It took some time to find it, but we did, thanks to the DAZN Sport YouTube channel. I think it was Pizzi who found it for us. And
I love that all of us were looking for it, though. I love that all of us were like, we cannot wait for the GFL.
I was locked in from second one.
So all of a sudden, I tweet about it, and all of a sudden people are sending me screen grabs of the whole draft. And this is, 7:58. It hasn't even started yet. And then apparently we find out that some way, somehow, the whole thing was, broadcast. It slipped through on the YouTube channel before they went to the slate, before they went to the quote-unquote live broadcast. And it all ended up being accurate. They did switch around the order, but it did suggest that all of this was predetermined and that there was no real draft involved. Like, they already decided who was going to go where, which is fine. You just kind of wish, and I felt for them. I'll be honest, I felt for them that all of this was revealed beforehand, taking away any sort of, drama or intrigue, if you consider there to be any sort of drama or intrigue beforehand. And so in the end, a lot of people had fun with it all. And in the end, I maintained that this doesn't work and that the fight game isn't built.
Hang on a second, mate. Look at this video. This won't work. What are you talking about?
I wasn't expecting this to play. But
imagine how much this costs.
Oh, because you come next.
Yeah.
Something.
Protect your neck.
Yes.
You know the lyrics better than me, Pete.
This was it.
What was it? Protect your neck.
Protect your neck.
Then he said he's going to make a mess on someone's chest or something, and that's when I got confused.
That's what I thought it was, too, because you're going to be made a mess or something.
On your chest. I was like, what?
Look, they had this amazing intro with a lot of familiar faces. Yoel
Incredible
Romero,
that they got all
Chad
these guys on
Mendes.
this spaceship
I know.
to film it.
All fours are like this.
Chris
one.
Weidman, Luke Rockhold, and they played it over.
Did they show the Bulldog Gegard yet? Why was there?
There's
Why was there a
JDS,
Bulldog?
Yeah.
Paige Van Zandt.
Hey, imagine the amount of money they spent on all
Tyron
this,
Woodley
this
again.
wardrobe.
Listen, it's a lot of well-known fighters. Now, a lot of them who are a little bit older, but it is an impressive roster. Oh, here it is.
Bulldog.
Yeah.
What's the Bulldog?
Oh,
is that Gegard Masasi? I did not know who that
How'd
was.
you not recognize him?
There's Rashad.
I don't know, man.
No,
Easy again.
And there's your team, Dubai, number 1 pick overall, Tyron Woodley. I just don't know how any of it is sustainable. And then you have the stories come out where one guy was slated to fight on the PFL event and a part of the draft. And then, of course, Rashad Evans saying he was put in there against his will or something. That's why it says TBA.
Yeah, that one, John, big pickup by LA.
You had the drama surrounding the Dylan Dennis situation where he kept falling and falling and falling. I mean, even in a rigged draft, guys, Dylan.
There's your team. There's Team New York.
There we
GC.
go.
Dylan couldn't escape embarrassment, even in a rigged draft.
We got a Gracie and a Dennis in our welterweight
You
division.
fucking boys are the team to avoid.
Yeah,
in the
man.
GFL. Everyone's talking
Killer
about
B
it.
in the atomweight.
Yeah,
Not bad.
New York
Holly
again.
Holm.
New York's so good. We have to see it twice.
Yeah,
Mike Goldberg
Joshua.
involved, Robin Black, Brendan Schaub, Caroline Pierce. Honestly, guys, serious conversation. What did you think of the GFL draft? Did this make you any more interested?
I thought it was pre-taped until they're just like, oh, we've got some tweets from Ariel Helwani. And I was like,
I was excited to finally make an MMA broadcast. That was big.
It was very exciting. Very exciting.
Can I start with the positives?
Please.
Yeah, rip them.
That should
Number
be quick.
Pizzi.
Is that
Number
it?
one?
Oh.
No. Pizzi had a comment. Number one, we will forget about this relatively soon, right? Like the draft happened, the teams are set. There will be hopefully a move toward an event, and this will kind of like fade away. This will be one of those like, remember when? Number two, I kind of thought Brendan Schaub did a good job. Like out
Best
of
on the
everybody,
panel.
I was like, damn, Schaub's actually like carrying here, and shout out to him. I thought he was quite good in that spot. The rest, I don't know if we needed to go to the desk. I don't know if we needed that kind of like in-depth analysis. I did like the interviews. The things to avoid would be leaking the draft results and
you don't say.
And the AI.
Pretty major.
Those
issue
two
there,
things
right?
are probably where
I still don't understand, and there was a lot of confusion. Okay, what happens if you don't get drafted, right? Because they said that they had signed like 400 or so fighters, and I asked Darren Owen, who, by the way, will join us tomorrow, credit to him, to talk about how the draft went. So I'm looking forward to speaking to him. He is the commissioner and founder of the GFL. I asked him what happens to the fighters who weren't drafted, and he said any fighters that are not selected remain free agents, both sides. The fighters in the GFL can terminate their contracts before February 1st, so any fighters that were drafted can even change their minds if they do not want to follow through after seeing their team's rosters. Perhaps that's what's happening with Rashad Evans. So that's that answer. The other thing is, like, okay, so now you're on this team. I still don't really know how these fights and fight cards are going to be constructed. Do you know what I mean? Like, what does it even mean? Is it going to be Dubai versus Los Angeles? I don't know.
And is it just atomweight versus atomweight, welterweight?
It's also very confusing to me, and it runs counter to what I think fight sports should be.
And where are they going to take place? And when are they going to take place? Like, we don't have an active schedule or anything like that for it, so it's sort of.
I
just
feel like I
wait
can
and
clear
see.
some of this up for you guys. I don't know.
Oh, clear it up, please.
Host cities, right? They'll fight in those cities.
All right, so we're getting a show at
London,
MSG.
New York, Dubai.
Live show.
Who will fight each other they have the weight classes laid out, and they have 2 people per the weight classes on each roster. They will square off, and then there will be I assume some kind of final showdown after that. And whoever the team that has the most.
Did this make you
wins.
more interested in the product?
I'll
Less
100% watch it.
Yeah,
Oh,
the amount of
100%.
names
More,
that are
no,
there,
like not less.
Like if I just want to see the first GFL event, and then I can really go from there.
And obviously the positive was the song. They played it 18 times
Loved
in an
it.
hour. And
They played
was
it 18
great.
times, and then I played it another 1,800 the rest of the weekend. I already got
We were
I
every
got it
time,
downloaded
the
in my
group
iPod
chat.
Shuffle.
Somebody drove
group
by
chat
in
was lit
Philly
up
and they were
every time.
bumping it, and we were like, "Holy
Stop.
shit, are they?"
Yeah,
I don't believe it.
Okay, next.
Did that really?
Because you come next.
Who made it to the end? Who made it to the end?
I think
tapped
I
it, I
think
have
once
to. I
got pretty
the
close.
fourth time the song hit, right after the second Ray Longo interview, I was like, it's time for me to tap out. I'll see the results later.
Once they stopped doing the actual draft part and we're on to like, okay, now we're just going to show you who's on the teams, then that's when I checked out.
And not for nothing, can Joe Rogan just send Goldie a text? Do you know what I mean? Can you just send him a message? Just give him something. One of the lads from back in the day, just give him a text.
He shared a nice moment with some people there.
Yeah. He had several nice moments from his time with the UFC. I felt every time they went to him, he had a story about his time with the UFC.
Were we surprised by Woodley 1-1?
No, because it was predetermined.
Yeah, actually, no. The Woodley slot was open. If you saw on the pick, no, I'm not surprised. I mean,
he's the chosen one. He's just it's built in.
Oh, that's a good point.
I think all of this was predetermined. Woodley gets the distinction. Maybe he was one of the guys who signed up early. I don't know how they determined that.
Well, Weidman got the short shrift because he's watching somebody go ahead of him with his coach, his own coach. Pick Kevin Lee ahead of him. But who, by the way, Kevin Lee, Ale Quinta, like that was the whole thing. Like,
oh yeah, you got that straight. Jeez,
Ray Longo was just like, I'll take Kevin Lee and Chris, you could be second. I've started some drama over here.
Ray Longo was on the thing. I love him wearing the GFL hat, but I think he was wearing a UFC shirt.
He was wearing the Venom UFC Championship hoodie.
Oh my god!
Oh, good.
I want there to be so many options for fighters. I want them to make as much money as possible. I hope they're all making 7 figures. I've talked to a lot of managers. I'm like, how long do you think this will last? And they said, please just get us to 1 because the 1 is so much better than anything else out there. That's the kind of money that they're spending. And then the other side of me is like, well, if you're spending that kind of money on fighters who are a little bit past their prime, this isn't a good thing. It does not bode well for the future.
Options, right? Like you're talking about options, they've got to be sustainable and viable options.
Yes, that will be sticking around, that aren't going to overspend for 1 or 2 events. We've seen this with Affliction. We saw it with Elite XC. We've seen promotions come and go. And I wish if they had this money, if they had this backing, if they had this type of investment, and you got these fighters, like just make the best fights possible. Because to be honest, there's a lot of names there that I think people would be interested in watching 1 or 2 more times. But if it's
Tony Ferguson,
of course, but they'd have to be able to make the fights. They'd have to be able to manufacture the card, and we'd be like, oh shit, that's going to be great. They actually have the hardest part for most promotions is getting the roster. They have the roster, but they're putting them through some weird labyrinthine tournament schedule, which might obscure them from actually making the fights people want to see. Ariel's completely right. If they could just make cards for the rest of the year with this roster, I think they'd have a lot more chance of being successful. There would have been no need for this draft situation, which has come under a lot of ridicule, rightfully so, based on the draft that didn't even happen. So if they hadn't have gone this way, they would have avoided their face being red from the jump.
But can't they? I mean, in theory, they can make these fights. They're not limited in any way. It's not a traditional tournament structure. It's just teams, and the weight class is the weight class. So they will make these fights. They're not prohibited, right? Tony Ferguson is a lightweight for one team. Kevin Lee is going to be a lightweight for. They'll just make them fight. It's not prevented.
I'm with you.
But the cards will be constructed as New York versus LA, as opposed to just putting on the best cards possible.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you could mix and match. What I mean? I get that, but ostensibly, like, not every one of those is going to be one we want to see. So you pick the Glory weight class, and you go, okay, the Glory is not the promotion Glory. Glory as in the one you're trying to spotlight, and you just Tony versus Kevin, top of the card.
I just need to see an event. That's where I can really give my...
We need to see Kevin v. Tony.
Listen, we need to see the production. We need to see how it looks. We need to see also where's it going to air.
That's what I was just
If you don't have a broadcast deal, you're kind of, you're a little bit behind the 8 ball. You need that money. You need that production money. And so you will run out of money very quickly. You can't just put it on pay-per-view, on traditional pay-per-view anymore because people will just stream it. There has to be some sort of deal where people are going to watch this and you're going to get paid as a result. So I don't know. I do wish them well, and I really genuinely, we do this every day. We put on a show, and there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and there's discussions, and there's graphics, and this and that. And imagine working so hard on this thing, and this is your big unveiling, right? This is your big unveiling to the world, and the whole thing gets leaked before you start. Like, imagine the pit in the stomach of Darren Owen and the people working back there. I really did feel for them. Don't wish that upon anyone. It's a shitty moment. And then everyone's just kind of having a laugh on social media. I don't know if the reaction would have been the same had it not leaked beforehand. You know what I mean? Like I think a lot of people would have been very, all right,
100%.
let's kind of see, okay, all right, okay, there's a name there. But then when it just was kind of playing out as the script suggested, the whole thing felt a little bit off. So let's see. We'll talk to Darren about it tomorrow. David Feldman's going to join us tomorrow as well to recap an amazing night for the promotion. Chris Weidman too. But we're just getting started here on this non-victory Monday on this program. We've got Alex Pereira joining us at 4:00 in studio. Still to come, Jeremy Stevens, who won in the main event of the BKFC KnuckleMania 5. Amazing event that transpired Saturday night in Philadelphia. Dan Hooker in about 30 minutes. But first, let us go to the man who in the co-main event on Saturday at the Wells Fargo Center won the BKFC heavyweight title. Dare I say, first major title of his illustrious career, and he has been a perfect fit for BKFC. Undefeated. He goes out there and knocks out the defending champion, Mick Terrell. Great entrance, great fight, great post-fight interview. He's one of our favorites. He's the big man himself, Big Ben Rothwell, who's kind enough to join us. Yeah, with the belt. Kenosha's own, the pride of Wisconsin. Hello, Ben. Congratulations.
Very much appreciated. Thank you.
What does it feel like? Is that fair to say? First major title for you in your career?
I think that's fair. I won some smaller stuff prior to the UFC, but I was always after that UFC title, and I was on that 4-fight win streak, and I blew it. I took that bad fight that Ben, do you really want to take that fight? And I was like, yeah, man, I got it. And my career took a major hit after that, because then I had a series of other things that happened after that loss that put me in a pretty bad spot. I wasn't even sure if I was going to keep fighting again.
Wow.
First round management pulled me out of a hole, said this guy still got fight left in him. Got 8 more fights in the UFC after that, but there was a day you brought me on your show. I came on. I said, hey, I'm going to ask the UFC for my release. And they're like, why would you do that? I'm like, I'm going to go to the BKFC.
Wow. You saw it. You felt it. What was it about? Because this was in a much more, kind of hardcore. They're not selling out, Philly arenas back then. What did you see in them that made you interested?
For me, it was the sport. I mean, I got, a contract that was going to compensate me and allow me to keep fighting. I liked the flat rate, so that was very appealing. But I was also told I wasn't going to have to worry about weight classes at the time. So I was like, oh, this is awesome. I can just fight the way I am. This is going to be great. And that didn't end up sticking. But, I really enjoyed the idea of using bare knuckles. It was a known thing that I don't wrap my hands, my cornermen and coaches always, for years, were kind of always astounded by that. So for me, I'm like, this is a natural fit. I bet I'm going to be pretty good at this. And yeah, the very first event, I got sent to Louisiana in front of about 2,000 people, and I got a viral knockout. That was cool. And I really wasn't sure where this was going to go. I didn't know. And then I just got blown away by each year now that's gone by, watching David Feldman and the BKFC continue to absolutely blow this sport up to a level I couldn't believe. And then last night I got to fight in front of 17,700 fans. So it's a pretty incredible road that we're on right now.
By the way, you were just talking about the weight classes and smiling. Was this weight cut a tough one for you?
Honestly, it was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
Wow.
And
how much did you weigh at the beginning of the week?
306.
And how much did you have to weigh on Friday?
275 on the dot. So it was a 31-pound weight cut.
And so what happened? Why were you so heavy?
I'm just around 300 pounds a lot. That's just kind of where I'm at now. I have two, not to make excuses, but, I have 2 very young children, and to keep my family together, I have to help. So that is its own stress outside of, I wasn't like when I went to Denver, I got to leave for a whole month and just focus on myself. That was great when you got to do that. That just wasn't in the cards. I couldn't leave my wife. The children are too hard to deal with right now. And I had to make that work because she's dealing with her own stress of, we just opened our brand new facility up right here. This has been ongoing for a year, but it just so happens in the month of December, it has to be done. My current gym, I was getting kicked out January 1st. So this gym has to get open or we're going to lose our gym. We're going to lose our business and everything. So I'm scrambling every day, trying to make sure the painting is getting done and doing all the stuff with the general contractor, trying to make sure people get in here and get this place open. Because the major thing that general contractor couldn't help me is I had to move my old gym to this gym in 2 days. I had a 2-day window to move everything, get everything set up in 2 days. And while I'm training for a BKFC title fight. And I pulled it off. I did it. We got the gym open December 26th. I kept my family together, and I won a BKFC title.
Wow.
So, with all that going on, I tried my best to diet and do well. And I thought I was on track. Like I was in California, and then 2 weeks out, I'm heavy. But I'm just like, hey, I got to get this done. And then a week out, I'm 306, and I'm a little like, this is going to be tough, but I think I can do it. But my friend had George Lockhart's phone number. And I'm like, I'm just going to reach out to him. Let's just see what he says. And I did, and he responded. He's in Ireland right now. And he's like, Ben, I've been watching you for years, man. I'm going to help you out. And did he ever? That guy is a genius. He's incredible. And he's very much a part of me winning this title because he got 31 pounds off of me and made the weight on Friday.
George Lockhart is arguably the best in the business. He's working with Joseph Parker right now before his massive
He's
fight.
the man.
And
no argument there.
And I love the guy, and he's worked with some of the biggest names. But usually when he's working with you, he's there by your side. And so how did this happen? How did you figure this out? And how were you able to trust the process? And are you freaking out? Because if you don't make weight, maybe the fight doesn't happen, right?
I have known about him for years, and my guy had went to one of his seminars. So just the little bit of knowledge that he learned at that seminar, he's been helping my guys for the last 4 or 5 years. So I already trusted George. I knew I trusted his process. He stepped in over the phone, and he gave us detailed instructions that my guy didn't know that, nobody knew. Like George taught us so much the week of the fight. Like these are trade secrets. As far as I'm concerned, George was very open to me. He gave me everything. But the way he got the weight off, the way he got the emergency weight off, and the way he recovered me are top tier. I can't say I've worked with anyone at his level. He's incredible.
How tough was Thursday night? You said it was the hardest thing you've ever done. How dark did it get?
Because it went into Friday at 3 a.m. And George had us on a Hail Mary. This is how you're going to get the last 4 pounds off. It's a 10-minute story that we don't have time to, but when I went to the mental struggle that I went through was the hardest thing I went through in my life. And when I got on the scale and it said 275.0 that night, I knew I won the fight.
Wow. Did you any thought to pull out? Any thought that you weren't going to make it?
That was unacceptable. Absolutely not. I was gonna get it done. It wasn't about making the weight. It was how I was going to recover. I was getting on that scale.
Right.
It was just George is brilliant, and the way he recovered me, you seen how fast I was moving around. It was pretty awesome.
You looked fantastic. Just curious, you don't have to get into specifics, but I think it's important to note, given, you're 43, you've been fighting since back in the IFL days, for goodness sakes. The money that you're making now, is it comparable to what you were making in the UFC?
I'm doing very well.
Okay, so you're happy. This isn't like, oh, you're just kind of hanging around. This is good. You're able to provide for your family with this money.
Yeah, I've tried to be smart enough. We've had the gym. This is going to be 14 years. And this is a commercial building that I purchased. So now we are on our own. The gym is, Kenosha's providing for me with memberships, and we're taking care of ourselves, and we're giving back to the community. But these fights are definitely to set up my family for the future and myself. And I'm being very well compensated. It makes it worth fighting, for sure.
In the back of your mind, did you think to yourself, I need to finish this quickly because I don't know how depleted my body is if this fight goes into the championship rounds? And I know the fights are shorter. It might... No, you're saying no. You weren't thinking. No, you felt 100%.
Friday morning, we do a shakeout, and it's about 30 minutes long. It's about the length of the full fight. And before I'd even finished it, but when I finished it, my cornermen and my training partners go, my God, we've never seen you like this ever. So I knew it was a good, I was in.
Yeah, I loved your post-fight interview, and I loved how happy you were and how grateful you were. And you did say, I think, that it was the most insane crowd that you've ever fought. in front of, and you fought on some big stages before, major UFC shows. What was different about this one?
They were into it. It's cool. You get a knockout. I've heard the crowd roar before, but I heard that crowd in the back room all night. I mean, they were into it, and I dropped them, and bam, right there, you can just hear the crowd just going nuts. And it was just great energy. It's a great fight city energy. You know what I mean? Like they loved it. They were into it. And then when in my post-fight interview, I told them that they were a part of it, and they blew up again. So that's actually what made me happy. That was cool that they got into it. They were behind it, and I felt like they were with me.
Can you even describe what that feels like to drop a man with your bare knuckle, with a bare knuckle punch, a right like that, a big boy like that, the champion? Like, what does that moment feel like when you connect, especially that quickly in the fight?
It's kind of a combination where in the moment, my brain's like, yep, like that's what you're supposed to do. That's what I've known I'm capable of. You know what I mean? And I'm only upset when I don't show the world how precise and how powerful I am. And that was just me showing you, like, that's why I say I'm one of the best in the world. But after I'm in the back room, the surrealness comes in, like, oh, goddamn, did I really do that? Like, it was so smooth. I didn't get touched. I don't even feel my hand right now. And then there's that part that comes into it too, where you're just like grateful for everything. I'm grateful for every little thing that's in my life right now, and I just try to take it all in.
We were discussing before you came on they're on a roll right now. It's amazing to see. I have said that if I can invest in one non-UFC promotion out there, it's BKFC, because of their trajectory, because of the momentum that they have, the buzz, the product, the knockouts, all that stuff and more. Like I said, you've been around, you've seen them all, you've fought for them all. What do you think the ceiling is? Can they? I don't think it would be crazy to suggest they're going to catch the UFC. The UFC has a 30-year head start. They are a behemoth. They're Kleenex. But in terms of how much more popular the sport can get, how much more popular BKFC and successful they can get, what do you think the ceiling is?
See, we see combat sports, so, it's always like about the UFC, though. Like, the UFC is MMA. Like, that's their branch. So I felt like Bellator won, PFL, like, that was the competition for that. We're not MMA. You know what I mean? Boxing is big gloves, and, like, boxing's this thing. So then, like, it's its own thing. And it's like we kind of get put in, like, we're always compared to the UFC. I just think that alone is like an accomplishment that, hey, we're even getting compared to it. We're on the same table and like that. But obviously the UFC is a monster in the combat sports realm. Boxing's been around even longer, and it still has its pull. It ain't going anywhere. BKFC, I think, is new. It's something new, and it can rise up to the highest ceilings. And that's the thing, is it's being watched worldwide. So I feel like just the fact that it's doing it worldwide, I feel like there is no ceiling right now. We just keep perpetuating this thing and follow suit right behind. People get bored with a couple boring matches of the UFC, they'll tune into us because you're going to get, I don't know how many knockouts was there Saturday night? A lot.
Yeah.
So people understand us easier. A lot of times people are getting wiser. They're understanding mixed martial arts, but they don't understand two guys, what's going on the ground a lot. They understand two guys throwing punches, hitting each other in the face. Everybody understands that. That's what 17,000 people said. And to kind of show where we're at, I think last Saturday was really showed where we're at. I don't know if the PFL and the Bellator and one in the United States have sold anywhere to 17,000 people ever. That's UFC type stuff. Mm-hmm. And we did it. And they had the crowd on their feet on top of it. We made a lot of fans Saturday night. So I don't want to be compared to them, but I think we're right up there with them. Like, we're on our own trajectory. We're doing our own thing. And we're bringing eyeballs to combat sports in general.
I love it. I also really enjoyed the press conference on Thursday, because it did feel like an old school UFC press conference with the fans. What is it like being up there as they're coming up one by one, primarily to roast Jeremy Stephens, and you guys are just sitting there watching it all? Do you enjoy this? Are you uncomfortable? What's it like?
Honest to God, I was sitting there going, I have 5 hours to make this weight. I have to go to this weight cut. The place is like 20 minutes away. I got to get there. I have exactly to the dot this amount of time to do things. And the press conference was supposed to start at 3:00. All right, everything's down to the minute. Oh, it's now getting pushed to 4:00. Conor McGregor is sleeping. They don't want to wake him up. So now we're going to start the press conference at 4 o'clock. But Ben, this should only take 30 minutes. So be out of here at 4:30. And I'm watching that line of people get longer and longer to ask questions. And I'm just like freaking out. I'm like, oh my God, like everything's going to shit here. And then it's like 5 o'clock, and then Conor finally comes on the stage and says all this stuff. Like, that's all I'm thinking about is, I got to get out of here.
You can't even enjoy it, right? You're too stressed out.
Couldn't even enjoy it.
Any conversations with Conor in the back?
He's just, he's being Conor. He's awesome, full of energy, wishing me the best and go out and fucking kick ass and put on a show. And then after the fight, he was very congratulatory to me and super excited, and it was pretty cool.
I think a lot of people are surprised how into it he is, like how involved he is and how genuinely excited he seems to be involved. Are you surprised by how, sometimes you hear about a celebrity investor, it's like, all right, you'll never see them again. But like, he's there front and center.
Yeah, he's a fighter. I mean, he loves fighting, and the idea of bare knuckle. I mean, he's from Ireland. I think a BKFC event in Ireland, I think he's going to do very well too.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's in his blood. I mean, I think he genuinely enjoys this. He likes watching it, and he relates to it. So I think he's all about it. I think maybe if he's going to get one more fight in before he's done, I wouldn't be surprised if I was doing bare knuckle.
Yeah, no, I could see it. I mean, he's in there. He's going face to face with Jeremy Stephens. He did it last year with Mike Perry, even before he was involved in the promotion. I'm curious to see where you go from here because two names were discussed. You mentioned Francis Ngannou, and also Mark Hunt was discussed. We all remember the UFC 135 fight against Mark Hunt. Do you feel confident that either fight will happen in the near future for you?
It's an interesting deal because I'm right now I'm a free agent.
Oh, wow. Really?
I very much love the BKFC. I love David Feldman, and I would like to continue and even finish my career here. How much time do I got? I don't know, maybe a year or so. It really depends. But Francis Ngannou, Anthony Joshua, guys that beat them guys, any of those, like to put gloves on and prove how good at boxing I am would very much kind of be like a bucket list. Like I just don't feel like I got to show the boxing world how good of a boxer I really am. Right now, even the BKFC fans, UFC fans, they just say I'm a brawler. They don't understand my precision. They don't understand how capable I truly am. But if I got to fight one of them, I think that would be a huge opportunity for me to show the world how good I really am. Like that's what it means. Before I'm done fighting, I want to bring the most amount of respect to this belt as I can. I mean, beating someone in front of 17,000 people, this belt's getting elevated, but I need some names like that. I need to beat some guys like that. I think that'll really prove to the world just how good I really am. So if I just have to step away for a fight or something to get some of those guys, I think the BKFC would back me. Now back to there, I believe we're going to get something figured out, and I'll defend this belt. And then Mark Hunt is kind of in the realm to do BKFC. So, that's on the table too. That's another name that I think could bring more respect. I don't want to fight nobodies. I want to fight the guys that are going to help us elevate this. So give me the big names, give me some big paychecks. I'll get it done.
So they didn't try to sign you. Usually when you're about to fight for a belt, there's a conversation about an extension so that you're not in a position to leave the promotion with the belt. Did that not happen?
That didn't happen.
That seems like a misstep.
Yeah, even Melky, I think, want to talk to the Saudis, and that was kind of in the table too with BKFC being involved with them as well. Where the money's coming from, stuff like that. I think there's some opportunities for some big fights over there. Mark Hunt, though, they're bringing it to Italy. So I think they would like to have a big event. Me and Mark, I think, would be the kind of event they would have there in that place as well. So I think it's just about finding, places to bankroll this stuff.
But so you can walk away today? Like if someone comes to you with a bit, or is there like an exclusivity period? Is there a negotiation period? All that stuff?
I don't think so.
What? This is crazy, Ben. This is crazy. You just won their belt. How could they put you in a title fight and have a moment like that and not have you locked up beforehand? That just seems like bad business.
Because then if I lost the fight, they get the fuck out of here.
I know, but you don't put someone in a title fight without some sort of contract extension in place. That's like UFC 101. You know, Joe Silva would always try to sign you before the final, like 2 fights left, so that you don't even go into the last one as a free agent. Look, I shower them with praise, but this seems like a business misstep. It almost seems like there was so much going on that they forgot. Because I think a lot of people thought you were going to win. Now your stock is at a a super high level. Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
For what I was told is like, yeah, David Feldman was prepared for me to win, and he wanted to do something good for me for winning the belt. So I think he's prepared to make it good, and let me help him carry the company and continue to beat some of these major guys and elevate the sport, and maybe bring this to Wisconsin. Maybe an event this summer, because Wisconsin's ready to legalize it.
And by the way, I say it's crazy, but it's tremendous for you. This is amazing. You have a massive, bargaining chip on your shoulder there. So this couldn't have worked out better for you.
Hey man, it's good time to be Ben Rothwell.
Yes, I love it. You think Mark Hunt would do bare knuckle?
Oh, Mark's a fighter's fighter, man. That guy, I don't think he cares because of shit about anything. He'll fight.
Do you think Francis would?
Francis fights, but Francis is also a businessman. I think he's made quite a bit of money. I think he's in a position he doesn't have to anything. I think Francis is confident. I don't think a lot of people would give me a chance. So I think Francis has a lot to lose if he fights me. And if he loses, it'll be detrimental to him. Because the stock, he just bounced back at the PFL fight. Gloves do protect us to a point. I know there's an argument about damage and brain concussions and stuff, but the gloves, there's quite a bit of protection. I mean, the bare knuckle is another beast. It's unlike anything I've done before, and I've gotten very in tune with it. I have an advantage over all those guys because it's going to be really hard for them to practice it. My practice has been in the cage doing it. My knuckles had to get adjusted.
Really?
Like I said, I hit him, and I don't feel anything. I don't know that I could have said that. It was my very first fight.
How do you adjust your knuckles?
You use them.
So when you're training, you are training in bare knuckle?
I train a lot of boxing to protect my hands, but I have some with my strength and conditioning, I also have to condition my knuckles, my hands, to take the abuse and to make sure that they can take busting someone right in the teeth, the forehead, things of that nature. I mean, I could see it, it's pretty easy for someone to break their hands in this, I'm sure.
And just curious, like I picture you, punching a tree trunk or something like that. What do you actually do?
Yeah, why not?
Do you do that?
I used to do that as a kid, so I stopped now.
Okay. Is there any sort of unique method that you do to train the knuckles?
I have, without giving away too much, your Ariel.
Okay, sorry.
Trade secrets.
I'm sorry. I'm just fascinated by it.
I did a little video of an orangutan has crazy grip strength. And the Milwaukee Museum had an orangutan grip strength. And a lot of the men were going up, and they would get to like 90, 100, and the orangutans is 180. And I would instantly hit it to 180. So I got high grip strength. So I make really hard fists.
I love it. By the way, can I ask, as an aside, I mentioned IFL. Have you paid attention to any of this GFL stuff?
GFL reminds me a little bit of the IFL, yeah.
A lot, actually. It reminds me a lot of the IFL, and we know how the IFL panned out. Do you think that it's going to suffer the same fate?
There's a lot, but then there's not. So in the IFL, all the guys trained together. They would train in one gym, and they would get the city behind them, and the city would sell merchandise. So now us in the Iowa, and we were the Quad City Silverbacks. Every time they brought a show there, dude, we would sell out that little, it was like 10,000 people. We'd sold it out both times. And you would see in the crowd tons of Silverback stuff. People got behind the team. And the team all trained together in the Quad Cities. So I think there was that. And that's like all the teams were kind of trying to do something like that. I don't know if any team got to it the way we did. But we really, if they could have got more of that going on, I think they had a thing because they were selling lots of merchandise and they were getting the cities behind the team. And I think that concept was the difference. The GFL, they're a team, but they all get to train wherever they train. They just show up to the event. and I don't know that they're going to get the individual cities behind the team like the IFL did.
Do you have any
That's
interest?
my only knock to why they're different. But for the fighters to make more money, another organization throw money around, hey man, I'm happy for them. It's awesome.
Do you have any interest in fighting for them?
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm a prize fighter, so if they want to throw me a prize, I'll make the weight.
But the bottom line is, it seems like if the rest of your career is in bare knuckle, you'll be very happy.
Yeah. I mean, because this is not MMA. This is bare knuckle is something I feel like I've naturally gotten awesome at. Like I think I prove I'm the best in the world at this. So there's that $25 million that tournament going on. I'm confident I'm going to win it.
Are you going to be a part of it if you resign?
I very much hope so. Yeah.
Has this been discussed?
At the press conference after the fight, someone said, David Feldman said I'd make a good fit for the tournament.
Okay. Wow. But you have to get a new contract first.
I guess you're working on it for me.
Well, I'm honestly kind of blown away that they would let this happen, but it's great for you. I'm delighted for you. This is even better than I thought, because if they try to sign you beforehand, okay, maybe your stock is here. Now you just knocked out their champ and your stock is all the way up here. It's tremendous. It's a massive, massive turn of events for you. And I love it. 43 years young. Here you are. You just opened up this new gym. You're right. Life is good. And it also proves like you've made the right moves, and you mentioned first round management, one of the best. Like the career doesn't have to die if you leave the UFC. There's a spot for guys like you.
That is the most awesome part of this, because that didn't exist, say 10 years ago, 5 years ago, even maybe barely 5 years ago. It's a big deal. Like fighters need to have other places to go. And they're making money other places. And I hope the other organizations can keep their stuff going. They're doing a good job. And yeah, it's important. It's important for guys to be able to keep going.
When would you like to fight again?
I said an early summer fight here in Wisconsin would be incredible.
Okay.
Chance to defend the belt if that works out. Or if one of those major boxing fights got made, I could do this summer. That would be great.
And what do you, so 275 on Friday? Like, what's the walking around weight?
No, you should ask me what I fought at.
Oh, what did you fight at?
Yeah, I was 303 the night of the fight.
Wow, that is wild. And what do you think you're at now?
I don't want to know.
Okay, that is crazy. Shout out to George Lockhart. That is amazing. Were you able to even eat anything on Thursday?
I mean, it was rough. Thursday for the day of the weight cut.
Yeah.
It's next to nothing.
Yeah.
I didn't eat till Friday at 1 p.m.
Damn. And you've never felt that before?
Felt this good?
No, meaning like you said it was the hardest thing you've ever done. You've never had a weight cut like that.
Not that
pounds.
high. So in California, I was like 292 and got to 275. And I handled that pretty much on my own with our normal protocol. I got it done. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't bad. The extra 10 pounds was a big no. So pretty much I'm the champ now, and my goal is to get my weight down to at least 285. I mean, I always say that, and then I keep getting older, and I don't know what my problem is, man. I got Mick Terrell's like, he likes food, and I'm like, I do.
Yeah.
I do like food.
Well, delighted for you, Ben. Congratulations. Well done. It's amazing to see what you've been able to do. I think 4-0 now, right? Under the BKFC.
Yeah, 4 finishes.
4 finishes and very quick ones as well. So really, really impressive. And I loved how you owned the moment. Obviously, the walkouts are always fun. The post-fight interview was fun. Everything about it was fun. So enjoy the belt. Enjoy everything that comes with it. And hopefully you get a fat new contract with it as well. It will be well-deserved.
Me too.
Thank you, Ben. All the best. Talk to you soon.
Thank you so much.
There he is, the great Big Ben Rothwell. Been in the game for quite some time, some 25 years. And here he is winning his very first major title. He made his MMA debut in January of 2001. January 6, 2001, Freestyle Combat Challenge 3. He beat Rob Schinkel via first round TKO, 21 seconds. Second fight in April, won in a minute, won later that night in 16 seconds. Danger Zone Auburn. Came back in August, minute 7 seconds. Had a couple of kickboxing fights, the bare knuckle fights. 19-second debut. Corner stoppage in the third round in the second fight against Josh Copeland. Knocked out Todd Duffy in 43 seconds back in LA in April. That was KnuckleMania 4 for those keeping track. And then KnuckleMania 5 on Saturday, 36 seconds. Amazing. Had a long run in the UFC. M1. So I love looking at some of these names on like the real vets. Some of these like they just don't exist. Even these types of resumes don't really exist. Iowa Challenge 2, Extreme Challenge 42, SC8 Fight Night, Freestyle Combat Challenge, US MMA. He won their heavyweight title, by the way, in 2002 against Jonathan Ivey. Damn. Between 2001 and 2002, those 2 years, he fought 16 times in the span of 2 years. Freestyle Combat, Heat FC, Ultimate Throwdown, Euphoria, GFS, King of the Cage, ISCF, GFC. Then there was a long run in the IFL. He is right about the IFL's merch. They did do a great job with the merch. We'll see if GFL does the same. Fought Andrei Arlovsky at Affliction Band. Adrenaline MMA was a fun one in Iowa. And then made his UFC debut at UFC 104 against Cain Velasquez. We all remember that shot of him at UFC 135 with Mark Hunt. Hands on the knees. Remember they were tired? High elevation. Tremendous stuff. All right. In about an hour, Alex Pereira is going to join us in studio. He is headlining UFC 313, March 8th, Las Vegas, T-Mobile. We found out about that last Saturday. We also found out, same card, co-main event, chief support, 5-round lightweight fight between two of the most entertaining, most violent men in the lightweight division, dare I say, in the entire roster, in the entire sport. Justin Gaethje against the Hangman, Dan Hooker. Dan, kind enough to join us on this Tuesday morning in New Zealand. Let us say hello to Dan Hooker. There he is. Hello, Dan. How are you?
How are you, brother? Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Look at you, shirtless. It's summertime over there, right?
Kind of. I've just finished training. That's why I'm.
That too. All right.
That's why I'm. That's why I'm hot. But I'm not going to say it's too hot here in New Zealand.
Yeah, it's like what is it like? Is it like 40 Celsius over there now?
Heck no, mate. Heck no.
What is it?
We get high 20s on a good day.
Oh, okay. Because I was seeing in Australia the numbers were crazy, but I know it's a different country, so different climates. Here it's freezing, so I envy you guys.
No, we're cold blooded here in New Zealand.
Well, congrats on the fight, fun one. When you were told about it, were you into it off the jump?
Yeah, they mentioned the UFC mentioned it like a while ago. The UFC was the ones that wanted to put this fight together, and then both camps agreed quite a long time ago, and we've just been waiting on a date, really. So I knew that was the opponent that we were going to come across, but yeah, just kind of waited on a date to get locked in. So to have it finally locked in, it's we're all roses.
How long were you waiting for?
Oh, it's been like I think like suggested since December, I guess, but
okay.
just haven't had a date to really lock in and focus on. But yeah, I found out about like a week ago, last week, and so it's well, I actually found out about it on Justin Gaethje's YouTube, which was
what? What do you mean?
like Gaethje a few weeks ago, probably like 2-3 weeks ago, was like, I'm fighting Dan Hooker March 8th, and I was like, everyone was sending me the clip of his YouTube, and I was like, oh, that's cool.
Did that annoy you that you found out that way?
Nah, that's what you get. Like he's worked very hard to have his position. You know what I mean? Like, and that's why I'm like on the outside of the top 5, getting my way into. Because at the end of the day, I want what he has. I want the perks that come with everything. I want to see cage side. I want to find out about fights before the other guy. Like that's a position that he's earned the hard way. And so I want what he has, just like the guys beneath me want what I have.
This is still about not getting the tickets for UFC 300, right? That's what this is all about.
It's still there. Yeah, if you know me, brother, you know I hold a grudge to that absolute. Ooh, that one's burning a hole in my back pocket.
Yes, golly. By the way, where did you end up that night?
I just bought one of those stupid long ass drinks of slushy, and then just like I was just walking down the strip drinking the ones that have like you need the shoulder strap.
Yeah. You're just walking.
I was just walking down the strip because I actually tried to go to Buffalo Wild Wings to watch it. I was like, I'll just watch it at Buffalo Wild Wings, and then Buffalo Wild Wings was full, so I couldn't even get a seat at Buffalo Wild Wings, and so I just stared into the sky and said, for me, UFC 300 is not meant to be. I'm just going to enjoy myself in Vegas.
Wow, so you didn't even watch it?
I didn't even watch it, brother.
Is that a humbling experience? You're one of the most popular fighters in the UFC, and you're walking up and down the strip like a mile away from the arena, probably less, drinking a big slushy margarita thing with a strap?
That was fun. It was actually a really, and then because all the UFC, it was actually really cool because then all the UFC fans were watching the UFC. So then I could like walk down the strip with absolutely not a single person recognize me or knowing who I was. It was cool.
That sounds like a dream. But one day, very soon, that will end because you have these big fights coming up. By the way, I'm assuming you've watched the fight since, right? The Gaethje fight since?
Yeah, I watched. I felt like he just slipped on a couple of banana peels. I don't think you can take. I feel like the common conception takeaway from that fight is that like Max Holloway outclassed Justin Gaethje. But for me, watching it back, I feel like he just slipped on a few banana peels. Like obviously the spinning kick hit him. He was doing really well. Spinning kick hit him. Bro, you throw that kick 100 times, it doesn't land like perfectly on your nose and just spread that thing across your face. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. And then obviously you can't breathe, can't see. And then there's a couple eye pokes after that. So now he can't breathe, can't see. And he was like, obviously Max is an absolute killer and just put the pressure on and poured it on him. So I feel like if they were to fight again, that it's not. I don't feel like Holloway's just that much skill for skill better than him. I feel like if they fight 10 times, probably 5-5 each way. But yeah, so I don't feel like there's too much you can take away from that fight.
Okay. I wonder if you subscribe to the theory that knockouts like that, because that was a vicious knockout, does that change a fighter? I know he hasn't fought now. By the time this fight happens, it will be 11 months. But does it change you to the point where you never are the same afterwards, or is that enough time for him to get back to who he once was?
That's just not something that I can even take into account. Like I do with my my younger fighters when they start thinking about their opponent too much and going, oh man, I wonder what, and they're asking like questions about their opponent, like, oh, I saw him having a Coke last week, like maybe he's not preparing properly, like stupid stuff. And I go, look over your opponent and I go, make him raise his left arm. See, you can't. You have no mental control. You've got no Jedi mind power to control your opponent. So why even think about it? Like I can think about myself. I can think about the things that I can control. But my opponent is, besides being a body and a skill set, that's all I am consider. So where he's at mentally is absolutely none of my business. I have to account and expect the best Justin Gaethje that Justin Gaethje at 100%. Justin Gaethje mentally locked in. That's what I'm training for.
correct me if I'm wrong, Justin seems like the type of fighter that you would respect and enjoy watching. I don't want to say it's a bucket list fight for you because he's on your level. You're around the same ranking. But is this a fight that you have been thinking about and wanting for some time?
Yeah, I don't really get caught up too much in opponents. So at the end of the day, it's just a huge test for yourself. But I'm a fan of Justin Gaethje. I watch him. I've met him at UFC Sydney. We were both guest fighters, and so we were like on the bus together as guest fighters. And I had my wife there, my daughter Zoe, and we're talking to each other. He's talking to my wife. Zoe's mucking around with him. He's playing with her, and then we're on stage, and we obviously had 10 different fans go, "You guys fight each other, like we were gonna do it then and there on the stage." But yeah, I just said, brother, I just seen him, playing with my kid and being cordial with my wife. So it's very, this fight is not about talking. I'm expecting no disrespect from Justin Gaethje, and there'll be none heading that way. But inside the cage, absolute killers. I respect them for taking this fight. It's a dangerous fight. I feel like there's a lot of there's tough fights out there, but I feel like there's a lot more low risk fights or potentially less dangerous fights, I guess.
Any particular reason why it's 5 rounds?
I just think the UFC wants to see someone die. I don't see. Yeah, I think they just want to. They want to finish it. They want this fight as well. I feel like for the fans as well, they want to see this. They want to see someone go down. They want to see blood. They want to see round 4 and 5.
And you're happy to oblige.
I'm happy to oblige for money.
Yeah. Okay. So you do get compensated for this, yes? Even though it's not a main event.
Fucking A, brother. If you work overtime at your job.
Yeah. No, I would hope so.
If I was back in the kitchen factory and I stayed an extra couple of hours, I'd expect another couple extra bucks in my back pocket, brother.
Yes, that is common sense. Sometimes it's not common sense, so I'm happy to hear that.
I'm not here for fun. I'm not here because I like you guys. I'm here.
Prize fighting.
Prize fighting, brother.
Can I ask, did you take any sort of joy in seeing Renato Moicano lose to Islam so quickly last week, considering the back and forth between you guys?
Like the amount of hundreds of messages when he took the fight of people going, "Oh, call him a turtle in a tree now, call him a turtle in a tree now," and I was just like, nah, like I don't kick people when they're down. I kick people when they're standing up. That's I don't kick men when I see that they're I took absolutely no joy from that. We can go, me and Moicano can go back and forth all we want, but at the end of the day, like I respect him for stepping in there. I respect his skill set. And yeah, he would have learned the same lessons that we all kind of took away from that fight.
What kind of lesson did you take away from it?
That the myth is bigger than the man. That he if you ask Moicano next time he's on the show, like he would have fell for the myth. But I feel like there was a mistake in the weekend. Has Paul Hughes been on yet?
No, not yet. Tell me.
I feel like a mistake has been made. When have they ever? I feel like Usman made a mistake when he got on the microphone.
Tell me. And what do you mean?
He admitted that he was. When have you ever seen one of the Kazakhstani boys get on the microphone and say that they were tired, they got hurt, they got pushed to their absolute breaking point? We've seen them in tough fights before, but we've never seen one of them get on the microphone and admit it. I think that was an error. All he had to do was do what the others did. Do what the myth that Khabib built and created, and that Islam and guys like Hamza were able to carry on. All he had to do was get on the microphone and say, "Smash."
Yeah,
I'll smash anyone, put the microphone down and walk off. That's all that Hamza has to say. That's all Islam has to say is just shut up, keep it short, keep it simple, and say he smashed everyone. and everyone would have forgotten that Usman and Paul Hughes had a close fight. Enough time passes by, Usman is still, undefeated, this big, crazy, scary Russian dude, but he humanized himself. And that's the thing that guys that have been in there with Islam, like you fall for the myth, and you're not fighting the man. And that's with any great champion for like a long time. We're like in the sport of monkey see, monkey do. We see long reigning champions, and then we see them get clipped, or we see them get dropped, and we see them be humanized, and you see that myth shatters, and you take that myth away. Once you see a fighter get knocked out, you're like, oh, well, if he knocked him out, I can knock him out. And it becomes, you're just fighting the man. But once you have to fight the man and the myth, it becomes like very difficult. And that team has done an incredible job of protecting that myth and keeping themselves with very impressive records and not looking compromised and safe and fighting in a style where they don't get dropped and they don't get cut and they don't get hurt. But yeah, I just feel like that was a mistake.
This is incredible insight, and I appreciate it, especially coming from a fighter's mom who's been in there with Islam. I'm wondering, did you, in retrospect, feel like
time is the devil of any fighter. If you tell me what fighter can't be beat is time. That's why Khabib did it perfectly. He went on the run. He went on this incredible run, and then dipped out and left with that myth completely intact, and he was able to pass that myth on to his teammate, and that's what the team was planning. Was then Islam reign until he's obviously done an incredible job of carrying on that myth of shutting up, just saying smash, and he was going to hand it to Usman when he finished his contract out, and then he was going to come over and continue that kind of myth in the lightweight division, but he made the mistake of humanizing himself.
Did you feel, in retrospect, like you fell victim to the myth when you fought? I know a lot went into that fight, short notice, COVID, all that. But did you?
Yeah, it becomes a lot more difficult on short notice. It's not even necessarily it's not even necessarily like the short notice in terms of just physical preparation, but in terms of mental preparation. Like, he's fought a lot of guys that, like, Volk was kind of thrown in there last minute, and I'm not criticizing Islam. Like, these are of no, its opponents are getting injured. Mm-hmm. There's nothing he could do about it. This is in no way a criticism. I'm not saying he picked to throw these guys in last minute. It's because the other guy he was supposed to fight was injured and pulled out. But, we saw it with Bobby Green, myself, Alex, we kind of, like, not necessarily the physical preparation, but more the mental preparation. Like, I was there, like, seeing what went into Volk's camp when he pushed Islam to the absolute limits in Perth was, I feel like a big part of that mentally was a guy like Craig Jones, because we all know Craig Jones, or if you're a fight fan, you're probably aware of Craig and his mental approach to the sport, you know what I mean? And having Craig every day in the gym, and they're going, Islam's grappling, and you got a guy like Craig Jones next to you just being like, this is shit, you just do this. This is what, like, they suck. You can just you know what I mean? Just poking fun and breaking it down and making their game seem silly, like, and having such silly, nonchalant answers to the game just puts in the back of Alex's head that just like, oh, he's not this big bad impervious grappling machine, because Craig Jones said that he sucks.
100%. Can I ask? Did you think Paul Hughes won that fight?
Oh, close. Oh, I don't judge. I saw it at the time, and that's just the way I watch fights. First time I ever watch fight, I watch it for entertainment. If I want to score a fight, you're gonna have to watch it 2-3 times and break it down properly.
Okay, so it speaks to just how tough the judges have it, right? It's so hard to do it in real time when you're up there.
I do not envy these guys' jobs.
By the way, speaking of training,
I'll make it easy, because usually when I lose big.
Yeah, that's right.
Swing big, miss big, baby.
Can I ask, what was it like in the gym when Robert Whitaker pulled up?
Yeah, it was cool. We got the heads up from Eugene that he obviously has a group of the like the more experienced guys in the gym, the older guys in the gym, and he kind of he's obviously asked Israel, like, are you comfortable? Asked the other boys, like, if anyone has any concerns, and we were all happy to have him over. Like, I've known Rob for over a decade, mate, or longer than that. I saw Rob fight in Sydney, maybe his second pro fight. It'd be like 15 years ago. So I've known Rob for a very long time. And then, you know, when he started having this rivalry with Israel, obviously I have to jump on Team Israel. But like before that, Rob was my favorite fighter. So
wow,
it's been cool. It's been cool to get my favorite fighter back.
Did you hang out with them? Was it interesting to just watch them, you know, now form some kind of?
He was just coming over to the gym just to like scope, just to see how he fit in with everyone. So he was just here for like half a week, just to see if he fit in. But he definitely fit in. Like he brings a lot to the table. He's got a great style and heaps of knowledge and a great coaching team behind him that are rolling with him. So I feel like he'd be an incredible addition to the team, having him down here. Like, he's from New Zealand. He's got family here. It's a 2-hour flight. It's there's so many reasons why he should be able to come over here and cross train with the team here at City Kickboxing.
Back to your division. Do you think Arman would have beaten Islam?
I think it would have been close. Yeah, I don't know. They're both pretty similar style. They both don't get hit a lot on the feet. I feel like it would have been a really tentative chess match. I think it would have been good. I think probably would have lended itself towards Islam. Yeah, if I had to pick, I would say Islam would have beaten him. But I don't think either of them would have finished each other. I think probably like a close decision to Islam. Just obviously the first fight was very close, but Islam was training for I believe like Trinaldo at the time, who's like a heavy-handed striking southpaw, and then he fights Arman, who's a orthodox wrestler. Like, it's just even though Arman took it short notice, like that's a big change for Islam and his camp coming into that first fight. So more time to prepare, more time to calculate. They're a very smart team.
Do you agree with the decision to not give the title shot to Arman?
Oh yeah, you gotta that's the UFC. If you know the UFC, you know that you just piss them right off, bro.
So you're not surprised by this?
So, that he doesn't get an immediate title shot.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see. I feel like Oliveira's turned the fight down before. I don't know. We'll you have to see how it plays out. Like, if Oliveira turns it down, then it's I don't know. He could be up there. Like, if the next guy in line gets injured or turns the fight down, then he might slide in for another title shot. But yeah, the seriousness of the injury is there's the UFC don't like people who pull out of fights, especially title fights, especially the night before the fight.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's definitely a tough one. I did notice. I saw you on Submission Radio, and you said something to the effect of like your daddy can't buy you. I think it was a spine. You said, or something like that.
Yeah, just a smart cunt. I just have
What
I just give people shit. It's like you can't tell me that you go around getting punched in the head for a living and then a couple of words are gonna hurt you.
No.
I didn't know his dad was a billionaire. That's cool.
Is that true though? I don't know. Is that a real thing? I don't know if that's like some.
I wish my dad.
But I guess what you're trying to say is,
I would not be fighting if my dad was a billionaire.
Right. But I guess what you're trying to say is, if you don't possess that like thing, because everyone's banged up, then maybe it's going to be tough for you to make the walk when you're banged up, right? Like if you have,
I'm just giving him shit. He's ugly. Don't like the guy.
Would you say, because earlier you said you don't kick a man while he's down, would you say that Armin was down when you were...
Is that down?
No, I don't,
is that down?
I don't know. I mean,
is that down? Like, he hurt his back. Like, is that down?
Well, he didn't get the title shot, is what I mean.
I don't think. Oh, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo.
Would you...
Like, you're still a number one contender. Shut up, bro.
Yeah.
How is that down? If you're ranked ahead of me, then you're not down, Ariel.
Okay, fair enough. I don't want the
if
smoke.
You're ranked ahead of me, if you're ranked ahead of me and my words upset you, we can fight.
That would be a good one. After this, maybe you're the one that he fights.
People say mean shit to me all the time. I get over it.
On a positive note, how about the YouTube channel that you and your daughter have started? This is tremendous. What is it called? I think it's Adventure. There it is. Zoe Hooker TV.
Yeah, I legit got kicked off. It used to be Zoe and Dan Hooker
what?
TV.
What do you mean?
And then she pulled me aside. She's like, Dad, quiet word, Dad. And she's just like, you're gonna have to take your name off.
That's ruthless.
I just wanted to be Zoe. I love it though. Like you're probably 6 years old and you're not in Dad's shadow. That how cool is that? Like you're player one. That's the way that I want my daughter to approach it. The way that I view it, like I'm not gonna tell her what to do. I wanted to think that anything is possible and the world is their oyster. And she's the quarterback, and I'm just running offensive line. Whatever way she wants to go, whatever the players, anyone trying to stop that, I just have to smash them out of the way. That's the way that I view it. And yeah, she's just like, because we had the UFC Countdown team here, and they actually interviewed Zoe. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, wow.
It's funny that she's like, that she got asked about that, the YouTube channel, and she's like, yeah, my dad just kind of helps out with the camera. And I'm like, where's my credit? You know, I'm a one man band back here. I'm doing editing, I'm doing camera work, and all she does is just do a cheeky smile and it's taking all the credit.
Is she the creative director? Is she the one saying like, we need to film today, we need to talk about this? And
I can't. Harassing me constantly about making a new video. When's a new video? I can't put an emoji in a headline without her authorization.
Wow.
She authorizes everything. She's running this shit, man.
How old is she?
6.
And whose idea was this?
Oh, we kind of came up with it together. Like she was watching her YouTube, I was watching my YouTube, and she's just like, "Why don't we do a YouTube?" And I was like, "Oh, shit! I actually kind of I know some stuff about that."
And she really kicked you off.
I got the boot, mate. I got the sack. I'm just a cameraman now.
That is unbelievable. I love that. She's a star. And you're soon going to be welcoming a new daughter to this world. By the way, when you were saying that you were, and we'll let you go in a moment, but you were saying that you were waiting for the date. This one's happening right after the due date, and I believe that's a replay of when Zoe was born. Right? It was you fought Edson Barbosa right after. Any lessons learned from that experience?
That went fucking great, didn't it? Yeah, like definitely learned lessons. Like it was the birth of my first child, like 3 weeks before the Edson Barbosa fight, and yeah, like obviously the mind and the subconscious mind especially thinks about and processes the most important thing going on at that time. And at that time, the birth of my first daughter, or the birth of my first child, was the most important thing going on in my life, and Edson Barbosa was second. So obviously I was physically putting in the work and physically ticking off the boxes, but mentally I was not thinking about it at all. So I remember and then I just hadn't slept, because obviously you get just shell-shocked by your first child. And then got to fight week, slept the whole week because I hadn't slept in a month, and just kind of like opened my eyes in the ring. I was like, Edson Barbosa, how do I fight Edson Barbosa? I was like, and I was thinking I just hadn't really thought about it. But obviously you learn lessons from that. Like I know now to be like mentally aware of still doing the stuff outside of the gym and doing my homework and doing my study and mentally preparing for fighting Justin Gaethje as well as that. So now I'm focused on I'm focused on two things, and I'm not just completely disregarding my UFC fight.
Good man. And I hope it all goes smoothly.
And now, obviously, like I didn't have much money then either, but now you can get night nurses and
sleep
cleaners and help and get people, family involved, and it's yeah. I'm far more prepared. I'm more prepared this time. I don't think it's gonna go as bad as that time.
I hope not. You've come a long way. You're on a roll now. Confidence is high. You've got the momentum. What a difference. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to see. Are you going to Saudi Arabia with Izzy or no?
Nah. There's nothing for me over there, bro.
How's he doing?
Nah, he's actually looking incredible, bro. Yeah, he's looking really good. The skinny boy is back, as our coach Tussa said.
I love it. Well, I could see you sweating up a storm over there. I feel bad. So I'm a few. By the way, last thing, did you watch BKFC on Saturday?
I saw the result. Yeah. Jeremy Stevens getting the big knockout. Eddie Alvarez.
The reason I asked this is because we were talking earlier. It was like there's got to be a part of Dan Hooker, like your type of personality who's like
that's my retirement fund.
That's it, right? You're gonna do it.
Like I'm just gonna not fight anyone when I stop fighting. No, I'm gonna fight people without gloves. That sport looks like the funnest thing for me to do in the world.
Fuck.
I don't know what everyone else is into, but that looks like fun.
I love it. All right. Well, you got plenty of time before you get there. But we were saying, like, Dan Hooker's got to be watching that on Saturday with some of those insane knockouts. Like, did you see the one where the guy hit the ropes? Did you see that one?
Love it.
Can we show this to Dan real quick? This one right here. You know the one I'm talking about?
When his neck hit the rope. Man, if someone goes down bad, I've seen it.
You see, it was terrifying. This one right here.
If someone looks like they died, I've seen it.
Every knockout looks like they died.
I love how his neck whips off the bottom rope.
Stop. It's terrifying. Look at that. It's terrifying.
Yeah, go play cricket then. Fuck.
Yeah. Dan, you're a gent. Thank you so much. Good luck with the upcoming birth. Hope it all goes smoothly and healthy and everyone's okay. Look at that poster there from Engage. That's tremendous stuff right there. They always make quality stuff. Shout out to Ash and the team. And can't wait for it. March 8th in Las Vegas. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, Dan.
Easy, brother. Thank you.
You're the man. There he is, the great Dan Hooker. What a joy to talk to him as always. What an esprit. What a joie de vivre he possesses. And he is on a roll. It's been quite the turnaround for him as of late. Currently ranked 6th, so he's right there. 3-fight win streak over Claudia Puelles, Jalen Turner, Mateus Gamrot. He did go 4-0 between 2017 and 2018, went 3-0 between 2019 and 2020. But this would be the at least tied for the second longest streak of his career. If he wins on the 8th of March, it would be tied for the longest winning streak of his career. And he turns 35 on February 13th. So dare I say he is just hitting his prime. If you refer to bare knuckle as your, what do you say, his retirement fund, you're a special kind of cat. I think most athletes would say, I'd like to, spend my retirement on the golf course, just relax a little bit. 18 holes here, 9 holes there. Dan Hooker wants to engage in bare knuckle. Do we have our next guest yet or not quite yet?
Oh, yeah.
Is he there?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, wow. Okay. In about 30 minutes or so time, we're going to be joined by Alex Pereira in studio. Looking forward to that. He'll be headlining that event, UFC 313 in Las Vegas, T-Mobile Arena, March 8th. But now let's go back to Philadelphia this past weekend. The main event, of course, was Eddie Alvarez, Philly's own, against Jeremy Stevens. We had Jeremy on the show on Wednesday, and it was a tremendous chat. He goes in there. He faces the Philly crowd on Thursday and Friday at the presser and weigh-ins. And what does he do? He goes in there in enemy territory on Saturday and beats Eddie Alvarez. Perhaps in his last fight, we didn't hear from Eddie afterwards, but he did so in impressive and vicious fashion, winning via third round TKO, corner stoppage. And now he's 3-0 in bare knuckle fighting and has the face-off with Conor McGregor afterwards. And he's saying, show me the money. And his stock has never been higher. It's a great story, and he's kind enough to join us right here. And now let's say hello to Jeremy Stephens. Hello, Jeremy. How are you?
Man, thanks for that introduction, big dog. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I meant every word. And you've been doing this for a very long time. It feels like the Jeremy Stephens stock, if there was such a thing, has never been higher. Do you feel that same way?
Exactly, and it's here in the present right now. It's an amazing feeling, man. It's a lifelong journey it's taken to get here. You know, they say don't ever compare yourself to others. You know, you got to trust in the timing. Feel like God's timing. You know, there's multiple times, trust me, along the way, I thought about giving up, packing it, and you know, no better time than right here, right now, baby. Let's go.
So we spoke to Ben Rothwell about an hour ago. He doesn't have a mark on his face. His fight ended in 51 seconds. You win your fight, but you did go 3 rounds. And so just physically, after a fight like that, how are you feeling? How's your face? How are your hands? How's your body feel?
Yeah, the only thing I really is my voice, you know, snapping out on that Philly crowd afterwards, you know, to kind of like have the last laugh. You know, they can dish it, but they can't take it. It was awesome. So my voice is a little bit. And then what you see, a little bit of the wear and tear on top of the face, but, you know, the juice is worth the squeeze.
Hands okay?
Yeah. Yes, sir. If you notice, my right hand is A-okay. I think my left hand might have been the one that did the damage. Is a little bit swollen, but there's nothing like major. It's just, you know, I've dealt with this when I was throwing calf kicks back in the day. You just flush it out, you know, do the rehab, got to spend a little time recovering. And it's like, who's the champion at 135? How do you pronounce his name?
Merab Dvalishvili, yeah.
Yeah, try to get back on that dude's type of cardio. You know, get right back after it, keep the body moving.
Can I ask, so we spoke on Wednesday, great chat, and then I see you Thursday at this press conference, and I thought you handled it very well. You spoke when you needed to speak, and then you just sat there and didn't speak when you didn't want to speak. But I was wondering what you were thinking as fan after fan, Philly fan after Philly fan is just walking up to that microphone and taking shots at you. What is going through your mind? How are you dealing with this internally and not losing your cool?
Yeah, thanks for recognizing that. That's called a power move, self-mastery, years of experience of not reacting, not getting emotionally involved, and I executed my game plan. You know, if you look back at the press conference, this may sound kind of vicious, so too hot for TV shit right now, right? If you go back to the press conference, I go, my hands break jaws, homie. I'm gonna break your fucking jaw. And just, you know, everybody taunting me. When I pulled up, you know, his family's out there, just like, you know, I'm trying to get into the arena. His boy right there, Piper, everybody just down there chatting it up, dude. Just able to kind of just get out of my emotion, be like an eagle looking down at a chessboard. And I made my moves and I played it right. You know, the talking when it was the right time, not to react and go out there and, you know, smash someone and break his jaw. To you know, have that type of revolve is like Adesanya said, you know, when he was snapping out, like fortify your mind.
Yes.
And that's the monster mentality that a lot of people think I have, just power, whatever, this and that, speed, the footwork, feints. But people always ask me, you know, I always tell them my greatest weapon is the mind. So to go out there and have that dark psychology and bring it into the light and, you know, have the last laugh, you know, it's beautiful, brother.
Are you thinking of something else? Like if I'm sitting there and people are just taking shots at me and there's nothing I could do to really respond or shut them up, I can see someone's blood boiling to the point where you may snap and lose it. Are you taking your mind somewhere else so that you are not affected by the words?
Yeah, I just take myself completely out of it, you know, to be able to channel that pain to purpose. And it's a lot of self-mastery. It's not taking it personal, you know, read the 4 agreements, don't take it personal. I'm able to kind of just take myself there and use it, channel it to the right purpose. And, I'm able to get reads inside of people's minds just by, people, just because I don't react doesn't mean that I'm not listening, that I'm not calculating every move. And I did what I said I was going to do. And it's beautiful, man. It's like, it's mind games, baby. Mind games.
We were talking to Ben, and he was saying he was stressing out because he had to cut a lot of weight, 31 pounds, and he was stressing because they kept delaying the presser. They said, to him at least, that Conor McGregor was sleeping. They didn't want to wake him up. It starts an hour earlier, et cetera, et cetera. Were you annoyed by any of this, that it was delayed because apparently
Also,
Conor?
I want to go back. Yeah, like, looking at people, you look at them in the eye. And I want to tell you this, you look at people in the eye, and then, what's funny is when you go down, sometimes you're around fans and you're doing interviews, and I'll look at people right in their eye, and they don't have shit to say. Like, they can dish it, but like when they really look at my eyes, I can stare through a soul. So they don't have anything to say. And then, when Conor McGregor beat the fuck out of Eddie Alvarez in the second round and he took the paycheck and he quit, like all his people from his hometown were like just straight gagging on Conor. Like, like I get it, but they're all just like, they were so like supportive of Conor. Conor was supporting him. And just to have that type of endearment, to really see it all, like I hopefully, like, you come to my town, like people are going to try to fuck you up and snatch his gold chain, like real shit. Like you come, like just loyalty, right? Like, come on, like I was reading people. I'm like, bro, you guys are soft, low key. You guys, there's nothing there. So I was able to get those reads. I was even able to feel that from the hometown dude himself. Like I felt that exact fucking nature. My boy Josh, the Dennis Neer, he texted me and was like, dude, this dude's got mad quit in him, just put that pressure on. It's like you can dish it out, but you can't really take it. And I stare at those people and I take what they're saying and I take the emotion. I don't really react, and I'm able to channel that and use it in fights and bring, the thing about bare knuckles, people are having to force, like you talk about bringing that shit, like you're just feeling me up. Like now I get to bring that pain to your fucking homie's dome piece in his body. Like you can't shoot, which Jimmy Rivera and him both like try to double me because they're feeling the fucking pain that I get to use to bring to these motherfuckers. Like you talk all that stuff, all this, but like I just fucking like, dude, that shit pisses me off. Like I've been a young kid having to grow up in different types of schools and people cheering for the other guy, screaming his name, like even if it's Eddie, like I use that fucking pain. And then like what happens when I put that fucking pain on you and you start feeling my pressure? I'm breaking men in bare knuckle because it's raw, it's primal, it's fucking my sport, like I get to bring those fucking pains, and I broke his jaw. Like, hey, I'm glad he's home with his family. He's home safe, but I broke his fucking jaw like I said I would because I bring and channeled that fucking pain. So all his boys, his teammates, they caused him more fucking pain. So that's what you get.
Damn.
Deal with it.
That is intense stuff. But I see where you are coming from, and you certainly channeled it in the right way. I'm just wondering, what did Josh and what did you see to suggest that Eddie has that quit in him? What were you seeing? What were you feeling from him?
Real simple. The eyes, Chico. They never lie. That was the movie, but that's the real shit. People can understand that.
Okay, so
if like it's hard to explain because like you're not like David Goggins, you're not gonna understand me, big dog. Like when you've gone through real fights and the emotional shit and like unwell being that you have to deal with, like this, like one time, like I can just explain it. When I first got into a fight, I beat the dude up, and then like I was like crying and screaming at the dude, like I didn't want to go there. My adrenaline was going nuts, and I had to hurt somebody, and I was totally capable of it. I was trying to channel it, but it crossed the line to where I had to like defend myself. So I have years and years and years of experience of that. High level games. 65,000 people in Montreal when I fought Sam Stout. I mean, shit, dude. It was like I'm in a hotel, kind of like a casino in Vegas. They're always showing the foods and the how to play poker and this and that. Like it was just constant. Like every channel I turned was Sam Stout, 65,000 people just screaming the name, to using that pain from when I grew up in childhoods, having to transfer schools all the time, and people always on the other guy's side, and until I either beat them up, they became my friends, or I beat them out in sports and people gave me respect. So it's like I told people, I don't need people's respect. Like I've had to like learned this mentally in painful, which like seems harsh ways, but like I embrace the good, the bad, the ugly, and I'm like super grateful because look at where I am now. Look at me now. Like now everybody's starting to kind of see my story. It's coming full circle. You know, God's timing, trusting in God's alignment. Fortify your mind. It's the most powerful thing you can have in life. And I think that's what's really kind of starting to inspire people. But I tell people I'm not no fucking role model. Like you have to put a pound of flesh in this game in order to have that. Like I can give you the best advice and tell Ariel, but bro, like if you had to street fight somebody for your paycheck right now, Ariel, you know, like, do you have that experience to do it? And that's no disrespect, is some people just never had to go there. Mm-hmm. It's just my path. And, you know, it's, you know, even though I have this in fighting, like, I feel like if you put me in like financial sales, I'm still going to have this type of mindset, dog mentality.
So when you're in the fight, and I actually heard that he may have broken his jaw early in the fight, could you tell that something was off? Could you tell us that he was a wounded animal, or is it impossible for you to know?
You know, when I went back and rewatched the fight, I couldn't even tell that they were saying "fuck you, Stevens." I was so locked in.
Wow.
The only thing that I saw was blood, bro. You know, that's a different mindset when I'm in there. I knew I was hurting him, and he was still fucking coming. So that's all I needed to know right there. I wasn't thinking about it. I was mixing up my boxing and then landing fucking hard shots when I had to, bro. When I had him set up, and you know, I knew that it was a matter of time that I was breaking him, and just masculinity, bro, just fucking conquering him. Like I knew it right there. What I knew. Just keep putting it on, bro. Like, let's see if guys can really take that beating. You know, my last opponent, you know, like people talk about a decision, but I've broken 3 men in there. And here's the reason why. It's because in that last few seconds, ODB took a knee, and I ran up on him just looking at him, put my fucking balls in his face so he could feel my presence because he was on a knee and he didn't want to take that last little beating. I'd broken a man, you know, Jimmy Rivera, the first fight. He was looking for a way out, and he got it. I fucking broke him. He was stumbling. I turned him into the competitor that I said that he was. He's not a fighter. He's a competitor. At the end of the day, when I put that fucking pain on him, he turned into double leg wrestling, and he got a doctor stoppage. This last one, I broke his jaw. I fucking embarrassed him in front of his hometown. I slayed a king. Like, now I'm the dude like Achilles, just riding my horse and in the carriage. I'm dragging fucking Philly and a jaw broken dude. And I just roll on. I didn't even know they were saying "fuck you, Stevens." I was so fucking locked in. You guys starting to get it now? It's right here.
Damn. This is incredible stuff, Jeremy. And it's amazing to see your evolution, especially when you consider the end of your MMA run. What is the difference between this guy and that guy who fought in the PFL and the UFC? Let's be honest. Like, the results weren't quite there. And now I'm looking at you, and the confidence just oozing out of you, the things that you're saying, you're coming across as a superstar. You're so sure of yourself, and you're talking the talk and then walking the walk, as I said earlier. What is the difference between this guy and the one from 2022, 2021?
This bare knuckles, it's a primal game, bro. It's a primal game. I've even switched over my team, my coaches. I've been boxing over for 2 years. I fell in love with the process, right? Everybody talks about the discipline and falling in love with the process. I'm actually learning a lot more in boxing, things that I didn't really know about. I'm able to utilize it, and it's kind of been like a resurgence in my career. It's also too, you know, as a fighter, sometimes, you know, you don't know what's really going on behind the scenes. I've had a lot of like life just hit me a lot more harder than fighting, and a lot of channeling and that pain, and just never giving up. You know, one time I told you I called Jorge Masvidal, you know, after he knocked out Ben Askren, and, you know, his best advice was like, bro, just don't give up, dude. Like, one day you're going to have alignment, like you fights, and then like you're going to be there, and just don't give up. And I'm really glad I reached out to him. We've only met like a few times and helped each other train for Gilbert, that way of being. And, you know, I didn't give up, and it was hard. And I broke down crying today because it finally started to really hit me, like life changing. And it's my time, bro. Like, I really just had to endure a lot of shit and just never give up, like truly never give up. And I'm glad that I got that advice from him, and it kept me going. And my buddy Miles Jury, dude, like I almost packed up my house or just moved to Iowa, quit, you know, like there's multiple fucking times like it challenged me. But again, you know, I had to trust in God's timing and fortify my mind. And I'm trying to give this back to you, because this shit ain't about fighting, bro. This is like value, and the best value you can have is your mind. I can use this, what I got, whether I lose all these fucking millions of dollars or whatever, bro. Like, I'll always have this value system. And my mom once told me when we were in a car one time, she's like, I got it once, I can get it again. I never understood it, but now I know.
What did she mean by that?
It's your mind. If I got it once, I can get it again. It's a mindset, bro. I've lost. I know what it's like to lose, and I've been able to channel that, and I know what it's like to win. Like I said, Adesanya, to have this resolve, like scary, going into people's backyards and just pissing all over their territory. Like, it's in your mind. It's a mind frame.
It's amazing because you talk about
to win again over and over and over again. Like I said after the fight, I've been broken 1,000 times. I put myself back together 1,003 times. I could have quit. I was in tears this morning to my wife. Like, I could have quit. I could have packed it up. Hell of a career. Awesome job, Jeremy. I got flying knees, spinning back fists, fucking elbows, just putting motherfuckers in body bags and stretchers of a highlight career. And, even though I've lost, and people fucking always talk about your losses, but yeah, I've really learned from that. And, I've came back 1,003 times. Who can say that they put themselves together and continue to do this and show up in each and every fucking way? 34-time vet, 36-time weigh-in vet at the UFC at 21, and still fucking doing it and looking good. I'm not aging or slowing down. It's the mind frame, bro. I'm in a wholly different place and space, and you still there? I'm in a different time, place, and space, and I feel like it's truly my time, brother. I'm getting what I've earned every step of the fucking way.
Can I ask you, Jeremy, when you say that you were close to retiring, why did you keep on going? What was the turning point for you to say, you know what, I'm not done, even though the results may suggest that you should be done?
My purpose, bro. My family. Seeing my mom in a rehab facility through years of experience that I've had to endure alongside with her, dude. And she's in a rehab facility in a diaper. And she's good now. And I'm so grateful. My mom took a lot of abuse, and, like, she's not here able to enjoy my $1 million home, my family I fucking built. To having my own family, bro. It's just fucking bigger than fighting, bro. It's my purpose. So when you ask me that, yeah, I can cry, but like, I love taking the fucking shit I've had to fucking endure for years, bro. Fucking humiliation, like this. I think I'm a fucking loser. I can't fucking win. Like, oh, dude, it's but the greatest gift, bro, I've ever gotten is just being a fucking father, bro. That's why I fight so fucking hard, because like, they're relying on me, dude. This group right here, Brian Ortiz wrote me a fucking check when I had nothing, dude. And I just kept going. And I'm putting myself in fucking opportunity, bro, because this is the American dream right here, dog. Like, it's just land of opportunity, bro. Like, I got to do it because that's my purpose.
So we saw the emotion afterwards in the ring where you were saying, give me my money. Do you feel like now you are going to be compensated fairly? Do you feel like you were compensated for this fight? Do you feel like you are getting paid what you are worth?
I'll take you fucking deeper, bro. I signed the contract like on Wednesday, and I really wasn't happy about it. I had a session. I signed my fucking contract on Wednesday. I got fires going on in San Diego. I got fucking Philly against me. I took in a pay cut to get here. I had to put that shit aside too on fucking Wednesday or no, it was Thursday. Thursday, I signed the contract.
Why so late?
I wanted more money. They weren't willing to budge, and like you probably hear me after the fight. Like I told Feldman and fucking Connor too, bro. It's time to get paid. I feel like I've earned it every step of the way. I told him, you paid the wrong man, so I got to go break a motherfucker's jaw and embarrass a motherfucker and do what I got to do to get my turn, bro. It's my fucking turn. You made millions. I fucking told you, bro. Like it's easy to quit when you're making millions, dude. There's a difference between a man who is hungry and a motherfucker who is seriously starving every step of the way, dude. You weren't willing to go there. I broke you.
Do you seriously think that they wanted him to win?
Yeah, David Feldman called me to fucking day, bro. That's funny. I'm so glad this interview's happening right now, dude. Thank you. He called me today. Hey, you wired his jaw shut. We were kind of betting on him. We paid him. He paid the wrong man. Still doing it. And you want me to fight the fucking king of violence? I've been calling for that one too. There's a new king of violence, Barbarian in town. Like, I got to go up fucking weight classes, face a power man, or you guys think fucking Conor can beat me, bro? I'll go to Ireland and do the same thing. I'll break a man. He's got shaky legs. He quits. He can't fucking endure. There's a difference between men who are starving and just hungry. I'm fucking starving. Give me somebody, bro. Anybody. I'll fucking kill him. I'll murk him. And bare knuckle, dude, you cannot fuck with me. I'm telling you. Can't fuck with me in this game.
So I was thinking of that. I feel like now you versus Perry is the biggest fight in bare knuckle history. Is that what he's implying? Is he saying that's what they want to do next?
People are talking, bro. I'm hearing Conor and fucking Perry. Which one do you want to step up? If I got to go back to UFC, I just tried to hit up Dana for tickets. I was like, hey man, me and the family want to come up. I haven't heard from him, but I'd like to talk to him too. If like we got to go over because he's under the contract, even though he owns bare knuckle, Conor. If I got to go over do an MMA fight, calf kicks are my game too. I got power in the hands. I've been telling motherfucker for years. It just wasn't the right timing yet. This guy's value system is really far off, bro. There's a difference between a man who is starving and hungry. I'll fuck up Conor in MMA and bare knuckle. And yeah, there's maybe bigger names, and you can probably get a hell of a payday for Logan Paul and all these guys, bro. But these guys ain't fucking skilled like me, bro. Especially if it really truly does come to fucking MMA. Like I'm better than Jake Paul in MMA. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a good boxer. He's got things going on. But if it really comes to like diversity, I could do that. I could go to one MMA if like that's, and then maybe one bare knuckle. Fuck, he's part of both. Like, why not? That sounds interesting. Lots of fucking fair play. I get my shot to fucking break his fucking jaw or break his fucking legs. He's got weak legs, bro. Cocaine, fucking booze. Like, no wonder your bones break. Mine don't, bro. They just get swelled up. I'll go next week. Check my fucking record, bro. From the very beginning. I'm about 20 years deep in the fucking game right now. And my record, I used to fight like weekly, monthly, still going. No one's doing it like me. I fucking told you motherfuckers, bro. So Perry, Conor, you name it, bro. I have to fucking be the one stepping up weight class, whatever it is. I told you motherfuckers, I'm willing to go there. No one's earned it like me. No one's as skilled as me. No one's fucking crazy. I'm not stupid. No one's like me, bro. They don't build them like me no more. Born, built, and I told you I was going to do big business here in bare knuckle, bro. This shit's mine.
When we saw that face-off with you and Conor, it was incredible stuff, but then you're reminded Conor has 2 fights left on his UFC deal. Do you think it's actually feasible? Do you think this is a real thing, or do you think it was just, him getting excited in the moment?
He's just cocaine counter. Like, he's excited in the moment. He's doing promotion. I get it. Like, I could see in his eyes. Like, I was just staring at Eddie. He's totally cool. He's emotionless out of it, and it's promotion, bro. But like, if we're really talking, like, who deserves it and who really could do both? If we had to do that, and as far as the contract, I'm actually that guy. Mike Chandler. Like, they're talking about him. Like, bro, there's no one better than me. I used to train with Chandler, bro. He's good, but he's not as skilled as me. There's nobody more deserving, earn it. And now people are starting to realize, bro, like, I'm not just all talk. Like, I'm one of the most exciting fighters in the world. Check my highlight tape versus Conor's. I got flying knees, head kicks, spinning back fists, elbows, ground and pound, one of the bloodiest fights in history. Like, I mean, check the fucking history books, dude. I mean, my name, Stevens, is forever etched in the fucking history, bro. And I'm the one still going. I'm the one that doesn't have a contract right now, big dog. and yet I'm still working. So I could either go with UFC down that route, bare knuckle, boxing. I mean, I'm a prize fighter.
You're a free agent right now. You don't have another fight on your deal.
I don't. Bro, did I just not tell you, bro? I just signed a contract Thursday.
No, I thought the contract was like the bout agreement. I didn't realize it's your actual contract.
Yeah, welcome to the fucking wild ride of the heathen, bro. This is it. This is life right now.
Oh my God.
I'm really being authentic, bro. You got me crying on your fucking show. I'm telling you I'm telling you truthful, dog. I have no fucking restrictions. No one can take my freedom of fucking speech. I'm my own man, dude.
I appreciate
I'm talking for myself. I have no contract. I've with BKFC, bro. I just told you my promoters were against me. He just called me. I don't have a contract with him. Like, he was betting against me. He just told me that, yeah, we thought Eddie was going to win, bro.
Wow.
Like, we were betting on him. You paid the wrong fucking man. This is what I'm trying to tell you live on the fucking show. No better here place than now. This is real shit. You got me crying on this motherfucker.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's an incredible position that you're in. It's even a better position than you were in before because you bet on yourself, and now here you are, stock higher than ever, as I said at the very beginning of all of this.
Bet on myself. Listen to this, Ariel. I'm going to even throw you in another fucking little bone here, bro. GFL, they paid me bigger money than what I just made, and I didn't sign the contract. I'll honor it, but listen, I did not sign that contract because I was betting on myself this fight.
Oh, yeah.
This is what I'm doing it for, bro. Like, I took a fucking risk. I'm a father out here, bro. Bro, I took a fucking risk, a gamble, because like I told you, bro, like, no one's fucking paying my bills around here. Like, I've had to earn every step of the way. And so, like, I knew that, this couldn't be better timing. I didn't sign the contract. I want more money. You guys got to fucking pay me now, bro. I'm tired of doing shit for fucking cheap or free. I'm still willing to go back to UFC when they wanted to sign me for 1, 2. You want to go to fucking bare knuckle, bro? I'll break and murder a man in that fucking game, dude. Like, this is my life. I'm betting on me, bro. And I took a fucking huge risk. So you're welcome.
And so how do you think this plays out? Your next fight, do you think it's with bare knuckle or do you think it's somewhere else?
I think it's for a big bag, Ariel, and a big name and a big fucking night and a sellout. I'll do another sellout, bro. It's going to be big. Like I said, bro, I'm betting on me. I didn't sign a guaranteed contract. Like most men, you ask them, bro, they'll go to UFC, get a 5-fight, maybe, contract, bro. They're not willing to fucking risk it as big as me, bro. They're not willing to bet on themselves. I could have just maybe waited it out till April and got a bigger payday than what I got now. But like I told this last opponent, I said, bro, I'm not here for the check. I'm here to break your neck and the opportunity that comes with it. That's on the schmo when we're sitting down. So you want to get into the fucking mindset and the real raw dog, bro? I'm live here today. Like, this is, my life's day by day, bro. I betted on myself to get a fucking big bag so that me and my family, we can live good, bro. So I'm not having to struggle. So I'm not having to fucking rely on sponsorships. So I can fucking make my dream a reality, bro. And now here we are, bro. We're talking about the fucking biggest name, the biggest bag, sellout crowd. I just did it. I went outside the box and I authentically kept it raw dog me and had to sell the fight. And I've really never had to do that before. I've always just been there. I'll go in there. I'll beat the fucking shit out of you. And I go home to my family. Now that doesn't get you paid, bro. It doesn't. And now I'm learning, like, in my experience and in my journey, the more I sell the fight, the bigger the fucking payday. I'm looking up to guys like Bizbink, Josh Koscheck, like, they got paid because they were the villain. I just watched the Vince McMahon. I'm like, dude, life's hitting me right now. Use this. Feldman is the guy who told me, hey, bro, we're second best. We absolutely fucking blow it. We suck. And I went there and used his lines against his own fucking people. And we just played that motherfucker like a fiddle. I had no emotional involvement, just like I've been saying, and completely detached. And I could tell, Eddie's shaking his fingers. He's making broken promises like he's going to embarrass me. And that's what I'm saying. Go back to that little convo. And I told him when we went face to face, I go, I heard your little story about your brittle bitch hands. My fists break jaws, homie. I'm going to break your jaw. And that was a promise truly kept. He didn't fucking get it when I was telling it to him. I got him all emotionally involved. And when I finished the fight, McGregor was like, hey, Jeremy ruffled his feathers. That's been done before. I could sense when I was even weighing in at that fucking time and process that McGregor, he steps over here to get a look at the fucking care package, bro. You know, he felt it all week, the fucking eyeballs. You know, he was sensing it. He wants to be around it. He's just fucking geeked up, King Connor, biting his lip, you know, stepping back, checking out some masses. Bro, the dude's jazzed up. And I just went out there right in fucking front of him, still doing it, bro. Like, you know, like, yeah, you can be a Dana White, but you really want to be in that ring, the man in the arena, bro. Like, you want to be me. You want to be there. Like, let's fucking go. Bring it on.
The intensity is phenomenal. Good for you, Jeremy. Well done. Congratulations.
Authenticity.
That too. That too. The realness. Very, very happy for you. I can't wait to see how this plays out. But you have put yourself in prime position to get paid. There's no doubt about that. So, good luck in this new chapter. Congrats on an incredible win. Thank you for coming back on, and thank you for keeping it real. I appreciate it.
I told you, man. Let's go, dude. Thanks for having me, Ariel. It was probably one of the best interviews I've ever done, bro. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Really appreciate it. There he is. Little heathen Jeremy Stephens. Again, just like Ben Rothwell, putting himself in position to get paid and post-UFC now, enjoying perhaps the finest hour of his career. What a story that is. Unbelievable. All right, that was intense. Now let's go to, from one man who has been knocking people out in the world of bare knuckle to a man who has been knocking people out in the world of mixed martial arts. He is the reigning, defending UFC light heavyweight champion. He is the pride of Brazil. There he is, Poatan himself. How do we do it? Yes, there it is. My guy. Oh my God, he scared the shit out of me.
Chama,
how are you, my friend?
Good.
Obrigado, thank you. How are you?
Good to see my friend.
The man. You see Connor wearing your shirt?
Yes, I did so. I did so. He's the man.
Oh my God, that was intense, by the way. The yell. I wasn't ready for that. Thank you for coming.
Não tá pronto para isso aí não.
I was trying to look at him in the eye, but then I had to look away because I felt the chama.
Ele tá tentando encarar você, mas pô, não consegui, teve que olhar pro outro lado, porque sentiu o chama.
Ah, de boa, tranquilo aqui. Entrevista, não tem. É que a energia, pô, é forte mesmo.
It's just a strong energy, strong vibe, but he's happy to be here doing this interview.
Thank you so much. My boys were telling me you were playing basketball over there.
Acabou que tá jogando basquete lá fora?
Tava treinando ali um pouquinho.
Training a little bit.
Yes.
Tava treinando porque sempre tem uma surpresa, né? Vai que ele fala assim, agora vamos fazer um desafio aí. Tem que estar preparado.
Dardo, né? Oh, he's training because it's always a surprise. Last time was a dart. So like, let me just make sure that I'm on point.
By the way, are you thinner than you look smaller than normal? Has he lost weight?
Perdeu peso, tá mais um pouquinho mais magro?
Não, tô bem. Acho que ele tá com 105 quilos hoje.
230.
235, acho, sei lá.
No, he looks like, but he's actually 235, 230.
Really?
Yeah, he's in shape.
I don't know, maybe it's the t-shirt or something, but you're good.
Talvez a camisa.
It was the Florida sun. You were in Miami.
O sol da Flórida deu
uma clareada.
Parabéns to your sister. She won at Karate Combat. I saw you guys there. Amazing. When you see her compete, when you see her win like that, and I saw you guys hug each other afterwards, what are the feelings that you experience seeing your sister win like that?
Parabéns sua irmã, viu a vitória no Karate Combat, viu a gente lá. Pô, quando você vê sua irmã ganhando, ela vem dar aquele abraço em você, assim, qual o sentimento que você tem ali?
Um sentimento de um trabalho bem feito, né? Trabalho bem feito, se dedicou bastante aí, tá com uma grande evolução. Tá bem interessada, né? E agora, pô, com o Karate Combat, valorizando ela do jeito que tá valorizando. Então, com certeza, ela tá mais motivada.
Well, it's the feeling of a job done, well done, of achievement, and also Karate Combat doing what they're doing for her, they're taking care of her, so we feel that she's appreciated.
Do you get nervous when you see her fight?
Você fica tenso, nervoso na hora que você vê ela lutar?
Não, um pouco, né? Porque eu sei dos riscos, né? De tá ali dentro. É um pouco diferente quando a gente vai lutar, fica nervoso também, no meu caso eu fico, mas sei controlar isso, e também quando ela tá lutando, eu sei controlar.
Well, a little bit, because we know the risks of being inside there, so I feel the risk same way when I fight, but I know that she can control, and I know that she knows what to do when it's there.
When you guys were younger, were you close?
Quando vocês eram mais novos, vocês eram bem próximos um do outro?
A gente sempre foi bem próximo, os irmãos assim, bem unidos.
Entire family, all the brothers were very united.
How many siblings did you have?
Quantos irmãos?
Hoje tem 3 mulheres, né, e era 4 homens. Aí um morreu.
3 women, We used to be 4 men, one passed away.
Okay, and so obviously you're a fighter, she's a fighter. How many of the other ones were fighters or are fighters?
Você é lutador, ela é lutador, e qual dos outros, quantos mais que luta também?
Não, eu comecei, né, e aí levei ela.
Well, no, I started and I brought her with me.
Okay, that's it.
Ela na minha família, assim, não tem ninguém, assim, que tava dentro da arte marcial, não tem ninguém.
My family, nobody was into martial arts, I was the first one.
And so she followed in your footsteps.
Ela seguiu seu caminho.
Sim.
Were your parents okay with that? You know, it's one thing for the boy to fight, another for the girl. Were they okay with that?
Seus pais estavam ok com isso aí, porque uma coisa é o homem lutar, né? Mas a menina, entendeu?
Não, sim, igual quando comecei, viu ali a mudança, né, de vida, né, pô, igual todo mundo sabe, falando da bebida, então eu vim melhorando, e também ela não tinha uma vida, assim, muito saudável, e, pô, eu vim trazendo ela e ela veio melhorando também.
No, yeah, because they saw change in my life. For me, it was the alcohol, and then I started changing, have a better life. She was good, but also some bad habits here and there, so she saw everybody evolving, getting better as a person, so they were okay with it.
Okay. Is the goal for you, and as someone who's looking after and seeing the success that you had in the UFC, do you want her to be in the UFC, or is that not necessarily the path that you want for her?
O objetivo para você é um cara bem sucedido, né? Na arte marcial, no UFC, o seu objetivo é você levá-la no UFC, ou você é algo que você não se preocupa com isso, onde tá bom, onde tá?
Bom, eu me preocupo, né? A gente tem uns planos, né? Mas assim, é um pouco complicado. A minha carreira é um pouco diferente da dela, né? Então ela tá com algum cartel negativo no MMA, tá indo bem agora no Karate Combat. E, bom, os meus planos sempre foi, tipo, ela tá junto ali com o UFC, né? Comigo, né? Mas por causa disso é um pouco mais difícil. Ela vem do kickbox também. Então teve essa transição para o MMA. Bom, com o Karate Combat valorizando ela do jeito que está fazendo, pode ser que ela fique só no Karate Combat, talvez, não sei, mas vamos ver.
Objective always put here in the UFC, but different careers, you know what I mean? He's taking care of himself, and right now I think she have a negative record, one fight negative, and so it's kind of hard to put her in right now, but we're in the process. We're going to see what's up, but maybe we keep her Karate Combat because the way that they're doing with us and taking care of her, we're happy with it.
You're happy with them. I was just going to ask you like the show? You like the way they run things?
Você gosta do Karate Combat, qual jeito que eles tocam as coisas e cuidam dos atletas?
Não, eu gosto, né? Pô, ali, não só eu que tô ali, que eu sou campeão do UFC, né? Da forma que todos tratam a gente ali, mas eu vejo que o tratamento é igual para todo mundo. Isso é uma coisa que eu valorizo muito.
I really like it, not only for me that I'm UFC champ, but I see how they treat the other athletes, the guys that like building their names. So it makes me really happy overall the way they treat everybody, how they take care of the sport.
Great. So we just found out with you're returning March 8th, UFC 313 in Las Vegas against Magomed Ankalaev. And there was a lot of talk leading up to this announcement about when you would fight against who, et cetera, et cetera. And so let's just start with, there's many places where we could start, but there was one point where a story came out of nowhere that you were going to fight Alexander Volkov at heavyweight. This is before the announcement. Was there any truth to that whatsoever?
Tá marcado agora para lutar com o Ankalaev, de 8 de março. Né, foi assim, ficou indo e voltando quando lutava. Uma semana antes de anunciar essa luta, tinham anunciado que você ia lutar com o Alexander Volkov. Tem alguma verdade nisso aí?
Não, pô, nunca vi, nunca chegou em mim, entendeu? Acho que ele também falou que não chegou nada para ele. Pô, não sei, esse cara do Brasil aí tá, pô, sei lá, quer mídia e começa a falar qualquer coisa ali para chamar atenção e esse é o mal do que está acontecendo no Brasil.
No, absolutely never. I think nothing even came from him either. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but these media journalists in Brazil, there's sometimes they just say random stuff just to get media, just to get following. And this is one of the bad things that are happening in Brazil right now.
Mas eu não estou falando que são todos, entendeu? Mas alguns, eles pensam muito em visibilidade e não vê as consequências.
I'm not saying there are everybody there, but a few of them, they just care about the visibility, but don't care about the consequences.
Igual no caso do Guilherme Cruz, quando ele fez uma entrevista com a minha irmã, e tipo, pô, não tinha muito o que interessava ali pra ele, pô, quando ela falou a parada lá de fazer entrega e tal, pô, ele já quis cortar a entrevista, não quis, pô, se ele fosse um cara assim mesmo que queria uma matéria, se preocupando com ela, pra levar pro público, né, a história dela, já tinha falado assim, pô, Mas e seu irmão? Não te ajuda e tal? Mas não. Quando ela falou a parada ali, ele sabia que ia dar essa polêmica se ele fizesse esse cortezinho aí, jogasse lá e deu no que deu.
Gleb Cruz, for an example, very unfortunately too, did an interview with Aline last week and then came already baiting her, saying that she works, she do anything. She said that sometimes she do some Amazon delivery or whatever, and as soon as she said he cut off the conversation, didn't ask anything anymore, but never asked if Alex does help her. You know what I mean? He was baiting just to get clicks, you know what I mean? Just to get views, and he don't like things like that.
Depois mandou mensagem pra mim falando que, eu não sabia que ia dar nisso e tal. Pô, o cara é experiente, entendeu? Ele sabia que ia dar no que deu. Por isso que ele fez. E se ele não tem essa noção, o que tá trabalhando nesse ramo?
For an example, he's a very seasoned journalist, a very seasoned reporter, and he messaged Alex later, say, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was going to end up like this, but he knew it was going to end up like this. He's seasoned. You, Ariel, you know when things are gonna, you understand about the game and why he just do stuff like that,
I will just say about that one, I didn't want to bring it up because I'm friends with Guilherme. I used to work with him 10 years at MMA Fighting, so I was sorry to see that. I like you and respect you and you very much, and I respect him as well. I consider him a friend, so I hope that you guys can figure it out and there would be no hard feelings, because I do think out of Brazil, historically, he's one of the best, if not the best. I call him the Brazilian beast. So I'm sorry all that happened, and hopefully it can be, resolved between you.
Desculpa aí até ter acontecido de sair, ele não ia nem mencionar, mas que ele conhece que ele é o melhor amigo dele das antigas do Brasil, né? E espero que vocês consigam aí se entender possivelmente. Acho que ele é um dos melhores, se não o melhor jornalista do Brasil, mas é triste que acontece um negócio desse.
Ele tem que fazer, sei lá, ele ajudar essas pessoas, é amigo dele, fazer uma reciclagem com essas pessoas, entendeu? Pô, como ele é um cara experiente, eu tenho certeza que ele sabe que o Guilherme fez, foi errado, então ele pode, já que é amigo, fica mais fácil de dar uns toques pro Guilherme e fazer, não só dar uns toques mesmo, fazer como se fosse um curso, entendeu? Para todas essas pessoas que não estão sabendo trabalhar.
He say, you be his friend, gotta get guys like this and put them on a recycling course, right? Like to understand how the game works, how this works, for a fortunate situation don't happen like this. You're a very experienced guy, you're the best. You know what I mean? Maybe one day you can teach him how to be a journalist.
Se fica muito caro para fazer algo nos Estados Unidos, né? Os brasileiros tem o Alexandre lá, no ConnectCast, dá para fazer um curso com ele lá também, que é um cara que tá vindo crescendo bastante aí.
And if it's too expensive because America is dollars, he can also go and learn from Alexandre from ConnectCast Brazil. He's doing an amazing job. He's young, but I think he have a lot to teach Guilherme.
Okay, fair enough. We'll leave it at that. So back to your potential next fight at the time. Was there any discussion about heavyweight division for you? Was there any talk of that before we eventually got to Magomed? Was that at all being discussed?
Antes de chegar no Ankalaev, teve alguma discussão, alguma coisa? Não, tô falando do Volkov, tô falando alguma possibilidade de você ter lutado no peso pesado ou não foi discutido isso aí?
Não, nada. Eu tinha falado que eu queria voltar em maio ou talvez junho, né? Eu queria descansar um pouco e tal, mas, todo mundo sabe, eu gosto de lutar, gosto de treinar, e, eu estaria muito tempo ali treinando e, falar assim, pra quê? Aproveitar, né? Igual eu falei, 37 anos, então eu tenho que aproveitar. Hoje eu peguei o telefone, depois de um bom treino assim, o Glover falando ali de como eu tô evoluindo, aprendendo, esse meu interesse, eu falei, vou falar com os meus empresários e pedir essa luta com o Ankalaev no próximo evento, o que der mais rápido possível, e deu certo, aí dia 8 de março, mas foi eu pedir a luta, eu já queria essa luta, vai ser uma luta muito boa, né? Eu sei que é uma luta muito dura, né? Respeito o adversário, falaram muitas coisas aí, mas mesmo assim, eu respeito, vejo o trabalho que ele vem fazendo, mas eu também estou fazendo um bom trabalho.
Well, no heavyweight fight was approached for us, but Alex did say before, I think even say here that he wanted to take a break, he wanted to come back maybe May or June, but he started training hard again. He was feeling good. Glover went and said, bro, I think we're evolving a lot, and then he feel good. He just called the managers and say, look, get me a fight next month, whatever the case may be, and I want to fight Ankalaev. Make this fight happen. And they made it happen, you know what I mean? He's training hard. Ankalaev and his people say some stuff here and there, but at the end of the day, he's watched his training, he watched him fight, he respects him as an athlete, and he's getting ready for it.
Okay, so you said you wanted Ankalaev. There was some talk that maybe you didn't want Ankalaev, but you're saying that you did. At one time, you tweeted something like, it won't be Ankalaev. I think that was it here, saying it won't be Ankalaev. Were you just messing with him? Were you just trying to get him upset, riled up?
Então, foi você que pediu, você quis o Ankalaev, então, né? Porque chegou o rumor de você que não queria o Ankalaev, aí depois você ainda até fez o Twitter e falou assim, não vai ser o Ankalaev. Isso aí foi você trolando mais pra entrar na cabeça dele?
Não, ali foi, você vê que eu nem postei nada ali, eu postei contra o Khalil, né? Se não me engano foi nesse vídeo do Khalil, que foi na época que o Ankalaev tinha falado que ia me nocautear, algo do tipo assim, que chamou minha atenção, e eu falei, pô, pega o Khalil ali, pô, um cara da trocação mesmo, que mostrou ali um bom trabalho, eu falei, pô, não foi esse cara, pô, não vai ser o Ankalaev, né? Até postei o vídeo no highlight com o Khalil.
No, that Twitter was more about, I think it was back right after the round 3 fight, that they did a hard fight and Ankalaev came out saying that he was going to knock him out, was going to do this and do that. And then like, bro, I just came back from a hard fight with Khalil. He say, in terms of knockout things, it's not going to be Ankalaev.
Oh, okay, all right. So now you see, you're the underdog going into this fight. Does this bother you? Does this surprise you?
Não sabia, você tá indo pra essa luta como uma zebra, né, nas apostas. Isso te incomoda, te surpreende?
Cara, eu nem vejo isso, de verdade. Em várias, acho que no UFC, pô, eu também tava ali como uma zebra, mas, pô, eu fiz só o meu trabalho, eu foco no meu trabalho e é o que eu vou fazer. Não importa qual vai ser, quando vai estar na casa de aposta.
I don't care about none of that, man. I always keep doing my job. Guys come say you're the underdog, you're not the underdog. I could care less how much it's going to be on the odds, so I just do my job.
The interesting thing about the fight is people think, oh, the UFC doesn't want to book this fight because they don't want Ankalaev to beat you because he's going to wrestle you. But if you actually look at his fight stats, he doesn't actually shoot for a lot of takedowns. He's not the typical Dagestani wrestler who goes in there and just tries to take you down. Do you agree with that when you watch him? Do you think that he is maybe being overrated by some people who just look at maybe where he's from and think that he is going to be like Khabib against you, and in reality, he doesn't really do that?
Pô, engraçado que muitas pessoas falam que você não quer colocar essa luta porque eles querem proteger você, porque é um cara que vai vir pra te botar pra baixo. Mas o Ariel falando, se você olhar nos status dele, ele não é um cara que bota os outros pra baixo, não usa o wrestling nas lutas. O pessoal, às vezes, fala um pouco, talvez pelo estilo da questão, pensa que ele vai chegar e fazer com você o que o Khabib fazia com os caras, sair grudando, fazer aquela luta travada. Você acha que vai ser assim? Como é que você acha que vai ser?
Eu não sei como vai ser. Eu sei que estou treinando muito já para essa luta. E não é algo surpreso para mim, não é algo que tipo o UFC chegou e pô, empurrou essa luta, falou, pô, você tem que fazer. Eu fui lá e pô, muito feliz com essa luta. Eu escolhi, falei assim, pô, lógico, escolhi, ele era o próximo já. E falei, pô, quero lutar. Com quem? Pô, Ankalaev, entendeu? Se tivesse outro, de verdade mesmo, se tivesse outro cara ali na frente, ali, falasse Ankalaev ou esse strike aqui, pô, Ankalaev, agora eu tô no meu melhor momento.
Well, when they... I'm going to be honest, it's hard to predict how the fight's going to go. I cannot predict. I just know that I'm living my best moments. I'm on my prime. And if they book this fight, Ankalaev was like number 2, and they're like, okay, but there's this guy ahead. I would choose Ankalaev because that's the guy that I want to fight, and I'm living my best moment right now.
Has he said anything that has bothered you to the point where you feel like you're being disrespected by him?
Algo que ele falou que desse ponto você sente que você está sendo desrespeitado por ele?
Não. Foi algumas provocações, mas acho que não foi nada disso. Vou nocautear o Alex. Isso aí, pô, ele pode falar, entendeu? Ele tá treinando, tá confiante. Pô, é isso. A gente vai ver lá no dia.
Nothing really, just some trash talk here. There he goes, I'm going to knock Alex out. Well, he's training, he can say that. But then we'll see on fight night.
I thought it was funny when he tweeted something to the effect of, oh, you're going to do whatever the company tells you to do. You know, you work for them and they want me to fight you. When in reality, I feel like the company has tried to do everything but give him a title shot because he's not very popular. And so I'm wondering if you read that and if you found it was funny, because it's very clear that the company loves you and maybe not so much him.
Se você ler quando ele falou meio que você é boneco da companhia e você vai fazer o que eles te mandar. Sendo que parece que é o contrário, na verdade, né? Porque ele é um cara que não é um cara que o público não gosta muito de assistir e eles não queriam colocar de jeito nenhum.
Bom, ali, quando ele falou isso, porque eu pedi. Se eu pedi, eu fui o primeiro a saber se eu pedi a luta. A minha intenção era lutar em maio, junho, então eu pedi. E quando ele ficou sabendo, eu acho que, não sei como chegou pra ele, mas falou, pô, os caras estão querendo colocar o Alex. Então, tipo assim, o UFC tá me obrigando, acho que ele pensou, o UFC tá me obrigando. E aí depois ele fez o comentário, bom, você é um empregado aí, pô, você tem que fazer o que eles pedem, entendeu? Você só é um funcionário. Mas eu pedi, eu dei a chance de ele falar isso, só isso.
He said the company tells me what to do, but I'm the one that asked for the fight. I said I want to fight in March, in May, June, but I'm the one that came there and said I want to fight Ankalaev now. And he found out only because I asked to fight him.
Quando tiver um coletivo, algo, as pessoas tiverem a oportunidade de entrevistar o Dana White, e aí só perguntar, eu tenho certeza que eu não estou mentindo. Eu ia lutar em maio, junho, talvez, mas eu falei, não, eu quero lutar em março. Então me deram essa data e eu vou com quem? Com Ankalaev. É 100% de certeza que se o Dana White responder, ele vai falar isso que eu estou falando.
Any press conference, any interview that Dana White come up, just ask him. I know 100% that was going to say that I asked for the fight.
Impossível falar de outra forma.
Impossible to say something else.
Can I ask you, because I remember when we spoke in October after the Khalil Roundtree fight, I was thinking, okay, he's fought a lot, 3 times in 6 months, better to rest, maybe May, June. As his coach, were you okay with him coming back so soon?
Absolutely. Ele perguntou, sabe jogando até Moy West. Ele perguntou, porque quando ele falou comigo, até falou assim, pô, o Alex tá voltando rápido, lutando bastante. Se eu tô ok dele voltar, de você voltar assim, lutar tão rápido. For me, I think it's better. He's 37 years old, he's on his prime. He's a kickboxer at first. He's used to fight on a regular. I'd rather him fighting more often than having big gaps, because I want his body and his mind to stay used to the adrenaline, to the competition. I want him to be on a constant fight pace.
Okay.
Falei
Bom,
que,
5 meses, mais ou menos, não é rápido, né?
It's 5 months, actually, not 4 hours. Eu falei, na verdade, eu quero contra, eu quero que você lute com constante para continuar no ritmo, né, mano?
Yeah, you fought 3 times in 6 months.
He did not get hurt.
Right.
Pô, nesse peso que eu tô, cara, se eu não me machuco em uma luta, eu faço uma luta cada mês.
Não machucou, não estourou nada. No, bro, in this way that he is now, with this weight cut, he can fight every month.
Wow. By the way, you like that? It's nice. You saw that guy? You have one?
Tem
Não tenho, não.
Well, we give it to you.
Vai
You have
dar
to
pra
have
você.
it. How do you not have it? That's crazy.
Como é que você não tem?
Ah, não sei não. Não sei não.
That's crazy. Okay, so you come back in March. Was there any talk of you fighting in Brazil? Because we thought maybe later in the year you'd fight in Brazil. Was that on the table for you?
Então, tá em março, teve alguma possibilidade, alguma conversa, ou pode ter de você lutar no Brasil? Que nem pensou que você gostaria de lutar no Brasil até o final do ano, talvez?
Não, eu gostaria de lutar no Brasil, mas ainda não falaram nada, né? Tem essa luta aí agora. Vamos ver depois da luta aí como vai ser. Quando vai ser o evento do Brasil?
When's the Brazil event?
They've talked about May or June.
Maio ou junho.
Legal, um tempo bom também.
Well, let's see. First I'm going to do this fight, and then... But I actually want to fight in Brazil. No, that seems to be good timing.
I feel like that's the one thing left to do, right? Well, maybe there's 2 things left, Brazil and heavyweight.
A única 2 coisas que falta você fazer aí é lutar no Brasil e lutar no pesado.
Yeah. and so just curious, you look at the heavyweight division, or light heavyweight, I should say, Khalil, if you beat Magomed, Jan Blachowicz, Yuri, Jamal, there's not much left for you at 205. Do you think this could be the one that gets you to heavyweight? Is it possible that the next one is heavyweight?
Bom, se você olhar todos esses caras que ganhou, o Khalil, o Dino, o Jamal, o Blachowicz, não sobra muita gente. Você acha que pode ser essa talvez a sua última luta 205, a luta que talvez traz daqui você pesado?
Bom, não sei, porque... Pô, eu vou lutar com quem? Igual você viu, o John Jones falou, pô, que gostaria de lutar comigo, né? Então eu não vejo também uma outra luta. Eu tava assim, tipo, eu vou lutar com qualquer um, eu quero lutar uma luta no peso pesado. Hoje eu já parei um pouquinho, eu falei, pô, pra que eu vou... Tudo é um risco, cara, a luta, entendeu? Então, pô, sou campeão, John Jones campeão, então teria que ser essa luta.
Well, I don't know, because, you know what I mean, it's not about only fight at heavyweight. At first I made that noise, now I think it can be a risk, cannot be a risk. I'm the champ, I want to fight the champ. So let's make the fight with John Jones.
Yes.
That's the fight that I want for heavyweight.
That's the one you want. Do you think it could happen this year?
Você acha que pode acontecer esse ano?
Não sei, tudo é possível, né? Pô, muitas coisas aí que eu achei que não ia acontecer e aconteceu.
Anything's possible. A lot of things, I thought could not happen with me, so who knows?
After his win over Stipe, was there any talk with you about fighting him next?
Depois de sua luta com o Stipe, com o Miocic, da luta dele com o Miocic, teve alguma conversa de vocês lutar com um com o outro?
Não.
Você lutar com ele com a organização?
Não, a gente só falou, antes da luta dele, a gente falou algumas coisas, mas aí depois não falamos mais.
Before his John Jones fight, they actually talk, right? About possible fighting, some things like that, but then they didn't talk no more.
Who's they?
Him and John Jones.
Oh, you talked together?
Você falou com o John Jones.
Não, falei por telefone.
Yeah, mas você teve uma conversa com ele.
Não, só foi uma conversa assim, bem aleatória, nada de luta, não.
More random talk, not too much about fighting, but on the phone.
You speak on the phone with John Jones? Your friends?
Com John Jones, seu amigo?
Não é meu amigo, né? Mas é um cara que eu respeito e, assim, pô, gosto dele, eu vejo também que ele gosta de mim, né? A gente se respeita, né? Mas não é um cara que eu ligo, e aí, como que você tá? Tudo bem? Ou como que foi a sua semana? Não existe isso.
Not a friend, not somebody that I talk on the regular, but somebody that I respect, and I know that he respects me, there's mutual respect.
Mm-hmm. He says that he wants to fight you next, and he would rather fight you than Tom Aspinall. When he says that, do you think it's because he thinks that you are a more winnable fight than Aspinall? Why do you think he says this?
Ele fala que ele quer lutar com você primeiro do que lutar com o Aspinall. Você acha que ele fala isso porque ele acha que é mais fácil ganhar de você do que do Aspinall? Por que você acha que ele fala isso?
Não, acho que ele explicou, pelo que eu entendi também, tipo, tudo é um risco, né? Ele sabe que tem um risco ali. Pô, o Aspinall tem a história dele, até, mas acho que eu venho fazendo uma história maior e, tipo, pô, ele pensa assim, se eu ganho do Alex, pô, aí eu vou, pô, não tem que provar, já não tem que provar nada pra ninguém, né? Mas, pô, vai ser algo maior, entendeu? Do que lutar com o Aspinall. Eu acho que foi isso que ele falou, que eu entendi.
I think because, you know what I mean, it's about the momentum and also the risk. It's a risk. Fighting Aspinall was going to win from there. It's another, like he says, another title fight, right? Mm-hmm. But fighting Alex is a much bigger achievement. So I think it's the weight of the fight, right? And I think after that, he said he can beat everybody. And then, you know, it was a bigger fight. I think that's why.
You were there when he fought Stipe. Were you impressed with what he did to Stipe?
We were actually, no, we were...
You weren't there?
We were in Malta. Ele falou assim, você viu a luta do estilo, a gente tava lá, falei, não tava, mas...
A gente não
viu depois.
A gente não assistiu, a gente viu depois.
We saw the fight later.
Were you impressed?
Não, sim, pô, assim, foi... Porque assim, o cara ficou um bom tempo parado, né? Mas, pô, a experiência que o cara tem, mas também mostrou que treinou bastante, fez aquele chute giratório lá, pô, uma coisa que é muito difícil e, pô... o cara vir, pô, já num tempo parado e, pô, tá fazendo coisas que como se estivesse iniciando na carreira, isso é impressionante.
No, he was impressive winner, impressive performance, the way that he threw, that spinning kick. Anybody that's a beginner fight, look at that, know that is hard. So it was a great performance.
Who do you think wins, John or Tom?
Quem que você acha que ganha, John Jones ou Tom Aspinall?
Eu acho que John Jones.
John Jones. And for you, are these two, like, are you interested in Tom at this point? Is he in your thoughts as well?
Ele é uma luta que te interessaria, que está na sua mente?
Quem?
Tom Aspinall.
Bom, igual eu falei, eu lutaria com qualquer um no peso pesado, mas o John Jones é o campeão, eu sou campeão. Se fosse o Tom Aspinall, é óbvio que eu queria lutar com ele.
I'll fight anybody at heavyweight, but I'm the champion, John Jones the champion. If Aspinall was the champ, I wanted to fight him.
Okay. Did you ever see that picture of when you were coming out and Tom's looking at you? He's sitting there and I think it was from UFC, and here it is right there, staring at you. Do you see this picture? You've seen it before?
Já tive essa foto aí.
Já.
What do you think about it?
O que você acha dela?
Pô, acho interessante. Eu vi, acho que não sei se eu comentei alguma coisa quando ele postou, mas depois também eu postei ela, se eu não me engano, acho que foi essa mesma foto, essa foto dele. E eu também não lembro o que eu falei, mas tipo na época que tava falando muito, né, de lutar com ele, ou John Jones e tal, eu fiz, né, para dar esse barulho mesmo, né, para ver o que as pessoas acham e começar de uma forma a cobrar ali e eu consegui uma luta dessa.
I don't remember if I saw that photo, but I definitely reposted just because, you know, everybody was talking about it. We wanted to see how much noise it was going to make. What people would say about it.
When you see it, though, does it excite you? Like, you see the intensity, the way he's looking at you. Is this the type of thing that you're like, okay, I like this?
Quando você vê a intensidade, do jeito que ele tá te olhando, te empolga? Tipo, o negócio, pô, eu quero isso aí.
Se me empolga?
Tipo, o negócio, pô, te tá querendo energia pro sol.
It's like he's trying to hunt you. He's looking at you.
Tipo, tentando te caçar, entendeu?
Dessa forma, não. Porque eu já tinha tirado essa possibilidade, né? Porque depois eu mudei. Igual eu falei, pô, lutaria qualquer um. Pô, eu queria fazer uma luta no peso pesado, não importa quem. Mas hoje eu vejo também a importância de estar fazendo uma luta com o John Jones, né? E de não estar fazendo com ele. Então eu vejo a foto ali, para mim é uma foto comum.
Not anymore, because, you know, it's not a real scenario right now. You know what I mean? You like to fight John Jones. So look at it, it's like a regular photo.
Okay. If it was up to you, how many times do you fight this year?
Se depender de você, quantas vezes, Luciano?
3 vezes.
3 times. And the first one is Magomed, and then, you know, maybe a few months later, and then who would be 2 and 3?
Primeiro, o Ankalaev. Quem seria o 2 e o 3?
Bom, de verdade não tenho os nomes. Cara, é quem tiver disponível.
From my heart, I don't have no names, whoever's available.
Vamos trazer um cara lá do oitavo, igual quando foi com o Khalil. Pra mim não interessa. Traz o primeiro, o segundo, quer trazer o oitavo, quer trazer o 20º, pra mim não importa, eu quero lutar.
Like Khalil, he was 8 on the rank, they say gonna bring me, no problem. If he's first, second, if the guy number 8, if the number 12, I don't care, I just wanna fight.
Obviously, last week we saw Yuri, great fight for him. Were you impressed and were you surprised? Did you think he was going to beat Jamal?
Semana passada o Prohaska estava aqui, né? Você viu a luta dele, te impressionou do jeito que ele ganhou do Jamal?
Bom, foi uma luta boa, até falei ali pra ele depois, né? Tava dando entrevista, ele tava do lado. Foi uma luta boa de assistir. Cara, como eu falei, são estilos diferentes ali, oponentes diferentes. Eu vejo uma outra luta. Como eu vi ali, se fosse comigo, eu viria de outra forma, diferente.
Well, it was a good fight. I even told himself, because he was there waiting to do an interview right after us. You know what I mean? But você faria uma luta diferente?
Seria uma luta diferente ali.
Com você?
Comigo.
I think it was an impressive win, but I feel that with me will be a different fight.
Okay. But in terms of his evolution, he talked about maybe being more patient and more calculated and defending himself. Did you see an evolution in Yuri's game?
Em termos de evolução, dele ser um cara mais calmo, tá mais paciente, tá contra-golpeando, você viu essa evolução nessa luta?
Eu vi, essa aí eu vi, porque ele não tava muito assim, muito aceso e tal. Então ele conseguiu ali pegar bem, quando o Jamal passou direto naquele último golpe ali, onde aconteceu o nocaute ali. Bom, ali ele foi bem inteligente, eu vi uma evolução, mas também vi o Jamal um pouco mais lento, um adversário mais lento ali para ele, então ele conseguiu fazer isso muito bem.
Definitely saw evolution, he picking his shots, being a little more patient, you know what I mean, many counterattacks, but also he was able to do that with Jamal that was much slower. I don't know if opponent much faster.
Do you have any interest in another fight against Yuri at some point?
Tem algum interesse em talvez algum ponto lutando com ele novamente?
Pô, eu luto com ele, eu luto com o Jamal, eu luto com qualquer um. Comigo não tem essa, não.
I'll fight him, I'll fight Jamal, I'll fight anybody.
Mas já lutou 3 vezes, 5 vezes, 10 vezes. Cara, eu quero lutar. O cara quer lutar, já lutou 10 vezes. Quer lutar, vamos lutar.
Oh, but you fought the guy 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, it don't matter. People want to see the guy want to fight, I'll fight.
Jamal has talked a lot about you. Were you happy to see him lose?
Jamal falou muito sobre você, né? Aquele barulho inteiro, você ficou feliz de ver ele perder?
Não feliz. Eu vi que o Jamal tinha muita chance ali que eu acho o Jamal mais forte que o Giri. Né? Então eu falei assim, o Giri tem um jogo melhor ali para atrapalhar, né, o Jamal, mas se uma mão do Jamal entrar ali, vai ser meio difícil pro Giri. Né? Mas eu não fiquei assim, não fiquei contente, não. Eu só assisti uma luta ali, não tava torcendo para ninguém, tava só assistindo simplesmente.
No, I was not happy to see him lose. I actually saw that Jamal had more power than Giri on the fight. If he was able to connect more punches in a different way, he probably would be happier. But not that I was happy. Like, I was just watching a fight like it was any other fight.
Se fosse para escolher ali, como você queria que essa luta terminasse? Por pontos ali.
If I could choose the way that the fight will finish, it would be by decision.
Okay. Just curious, like when you hear Jamal saying the things that he says about you, do you just laugh, considering what happened in your fight in April?
Depois da sua luta que aconteceu, né, aconteceu entre vocês em abril, quando você ganhou dele, quando ele continua falando, você só dá risada?
O Jamal? Eu vejo, ele é um cara gente boa, de verdade. Eu vejo ali, que ele não tem essa maldade, mas ele tem que falar, né, ele tem que vender. Se ele não estivesse falando tudo isso, eu acho que ele não estaria também onde ele está. Então ele é um cara esperto, é um cara inteligente.
Honestly, he actually seems to be a nice guy. He talks because, you know what I mean, he gotta sell the fights, like, you know what I mean, he gotta do his stuff, because honestly, I think if he didn't talk that much, I don't think he'll be where he's at.
So can I ask your side of the story of what happened at the PI? We saw him get in your face, and I don't know if he wanted to fight or not. What did you feel from him? Did you feel like he wanted to fight on that day at the PI?
Já que vamos aproveitar isso aí, vamos perguntar o seu lado do que aconteceu no PI aquele dia lá, que quase teve a briga lá. Você acha que ele queria lutar mesmo com você ali?
Cara, eu acho que quer, entendeu? Eu acho que tem tudo, como eu posso dizer, não é... Todas as lutas são difíceis, entende? Mas tem uma recompensa, ele lutou comigo uma vez, eu acho que ele tem uma boa recompensa e ele sabe que se ele lutar comigo novamente, ele vai estar recebendo mais. Então...
Você acha que ele queria brigar com você ali?
Ah, brigar?
É, lá.
Eu acho que não. Ele só fez mesmo só pra mídia ali. Como eu falei pra você, ele é um cara muito inteligente, né? E, pô, é da forma dele trabalhar, mas acho que tá sendo esperto.
I don't think he really wanted to fight me over there or abroad. I think he just found a way to sell another fight.
Okay. Were you getting upset?
Você tava ficando bravo?
Não, tava de boa, que assim, eu sou sério, né? Então, se eu falo alguma coisa e tal, já falo assim, pô, esse cara é agressivo. Então, se eu tô conversando uma parada séria e, pô, eu faço qualquer movimento, eu olho, pô, vou pra cima, assim, e eu falo assim, pô, esse cara quer me bater. Mas se é um outro cara que não tem essa fama, vai ser uma parada comum, entendeu? Então, pô, simplesmente eu joguei. Se você pega e joga as luvas pra ele, da forma que você sempre se comporta, tipo, as pessoas não iam levar a sério. Mas comigo, todo mundo já pensa de outra forma.
I was actually chilling, but people sometimes misinterpret because I'm this guy, you know what I mean, this stone face and this and that. So if I come to you and extend my hands, people think that I'm being aggressive. Maybe, for example, you're a nice guy, Ariel, you go over there and throw the glove to somebody. Maybe they'll not think that he had those bad intentions, but because of him, but he was actually chilling on the inside.
Se eu jogo a luva assim, ó, não, pega aí, desse jeito. E se você pega a luva assim, então toma aí e tal. Eu fui mais agressivo, entendeu?
If he goes and just throw the gloves like this, but you go and throw like this, he's the one that's the aggressive guy.
Right.
Assim.
All right, so all good there. When Yuri was doing, when you were doing the interview and Yuri was looking at you backstage, were you feeling his presence? You know this clip that was
the after fight now?
Yeah, the after fight. Yeah, we have the clip over here. You guys were talking backstage. Yuri had just fought, and he's standing there, and he's just like stoic, watching you over there. Do you feel him watching you?
Você sentia essa energia encarando, assistindo a gente dali, tipo esse momento aí que a gente tava lá dando entrevista, ele tava só ali, ó, encarando?
Cara, sério, não foi uma parada igual eu tava no octógono naquela vez, que ele tava me encarando. Nesse momento ali, ele não tava assim, tipo, pô, eu quero lutar com esse cara, eu vou matar esse cara e tal. Não, ele tava ali, tipo, com o pessoal dele, eu vi que não tinha isso, não. Eu senti que não tinha isso, ele simplesmente estava parado ali. Se tivesse outra pessoa dando entrevista ali, ele estaria da mesma forma, tenho certeza.
No, it was not like the stare down that we had across the cage from each other. He was just watching, I didn't feel no vibe from there. He was just over there doing his thing. We were doing our thing. I feel that if was anybody else doing that interview, he'll be looking at them the same way.
Okay. He said before your fight and even a little bit afterwards, talking about like the sort of like, I don't know, the aura that you put out and maybe some voodoo or something like this. Have you ever where does he come up with this stuff? Have you ever partaked in any of this?
Here we go. Pô, antes da luta e depois ele veio falar que a gente faz magia negra, que a gente faz aquela mandiga inteira lá e tal. Né? De onde que saiu isso aí? Se a gente faz algum desses negócios aí?
Isso aí é que a galera vê ali, né, pô, eu pintado, né, a parte da cultura indígena, as pessoas associam coisas assim, sei lá, pensam o que elas querem, mas, cara, eu acredito muito em Deus, tenho Deus no meu coração e pra mim é isso que importa, pô, não mexo com algo do tipo magia, voodoo. Bom, se ele acredita, pega esse bonequinho aqui, ó, e amarra minhas mãos e tal, e vou olhar ali, pô, vai pegar esse bonequinho aqui. Aí coloca minhas mãos, amarra minhas mãos pra trás, tal, amarra minhas pernas, fala assim, pô, na hora da luta esse cara não vai conseguir me chutar. Eu vou olhar ali e falei, tanto que eu treinei, o tanto que eu me dediquei e tal, porque ela tá amarrando a perna do meu boneco ali. Cara, eu tenho Deus no coração.
All respect to him, but no, man, I'm a God-fearing man. I have God in my heart. And these guys just put these things, but we never participated in none of those fights. We're regular people. If he really believed that, grab this doll, tie his hands here or backwards, and I say, okay, I'm going to tie the hands and the feet, and I'll go fight this guy, because that's going to work. Like, we never, no, bro.
Bom, eu acho que assim,
got people.
No caso, se a gente luta de novo e tal, eu tô sendo assim, sincero. Não quero nem mexer no psicológico dele, do Giri. E, pô, isso não existe, assim, né, no que a gente está fazendo. Né? Eu estou bem concentrado, como falei, tenho Deus no meu coração, acredito muito em Deus. Eu acho que se a gente lutar novamente, ele esquecer isso, que ele vai conseguir ser um atleta melhor, vai conseguir fazer um trabalho melhor, e a gente vai fazer uma luta melhor e, pô, vai dar um show para todo mundo.
With all respect to him, and honestly speaking, if we go and fight again a third time, and I feel from my heart that if he put all this on the side and just focus on fighting skill and performance and just fighting each other, I think we'll be able to give a much better fight to the crowd.
Eu quero lutar com um cara que, pô, ele tá bem mesmo. Eu quero ser o melhor, entendeu? Eu não quero que, pô, ficar ali pedindo pra que, pô, tomara que o cara se machuca, pô, tomara que o corte de peso do cara seja... Não, meu, eu quero lutar com um cara que tá bem fisicamente, mentalmente, e, pô, e isso vai me deixar bem, porque eu vou provar que eu sou melhor e bati num cara que tava, pô, complicado, um cara que tava, pô, treinou pra caramba, e, pô, isso vai me fazer bem.
I don't want to fight guys that because of cheating this, cheating that. No, I want to fight the best at their best. I don't want to fight a guy and think, oh, I hope he gets hurt. No, I want to fight them on their best. I want to fight them on their prime. I want to fight a guy that he's ready. He gets that fire in me and say, okay, I want to beat this guy. Like, I want to fight people on their best. There's no reason to do this kind of stuff.
Mm. So I think they should do Yuri versus Khalil next. You know both guys now. Who do you think wins that fight?
Ele falou que ele acha que eles deveriam fazer o Khalil e o Prohaska na próxima. Você conhecendo os dois, quem você acha que ganha?
Bom, eu acho que o Khalil... cara, é difícil. Eu acho que meio ali mais que por um pouquinho mais, acho que o Khalil ganha. Não sei.
It will be a very hard fight, but I think by a little bit Khalil wins that fight.
Porque assim, eu também, quando eu lutei com o Khalil, pô, é assim, claro que eu cansei, foi 4 rounds, pô, mas eu bati bastante, bati forte, e tudo que aconteceu no meu camp, que eu não quero usar como desculpa, entendeu? Mas eu posso falar porque ainda eu ganhei. Se eu tivesse perdido, eu nem comentaria aqui, mas, pô, eu não tô inventando, todo mundo que tava do meu lado ali viu. Como, pô, 2 vezes em menos de um mês tomando antibiótico aí por, sei lá, 5, 10 dias cada vez. Costela ruim, ligamento do dedo ruim ainda do dedo que eu tinha quebrado. Um problema de visto no Brasil. Eu tava no Brasil, não tava aqui. Depois venho pra cá, depois vou pra Utah. Então, pô, tava bem complicado. Então, eu não consigo ver como que... Se talvez não tivesse acontecido isso, talvez a luta poderia ser diferente. Entende, Bruno?
Claro, poderia ser do...
eu não sei.
Sobre as circunstâncias...
Eu queria estar bem... se eu estivesse bem nessa luta do Khalil, eu poderia falar assim... o Khalil, com certeza, entendeu? Se eu tivesse bem acontecido o que aconteceu na luta, eu ia falar, não, certeza, o Khalil vai ganhar do Giri.
But at the same time, it's hard because when he fought Khalil, not put an excuse because he won that fight, right? It was very hard for 4 rounds. He hit him really hard. But put that aside, everybody knows the scenario that he fought that fight. He had to do 2-3 rounds of antibiotics throughout those weeks. He basically couldn't train. His ribs were cracked. He just basically did a little bit of that camp in Utah. So it's hard to know in a different scenario how he would have done with Khalil. To say, okay, I fought Khalil my best, but Khalil definitely wins. So we don't know. Each fight is different. You know what I mean? But
okay. Your old foe, Israel Adesanya, is fighting this weekend. And we saw a couple weeks ago he was training with Robert Whittaker, and it got me wondering: would you ever consider that as well? I know you're in a good place. It seems like you guys are friends now, but would you ever want to train with Israel?
O seu velho inimigo, né? Seu velho rival, Israel Adesanya, falou até bem de você aí e apareceram agora treinando com o Robert Whittaker. Pode ser que no futuro a gente pode ver vocês treinando. Vocês parecem que estão em bons termos agora. Algo que talvez pode acontecer no futuro?
Não, acho que, com certeza, né? Pô, quem tá vendo a forma que eu me comporto, até com pessoas que eu já lutei, né? Pô, tô trazendo para dentro do meu camp, que é onde que eu aprendo muito, e com certeza tá treinando com Israel, com certeza eu vou aprendendo algo, ou vou estar passando algo para ele também, porque muitas coisas ali que a gente começa a ver assistindo uma luta, e às vezes as pessoas falam, pô, Israel, isso aqui ele machuca o adversário e tal, mas eu, diretamente, eu posso falar, não, isso aqui você tem que continuar. Então, eu acho que, às vezes, a gente sabe que a gente faz de melhor, mas às vezes a gente não acredita muito ali, mas, pô, se eu que tava tomando as porradas ali, chegar e dizer, meu, vai aqui, que você vai machucar. Então, acho que vai ser bom pra mim, vai ser bom pra ele, se ele for um cara sincero e falar a mesma forma que eu vou falar pra ele, eu acho que a gente vai só ganhar com isso.
Yeah, man, we have guys not brought old rivals to the camp and training them. I think there'll be something really good and something sincere, because sometimes somebody can watch from the outside and say, okay, look, I think you can do this better. Or I think this is good, this is bad. But nobody knows better than Alex or better than Israel because they fought each other. So Alex can have a sincere, open heart opinion to say, look, keep doing this because this really works. You know what I mean? And vice versa. And I feel that if Easy have the same approach for open heart and be honest with each other, I think they can be great for each other.
Igual o Sean Strickland e o Adesanya. A gente olhando assim e ele fazendo os golpes ali, que pra quem tá assistindo, acho que é normal e não tá machucando e tal. Mas tem coisas que o Adesanya faz, coisas que o Sean Strickland faz. Eu já falei até pro Sean Strickland, eu falei, pô, isso aqui é complicado. Quando você faz essa parada aqui, meu, atrapalha muito. Então, é bom ele saber disso, entendeu? Porque com isso você consegue montar uma estratégia, né? E não que você vai ganhar do cara só fazendo tal coisa, mas aquilo vai abrir várias oportunidades de você estar colocando outros golpes.
Por exemplo, Israel versus Sean Strickland.
Não versus. Ou Israel e o Sean Strickland.
Mas não quando eles lutaram.
Não. Tipo, eu já lutei com os
For
dois.
example, he fought both, right? He could go to Strickland or Israel and say, look, this works because of this, and that, and he can go for the other. The same way he goes for both because he have an inner perspective, right? And not leaving something that maybe could be a knockout, life-changing the fight, but something that could at least open the way for the win. You know what I mean?
Tipo, quando eu tava assim, eu tava lutando e eu pensava assim, com os dois, né? O Sean Strickland e o Adesanya. Eu falava, caramba, esse cara tá me atrapalhando aqui, velho. Pensava, né, e tal. Pô, e aí o cara fazia de novo e eu falava, caramba, se esse cara continuar vai ser complicado, velho. Então, tipo assim, é uma preocupação. Então, é bom ele saber disso.
When I fought both of them, they were thinking that they were doing, say, man, if this guy keep doing this, it's gonna get complicated for me. And then again, I can give them an inner opinion what's going on, you know.
Do you have love for Israel? Like when you watch him compete, if you're watching on Saturday, because of the time you spent together, do you hope for the best for him? Do you want him to win?
Você tem amor, assim, carinho pelo Adesanya quando você vê ele lutar, você deseja ele ganhando?
É, assim, eu acho que eu não vejo eu torcendo para outra pessoa, né, quando o Adesanya tá lutando, porque, tipo, pô, eu agradeço muito, né, a ele, porque acho que se não fosse esse cara, eu não estaria onde eu estou hoje. Né? Eu acho que pô, eu já entrei no UFC, ganhando um bom salário, coisas que, tipo, poucas pessoas têm que ter uma história e tal, então a história que eu tinha era com ele. Então, agradeço, né, e, pô, acho que a forma de estar contribuindo é estar torcendo para ele, o mínimo.
No, I don't see myself cheering against Israel Adesanya. I wish him the best, and I think that maybe without him, I would not be where I am today. I would have not got in the UFC with the good contract that I did due to the history that we have. So I want the best for him.
A third fight in the UFC with Israel or John Jones? If you had to just pick one, which are you picking?
Se puder escolher uma, só uma terceira com a Adesanya ou John Jones, qual que você escolheria?
John Jones.
Why?
Por quê?
Porque, bom, já lutei 4 vezes com a Adesanya e, como eu falei, que era um desafio, né, um outro desafio, lutando no peso pesado, pô, e falando do campeão. Então, acho que é o melhor cenário.
Because I already fought Israel 4 times and talk about John Jones is a new challenge and he's the champ.
By the way, did you know, parabéns, did you know that you won my Fighter of the Year award?
Você sabe que você ganhou aqui, fizeram a deles aqui, você ganhou o lutador do ano, ó, ganhou o troféu aí.
Helwani knows. This is it. 2024. You know that?
24 agora. 22
foi agora? Pô, legal, obrigado.
Yeah, and you know Plinio and Glover won my Coaches of the Year.
E nós ganhou de coach do ano.
Dele também.
Eles fizeram deles aqui todo mundo.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
A lot of people said, oh, no, Ariel.
Nariz aqui é o dele?
You say that your nose?
This is my nose, yeah. Look, it says Helwani knows.
Olha lá, o prêmio do Ariel Helwani Nose Award, o prêmio do nariz do Ariel.
Chama.
A lot of people said I'm crazy. They said it should have been Ilya, Fighter of the Year.
Muito falou que ele é louco, que teria que ser o Topuria.
Muitas pessoas falaram, mas eu fiz o meu trabalho, as pessoas votaram, né? Mas, pô, acho que ele também fez um bom trabalho. Eu não falei no dia lá, mas, bom, acho que a gente ficou ali, pau a pau, né? E, pô, acho que vou dividir essa premiação aí com ele, que ele fez um bom trabalho, né? Até minha premiação que eu ganhei lá quando o Plínio tava junto lá, da MMA Awards. Tô dividindo com ele, porque ele também fez um bom trabalho. E é isso, tô levando a alegria pro público, ele também da mesma forma, então ele merece esse reconhecimento.
Well, he did a lot of great things. I think I did my job, but you know what? When I won the MMA awards, I didn't say that, but I'm saying right now, I'll share this with him because he's also did great things, and he's a great guy that's bringing a lot of joy to people, so he deserves that award too.
Wow.
Então somos os melhores lutadores de 2024.
So we both are the best fighters of 2024.
Okay. Wow, respect. I'll let you go in a minute, but I want to ask you about a photo. You posted a photo in December, I think it was. You were eating in your parents' house like 4 years ago, and then you showed their new house. And it's an amazing transformation. We have the photo. This is you.
Você postou em dezembro aí, ele quer falar que você postou essa foto comendo na casa do seu pai, e depois de alguns anos você comendo.
What year is this photo?
Que ano foi essa foto?
Acho que 2018, tava no Glória.
I think maybe 2018. He wants a Glory.
Eu postei ela uma vez, né, quando eu tava no Glória. E aí quando as pessoas viram, eu vi alguma postagem, algum comentário de alguém, não lembro, que, pô, o cara é campeão do Glória e tal, e não reboca a casa dos pais dele, tipo assim, criticando, entendeu? Mas o meu plano já tava lá na frente. Eu tinha comprado uma casa já pro meu pai e pra minha mãe morar, né, e a casa estava em reforma, e por isso que eles ainda estavam ali.
So this was, I think, back 2017, 18, 19, somewhere around those years at Glory. And the way that he brought back, because you remember back then, somebody commented and say, bro, this guy is eating his parents' house, Glory chamber, not even pushing rock, don't take care of his father's parents' house wall. But they didn't know that he was already on plans to buy a house for their parents, smaller house back then, years ago.
Now we see the new house.
Agora a casa nova.
Unbelievable. That's their new house.
Essa casa nova dos seus pais?
What does it feel like to be able to give your parents this?
O que significa para você poder estar dando isso para seus pais?
Significa muito, né? Porque desde sempre, meu pai e minha mãe, os dois juntos, ralaram muito para tentar dar uma vida melhor, né, pra gente. Fizeram tudo o que eles puderam fazer, né? E foi muito difícil, mas acho que a educação que a gente teve, né, o ensinamento que a gente teve, isso foi acho que a melhor coisa, né? Meus irmãos, todo mundo, são todas pessoas assim que sabem respeitar, pessoas de bom caráter, né? E eu poder fazer isso para eles, né? Eu acho que é uma troca,
retribuir, não, uma retribuir. So it means a lot because, you know, we grew up in hard times, you know what I mean? They try as most to give a good life for us financially, but they couldn't. But at the same time, they did a great job raising us, raising all the kids with our manners, our education to a certain way, like raising us like men, raising us with the good family values, raising us as good people. So for me to buy in this house is a good way to retribute all the hard work that they put to make us where we are.
Your story has been talked about, but it's amazing to see, like in Los Angeles, when you show up to the weigh-ins, everyone goes crazy. I see you in Korea at the airport, everyone's going crazy for you. And I'm wondering just how do you keep your head from getting too big? How do you not almost get intoxicated by all of this love? Because you can make a case right now that you're the most beloved fighter in the UFC. Everyone adores you. And so how do you not let it get to your head?
Pô, você é um cara humilde, tá lá em Los Angeles, os fãs em cima de você, tá na Coreia, milhares de pessoas em cima de você, e você é um cara que fica centrado, fica com o pé no chão. Como é que você consegue ser assim? Porque pode-se falar que hoje você é o lutador mais popular do UFC, entendeu? Você não leva tudo só pra cabeça. Como é que você consegue se manter assim?
Eu acho que eu tô aproveitando, né, a minha vida, né, acho que agora um pouco mais, tenho mais condição, igual as pessoas que me acompanham vê ali, eu tenho um carro bom, eu tenho uma casa boa, né, hoje eu consigo viajar para qualquer lugar, e, acho que da onde eu vim, né, eu acho que foi muito difícil e, não vou sair gastando assim, né, não vai sair gastando assim, eu compro um carro, de tantos $1000. Cara, eu posso fazer isso, estou trabalhando para isso, né, mas eu acho que mesmo dessa forma, para mim, é até uma forma inteligente, é uma forma de investimento.
E como é que você consegue se manter pé no chão em termos assim com as pessoas, sendo um cara educado, Você não é essa mesma pessoa que você não deixa subir pra cabeça?
Eu acho que eu sou a mesma pessoa, eu trato todo mundo bem, eu tenho consciência disso. Sempre quando eu vou pro Brasil, tô vendo as pessoas que eu sempre tive, né? Só que agora ficou um pouco mais difícil. Às vezes eu tenho alguma reclamação da galera, pô, você veio aqui, não... Eu falei, cara, agora, pô, um pouco difícil, só fui aí resolver algumas coisas e tal. Mas eu acho que vai ser mais fácil depois que eu parar de lutar, quando eu for voltar para onde um lugar ali com os meus amigos, onde eu nasci, eu acho que eu vou ter mais tempo para isso.
Well, the way that I was raised keep me grounded. I like my nice things. I have my car, I have my house, I'm able to travel wherever I go, but I try to be smart with my money. And character-wise, man, I try to just stay the same. Some friends sometimes complain that I don't have too much time. Or like, you know what I mean, it changed a little bit, but it's impossible to make everybody happy. Sometimes it's just hard. But I think after I stop fighting, I can have more time to go and come back to everybody. But I try to stay the same person, stay grounded.
But officially, would it be fair to say that you have exceeded your expectations of what this career would be?
Oficialmente, assim, posso dizer que você excedeu as suas expectativas de onde a sua carreira poderia ter te levado?
Não, com certeza, não imaginava isso. Eu sabia que eu poderia fazer algo assim grande, entendeu? Mas não como está sendo.
Absolutely, man. I could not imagine that I would get like this. I knew that I could do something big, but not like everything is going right now.
Right. It's crazy. It's really beautiful to watch. Seeing the reaction overseas, Korea, all these places. It's amazing, and it's amazing to see you enjoy it all, but still it appears to be the same guy. And you would probably know best because you've known him for so long. Same guy, hasn't changed?
Still my brother from back in the days.
I love it. I love it. So, obrigado. Thank you for coming in. Parabéns on everything. And good luck. How do you say good luck in...
Boa sorte.
Boa sorte. Boa sorte. March 8th, UFC 313 against Magomed Ankalaev, who you revealed on the show today. You asked for him. They didn't tell you to fight him. You asked for him.
Para lutar com o Magomed Ankalaev, dia 8 de março, segundo você pediu para lutar com ele, não foi ele que pediu.
Sim, chama.
Chama.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Thank you.
Ele tem que me agradecer. O Ankalaev tem que me agradecer.
You have to thank me, because I'm the one that asked for it.
That's right.
Agora,
Okay.
E se esse cara não fazer o que ele falou, pô, as pessoas já viram zoando os outros adversários, às vezes eu brinco e tal, mas esse vai ser o cara que eu vou zoar.
People saw me trolling guys sometimes. They say they're going to do this, do that, but this one better do everything that he said that he's going to do, because this one I'm going to troll.
Wow. So I say spasiba on behalf of Ankalaev.
Spasiba é obrigado no russo.
Como?
O Ankalaev, o russo, ele falou assim, spasiba, que é
on behalf of Ankalaev.
Em nome do Ankalaev, né? Obrigado, né?
There he is, Alex Pereira, Plinio Cruz, unbelievable gentleman. They return to action in March. Quick break. This is the clip from Robert Whittaker last week, and then we'll come back to wrap up the show. Don't go anywhere. Good morning to you. What are we drinking on this fine morning?
I got a green smoothie here.
Yeah. Okay, that's not matcha, right?
Definitely not. And just some straight Joe.
Love it. Well, you're looking good. Always crystal clear internet over there. Love the setup. I made the joke about the matcha, of course, because of the clip with Izzy. Was that your first? We played it earlier. Is that your first time ever trying matcha?
Yeah, definitely. And you gotta take it from my perspective, right? Like we're trying to break bread, hash everything out. I sit down on the couch, ask me if I want a coffee. The coffee comes, it's green. Okay, like I know poison when I see it.
Yes.
But no, it was cool. It was actually pretty nice.
Amazing. It was such. I have to say, I think it was a Sunday night here in America. I opened my phone and I see a photo of you two together in the gym. Arms around each other. Look at that. I mean, Rob, this warmed my heart. And I think I speak on behalf of every MMA fan on the planet. You're two of the most lovable, likable guys. And you've had this rivalry and this feud, whatever you want to call it, these two great fights. To see you guys out there as pals, joking around, hanging, like training together, this was lovely. And so could I ask, how did this all come about? What are the embryonic stages of this?
Yeah, I guess... So I was sitting down with my team, with Jacob suffering an injury, he was out, and a few of my other teammates have retired or gone on different paths. It was we were just lacking in bodies. So I sat down with my coaches and whatnot, and we were kind of hashing out what the plan would be moving forward. And we were like, oh, we could bring guys here, we could do this, we could do that. And then we started looking at, global, like where we could go to do like little stints or put some training together. And honestly, I'm fortunate enough that we have good friends or good relations with just about everybody. So we could have gone everywhere. The States was a potential, but then like a flash of lightning, we remembered City Kickboxing, New Zealand's 2.5 hours away. It makes perfect sense just to go over there. They have the bodies. Izzy's there, Carlos is there, Hook is there. Like, they have high-level guys. And, I think we could stand to benefit a lot from making that relationship and heading over. And let's be honest, like me and Izzy, we had our rivalry, we had our time, but there's a lot of young blood now in the division. There's a lot of guys coming up. The chances of us crossing paths again was super low to begin with, So yeah, that's kind of where our headspace was. My coach reached out to Eugene, said, "Hey, we're thinking about bringing some boys over. Let's chat. Let's see how we get along."
And just for the record, who was the one that came up with the initial idea? Was it you or your coach?
It was my coach.
And your initial reaction to it, like, did you need a minute to let it sink in, or were you on board right away?
Well, it was so left field for me, because I guess I was so locked into my headspace, that headspace of being rivals, and just I didn't even think about it. It was like I was thinking of like places like LA, and I was thinking of training at Miami and different places, and I was looking at all the up in Asia as well, like where we could go to try and get some training in, and in some way I could take my family for the course of a month. But yeah, it wasn't until he goes, like, he sits me down and he goes, "Mate, you know where we need to go." And I honestly, I couldn't work it out. Like, I was just so blinded to that possibility that is like City Kickboxing. And then I was like, wow. Yeah, I was very receptive straight away. You know what I mean? Because it makes perfect sense. Like, I stopped having any sort of emotions over our rivalry years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You put that behind you.
To the best of your knowledge, when your team reached out to him and reached out to Eugene City Kickbox, were they on board right away?
Yeah, they were super receptive. Amazing. Eugene was great to work with, and because I think everybody's on the same page. Like I said, there's a lot of blood in the division. There's a lot of other people in the world to fight. We're two guys, and they were super receptive. They had the very same mentality as I had as well, which is like, if we eat together, we fight together, and that's how I don't muck around like that either. So when we reached out, they were very receptive to us. We went over. They're all very welcoming. Everybody there was very welcoming. My family was super stoked that I was over there, and I was I was gonna be doing some training there. So it was good for everybody.
Can I ask what those like initial moments were like when you first walked in? Like, are you feeling a little bit nervous? Like, okay, how's this going to go? How am I going to be received? What's that first interaction going to be like? What were you feeling at that time?
I guess apprehensive is the word. I wasn't nervous, but I didn't know how things were going to be. I didn't know if the first session we were going to line up, if they'd have a crew of 20 guys ready to spar me, ready to fight. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it was nothing like that. I just slot in to their sessions, moving around, helping Izzy as much as I could in any way he wanted. I was moving with the other boys. We were just training, and it felt really natural and organic. Nothing was kind of forced. And Izzy himself, he was probably the most receptive of everybody there. I think, he was really open to the idea. I think I think we're just both in good places in our career right now.
I love it. I mean, this footage is so incredible. When you're out there kind of going through the motions, sparring him, whatever, are you having any moments where you're like, holy shit, look how far we've come. This is crazy. Any like, wow, I can't believe, like, any sort of out-of-body experiences that you're now buddies and in the training room with a guy that you've gone to war with twice?
Yeah, definitely. I had that when I was walking into his house.
Yeah.
When I was walking into his house, and I sat on his couch. He was asking me if I wanted anything to eat. I was like, "Oh man, where am I right now? How did we get here?" Because it was surreal to finally sit there, especially like we had because Australia and New Zealand, like it's us versus everybody else. But when it gets down to it, we kind of like being rivals as well, you know. But and then that kind of rivalry just, I don't know, set the stage for a long leg between me and Izzy. So it was good to finally hash that out.
I bet back in like 2019 or so, the mere like sort of mention of this idea, you'd say over my dead body, right? Like you wouldn't even like entertain the idea of going there and hanging out with him and training with him, right? It was that personal at one time?
Mate, I wouldn't say it was personal, but I'm pretty sure in 2019, if I could have hit him with my car, I would have. I just like, not killed him, like a little bump, you know what I mean? It was, there was no love lost there.
Wow.
Like not back then.
Incredible. So in total, how many training sessions?
Well, this was just a really short stint. We only went for 5 days, just to, honestly, more importantly than the training was do we get along? Like, will this work? Are people like, can everybody bury the hatchet, and can we get to this idea and get the training that we need to get done? And honestly, everyone was so receptive. We have heaps of skill sets that they can benefit from, and vice versa. They have lots of bodies because they're a bigger MMA dedicated gym. So it was just, I think we both stand to gain a lot from this relationship, and I'm very super happy to have made the connection.
You're going to be going more often.
Potentially, yeah. So obviously, I do my camps here at Gracie's Meat and Grange, and I got the team there. But I can work on skill sets here. I do look to head over to New Zealand and talk to Eugene and those guys and do stints. I'm not sure how we're going to structure that out yet. I'll speak to my coach and organize what the training here looks like. But definitely going back there to do some work with the bodies and Izzy and everybody else there.
And when you're there, are you being coached by Eugene, or is your coach coaching you while you're there?
It's both. It's, you know what I mean? Both. So the first leg, we were kind of just filling the air. I was just slotting into their sessions. I wasn't kind of doing any specific work for any specific agenda. But I'm sure moving forward, my coach and Eugene will sit down and they'll chat and they'll work out what's needed for any upcoming opponents that I'm going to be facing, and we'll work something out.
Okay. Well, by the way, what kind of like surprised you most about Izzy on a personal? Now that you got to hang out with him and be in the gym, be in his home, was there something about him that surprised you?
Maybe his jiu-jitsu. Like, I think it's much better than people give him credit for. You know. Interesting. So wow. I'm looking forward to see how that translates into his next fight. Like I don't know how he's kept it on the down low so long, but much better than everybody gives him credit for.
Okay, yeah, he's talked about wanting to get a sub in the UFC. So in the last few fights. So I like to hear that. Any chance of seeing you corner him on February 1st when he fights Imavov?
No, I think the relationship's moving too far for that right now. Let's slow it down a bit.
Oh my God, what a scene that would be.
Well, I know, right? It's no, he's got his team, I got mine, and we were still creating that relationship. Like we're friends now, so I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes.
Are we text friends now, or are we sending back messages, DMs, anything like that, memes?
I'm not much of a texting guy anyway.
Okay. All
like,
right.
I get tired. You've seen our text messages, Ariel.
Yeah, no, they're quick to the point, but you're quick. You're a quick replier.
We text back and forth maybe 3 or 4 times, and then we're like, okay, that's cool.
That's it. Yep, we're done. Yep. All right. I didn't know. I'm not Izzy. I didn't share the octagon with you, so I don't know if it's different.
That's how I am across the board.
All right. Fair enough. Well, it's lovely. It's lovely to see you guys friends, and I would imagine now, and I think you've talked about this, but just want to make clear, like, if for some reason the stars align and they want you're not fighting him now, right? Is that it? We're done?
No, I don't fight people I eat with.
Yeah.
It's just how I am.
Okay.
Then there's, like I said, there's lots of people to fight. He doesn't have the belt right now. There's lots of people to fight. So much young blood right now coming up, and yeah, the division's so volatile, so fluid right now. It's yeah.
This might be a tough question to answer because he's now your best mate. But how do you feel about the fight against Imavov? How do you see it playing out for him?
Yeah, well, and like I said, I'm very biased with all my picks, predictions, and breakdowns as well.
Yeah.
But honestly, is he a hard dude to bet against? Period. His striking, his space control is just really next level. I thought he looked really good in that Dricus fight as well. Maybe one of the better versions of himself. You know, Dricus is a very hard guy to fight, and I think it shows more how good Dricus is rather than what Izzy did wrong. Yeah, I think Imavov's got a really hard fight on his hands just because.
All right, that was a great chat with Robert Whitaker. That was last week. You can see it on the YouTube channel. And what about Alex Pereira? And what about Plinio? Two gents. I offered him the Big Shots toy, but as you can see, probably, yeah, it's still there. He said he wants everyone to see him when he comes in. He did take the trophy, though, as you can see.
He earned that trophy.
He did. I mean, he absolutely did. It's a 1 of 1, I do believe. Right?
Sure is.
Well, we make one every year.
Is that the first one given out?
So, little known fact, in the ESPN days, I don't know if we had a bigger budget back then or whatnot, Corporate Jake, who was a producer on the program, good friend of On Air Jordan, and his future wife, Elizabeth, actually, I kid you not, produced every trophy, and not only that, shipped them to all the winners.
Wow.
Regardless of where they are.
That's a task. All 26 categories?
I mean, listen.
Jordan is opening FedEx right now, and it's trying to take care of it.
I'm thinking we start making some gold noses for it.
Ooh, that's not bad. Like a trophy completely in the shape of a nose.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Now, when you say we, who the F is we?
Who the fuck is we?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, obviously, I'll take the lead on it.
Ah, I love it.
And then we can go from there.
I
thought you were going to get down in the trenches.
What, in producing the trophy?
What he means by lead is he came up with the idea.
And now someone else,
I got the trophy this year.
You did make it.
I can make them.
By the way, and it was engraved too.
Yeah.
Where'd you do that?
I should have just done Alex Pereira. Oh, listen, man, I know people in the trophy industry, so the nose will be no problem.
That's true. It's not a bad point.
Almost took the plushie too. Almost pulled the McGregor and took the plushie. We did get a great picture out of it though.
Ah, look at that.
And Alex.
Yeah, smiling. God.
Kind of smiley, this interview.
I have to say. I was thinking the same.
Showing a lot of teeth.
I was thinking the same. He seemed to be in good spirits, playing the Papa Shot, I heard, in the back. Was there any talk of a Rick Poatan showdown back there? Rick being, of course, the Papa Shot champion.
Rick actually said he wanted to have mercy on him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay. I don't know, man. It seemed like he really wants that John Jones fight.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was back here when you teed it up to him. I was like, "Oh, please say John Jones." He's just like John Jones,
and it really seems like he wants to beat up Magomed Ankalaev. Obviously, the fight has to play out, but I think that fight week is going to be spicy.
Oh, it's that, and then Hooker Gaethje.
Yeah,
it's going to be a fun one. You actually mentioned the underdog. He keeps getting bet down. He's like barely the underdog now. He can't even.
Oh, really? Did you jump on that?
Nah, I wish I had.
You didn't?
No,
you said you were gonna.
I know. I sent you when it was plus 175.
Yes.
Yeah, I just haven't. I forgot to do it. I'm still going to bet him, though.
Is it true that he went from underdog to favorite during this interview?
Yeah. It was actually once he got...
The line was moving.
Once he got the big shot, the line was on the move.
Gosh. I was saying my nephew came in, and I was saying to Connor as well, there was like a 2-hour period during the show today. That's why the show is the best for me, psychologically, mentally, health-wise, where I forgot about the Bills. And then it was around the Jeremy Stevens interview where I was like, damn it, that happened. And then I got that pit in my stomach again. It's great because you don't go on social media. I need to do the detox. This show is my detox because you're not on social media, you're not scrolling, you're not looking at the videos, you're not heartbroken. It's a gift. It's a beautiful thing. And it's a gift that keeps on giving because we come back tomorrow. Tomorrow on the program, Chris Weidman talk about leaving the UFC and course, signing with GFL. Darren Owen will recap the first ever GFL draft. We'll talk to, I was going to say Andrew Feldman, Dave Feldman. Shout out to Andrew Feldman, though, prolific on social media. Dave Feldman will talk about the event in Philly on Saturday, KnuckleMania 5. Congratulations to Eagles fans worldwide on their big win. I don't really have, I guess, I don't want to be a hater, so if the Chiefs are going to make history, I don't know if that's better. It feels like I'm living through the 90s with the Knicks and the Bulls all over again. I can't believe this is happening 30 years later where my team would maybe be champion if not for one particular guy, and it just keeps happening over and over again. So I don't really have a dog in the race. But I will tell you that tomorrow on the program, we will have, is it the third annual? I think it might be the third annual.
Third annual. Yeah.
Third annual Royal Rumble Lottery. Yeah.
Pizzi for the first time ever joining the crew.
And what is the Royal Rumble Lottery? The Royal Rumble Lottery is when myself, Rick, GC, Frank, and this year for the first time, Pizzi Carroll will all pick a number. Yes? Oh, I was excited about the music.
You think all 30 balls made it through the move?
You know what? It's a fantastic question.
I'm hoping they did.
It's a fantastic question.
I'm really hoping they did.
And so if you don't know, it's very fun. There's 30 entrants into the Royal Rumble. We each pick a number. So if I get, let's say, what is this? 1, that means, that's crazy that I just got
You
1,
really
by
just
the way.
picked one
Yes,
randomly?
yes. If I get 1, that means when we're watching the Rumble this Saturday and Kevin Owens comes out as number 1, John Cena, whatever, and they win, I win. So you're tied to a number as opposed to a pick. And then let's say GC's next, and wow, 2. This is very weird.
Did you really just pick?
I swear to God, 1 and 2.
What are you doing tonight? You want to go to Atlantic City with me?
Let's see if is this 3 right here? Let's see. No, this is 5. Anyway, so it's very fun. Same number for the men and women. So there's a men's rumble and a women's rumble. That's this Saturday. And by the way, this past weekend was an incredible weekend as far as an eclectic mix of things. It ain't getting much bigger for at least us at Uncrowned. This Saturday, February 1st, Izzy in Saudi Arabia against Imavov and MVP against Shara Bullet. David Morrell against David Benavidez in the evening, T-Mobile Arena. And in the late afternoon, early evening, you get Royal Rumble from the sold out, what is it? What do they call it now? It's not the RCA Dome.
Lucas
Oil? Yeah, Lucas Oil. The Big Dog Stadium in Indy. So that's going to be an unbelievable day. Knicks Lakers also on ABC that evening as well. So a lot to look forward to.
Also, the way the schedule lines up is amazing.
It actually goes like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Because I think Rumble's like 6 or something.
Yeah, 6 o'clock.
And
so you get like an hour and a half break between UFC Saudi and
yeah, it is
Rumble.
crazy.
It's amazing.
Yeah, because like on this past Saturday, it was kind of all happening at the same time. I was watching the boxing on DAZN and BKFC and all, but here it's like, I mean, it does lead to like 14 straight hours as opposed to a condensed, 6 or 7 with things happening at the same time. But nevertheless, we are blessed, we are lucky, and we'll be back tomorrow to do the damn thing again. Thank you very much to everyone who tuned in. Thanks for listening to me as I, you can play the music. Yeah,
Did you hear me ask that out loud?
No, but I just kind of felt like we were sort of in sync,
Yes.
No, thank you to everyone who indulged me at the beginning of the show. It's a weird thing. I feel like emotionally exhausted after yesterday. I really do. I never had to take I told my kids that if the Bills won the Super Bowl, I would go streaking in the nude in our neighborhood. And I was never so heartbroken where I had to go for a walk by myself at 10 p.m.
Oh, man.
But I had to do it. And then you're getting texts from people, and it's like a funeral, And obviously, this isn't life or death, but like you don't even know how to process it. It's a tough thing.
I think you've handled it well.
You think so?
Yeah. Now I get to go home and experience it again with my wife.
Yeah, how's she doing?
She's holding up as well as you can.
It's when you're from Buffalo, when you're from the 716, which she is from, right?
Correct.
You're built different. You have the battle scars.
When she slapped the bottle of ranch out of my hands and we tried to have wings, I figured it out.
You guys went with ranch? That was the problem.
No, not yesterday.
Oh, okay.
This was years ago. No, never again.
Blue cheese, right?
That's the only thing.
That's the only thing, yeah. Frank, what are we going to do? It's just the thought of going through the whole thing all over again that really stings, you know?
Did you not even listen to Jeremy Stevens when he talked about the
Fortifying.
trials and tribulations?
Yes, that's right. You're right.
And getting through it and how much
So when you
sweeter it
get
made
there,
it.
it's gonna be
This
that much
is
better.
you.
This is me. You're right. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you to Alex. Thank you to Plinio. Thank you to Dan Hooker, Jeremy Stevens, and Ben Rothwell. Thanks to you. Thanks to Back on Tuesday. Same time. This is We're out of here.